Good morning. My name is Alexandra Smedoiu. I'm president of CFA Society Romania, and on behalf of our society and our board, I would like to warmly welcome you to the 10th edition of the Investment Conference in Central and Eastern Europe. I'm proud to say that we are hosting this event in Bucharest for the 10th edition, while this project, let's call it like that, started as well in Bucharest more than 10 years ago. The aim of the conference and the title of the conference is not chosen by chance, a decade of outperformance in Central and Eastern Europe, as the capital markets in our region showed us with a market cap of more than 300 billion and returns of more than 100% in the last 10 years, that there are significant investment opportunities in our region, and no matter the times, whether they be good times or bad times that come and go, there are always investment opportunities to look after. Today, maybe not by chance again, we are also celebrating Europe Day. It's the celebration of the Schuman Declaration, establishing the European Union, where many of our countries in Central and Eastern Europe are proudly members of, and others on the verge of adhering. Thank you once again for joining this event. We'll have a full day with everything, I would say. We have perspectives from officials, we have perspectives from regulators, we have investment specialists, bankers, capital market specialists, pension specialists. We have representatives of Ukraine and Moldova in our region. I guess we have, the only thing we don't have today is maybe a magician popping out of a box, but who knows, stick around for the rest of the day and you will see. I would like to firstly thank the official representatives joining us today. We'll have an opening speech by Minister of Economy, Mr. Radu Oprea. Thank you for your presence. We have also an opening speech by Mr. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of Republic of Moldova. We also have with us and thank her so much for her presence, Mrs. Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, Mrs. Anca Dragu. We also have online presence of Mr. Oleksii Sobolev, Deputy Minister of Economy for Ukraine. We also have Mr. Alexandru Petrescu, President of the Romanian Financial Supervision Authority. Also, on behalf of CFA Institute, I would like to welcome Mark Franklin, President and CEO for the first time in Romania. Welcome, Mark. We're very honored to have you here today. Also, last but not least, thank you to Mrs. Teodora Petkova, Head of CE for UniCredit, our main sponsor for this event. I would like to thank all our sponsors, as well as Ziarul Financiar, for making our live presentation today. And thank you to all the colleagues from CFA societies in the region for coming here today in Bucharest. We will start with the opening speeches, and then we will have two panels before the lunch break. So for the first opening speech, I would like to invite Mr. Radu Oprea, Minister of Economy for Romania. Mr. Oprea.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Bucharest. Welcome to Romania. I do believe that if you are in Romania and if you took your handset, maybe it's good to hear also some Romanian language. If it's good for you, if it's not, I can stay also in English, depends of the audience. Okay, I'll stay in English. Romania and also the East European countries these days, I think that something is changed, and this change in the core of the things. Geography is our friend today. We are not anymore on the ultimate frontier of the European Union. We are on the first line. Due to the conflict which is in Ukraine, the things are changed, the geopolitical are changed, and the place where the investment should be is here in this part of the Europe. Why I'm saying this? Not just because it's 9th of May, the Day of Europe, and probably that as I done it also, you read the report of Mr. Letta, which is speaking about more union that we need it and the changes that we have to do it. And this will be a topic for the next period of time, an important one. What shall we do to have more Europe, to have a good Europe, to have a well-developed Europe, equal convergence, also the East European countries to be on the same level with the more developed one. But this part of the world, I do believe that in the next years, as the economists are saying, will be the most dynamic business environment place. The Economist was saying a few months ago that Romania will have in the next 7 to 8 years probably the biggest economical growth in Europe. I do believe, as I spoke with the business environment and also with my colleagues from the government, that we don't want to disappoint the economists and we want to have the biggest growth in Europe. And this is happening due to the investments that the government is doing, and also through you, to the investments fund, and to the modernization of the Romanian infrastructure that we are doing in the last period of time. Probably, this was one of the things that we not done it in the proper way, trying to have the free market without to have the proper infrastructure. And I'm looking to the president of the Bucharest Exchange. It's growing well, but probably is going not in the proper, or should grow a little bit earlier before. Because to have good companies, to have successful stories, it's like without to have a proper infrastructure from the capital market, from the banking system, from the National Development Bank or the stock exchange, it's like having, I don't know, a very competitive car, put it on a country road. It's not working. You need to have the infrastructure in order to have performance. And this is happening today in Romania, and this is happening today also in Republic of Moldova. And I'm saluting the President of the Prime Minister, Mr. Recean, and also to the governor of the Moldovan Bank. My colleague, I'm saying, my former colleague, Mrs. Dragu, they are doing huge progress also, because for Romania it's not just a matter of neighborhood, it's a matter of responsibility to be part and to sustain the European way of the Republic of Moldova. It is the European Day, so we can speak more about how and when the Republic of Moldova will be in Europe, and we are here to support you in all the domains of activities, and you know this. So, we are doing huge progress in the last period of time. The government is doing a lot of investments. It is a change also in Romania. There are more investments, and the economy is growing based on investments, not on the consumption, how we used to do it. This will bring new opportunities, new benefits. And I will come with the last idea that I want to put it on the table in front of you. Maybe it will be a subject of debate, because I understand that there are also the Ukrainian representatives in this Rossetti wonderful hall. And I do believe that Romania could be the perfect logistical hub for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Why I'm saying this? Because if we know how to extract the grain, 70–80% from the Ukrainian grain is going through the Romanian infrastructure, roads, railways, ports, through all over the world. It's obvious that we know also how to put in safe conditions people and equipment just opposite the water, where the reconstruction of Ukraine should be a fact. From that point, we will start it, and you have to start it through the heart of the Donbass when it will be the time. So it will be a huge opportunity for all the foreign companies, countries, investment funds, which want to be involved in this important process, reconstruction of Ukraine, to have a very good logistical hub in Romania, a NATO country, an EU country. So I'm seeing opportunities. I'm seeing lots of opportunities which are created by you, but also by the government, because we are here to digitalize, to make everything easier, smoother, and to have a stronger voice when it's needed from the governmental point of view, in order to enhance and to speak more about Romania, about the East European countries, about the new opportunities, and as I said from the early beginning, I truly believe that geography is our friend today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Oprea, for the kind words and positive message. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of Republic of Moldova. You are so welcome in Bucharest today, and we look forward to hear how we can build the bridges.
Good morning, and I'm extremely honored and happy to be here on Europe Days. Europe for Moldova, but I think for everyone in this region today is about peace, security, but also prosperity. And I should be in Chisinau, and I will be in Chisinau tonight to say hello to the people from Moldova, but I wanted very much to be here with you and to draw your attention to the opportunities that capital can find in Moldova, particularly now that we are very ambitious to become an EU member state. And that means that the same rules, the same market rules are in Moldova like everywhere in European Union. I'm very happy to see today that what we have started 34 years ago with what we were calling symbolically flower bridges with Romania are now becoming specific projects with concrete and metal bridges, digital bridges, gas pipelines, electricity high voltage lines. This is an integration process that helps both Moldova and Romania to become more and more integrated. Right now, we are part of a very volatile region. We all know that because of the brutal aggression of Russia in Ukraine. But I'm confident that in this whole, there are people that can read through the numbers of this volatility, through the opportunities that these volatilities and challenge are bringing. I'm convinced that risks and volatility is there to be managed, not to be avoided. Last year, I think in this hall there was such an expression like we are too young and then we will witness other crises too. We, of course, are witnessing the largest crisis since the Second World War here in Europe, but in the same time, these are those times that we need to build. After Ukraine, Moldova has been most affected by the war, but we achieved amortizing the shock of the energy prices. We achieved to amortize and to bring back control over the inflation. And now we are ready to build an economy that will grow fast, over 7%, what we call almost double-digit growth, particularly before the Ukrainian reconstruction starts. We are debureaucratizing the government, we are digitizing the government, but also the interaction of the people and of the businesses with the government. And we are fastly adapting the legislation and the institutions to the new rules. I know that there can be something like oxymoronic when you are talking debureaucratization in Europe, but trust me, this is possible to have efficient procedures, but still conform to the EU rules. And our ambition is that by 2030, when we'll be ready to become a EU member, we will be one of the most business-friendly countries in European Union. In between, we are advancing on various platforms of development. In Moldova, we have a number of them. One of them is the Moldova IT Park. Starting from this year, we extended the operations that can be done in this Moldova IT Park. We are continuing the development of capital market, and here we rely very much on Bucharest and on Bucharest Stock Exchange to have a seamless integration between the capital market in Moldova and capital market in Moldova, so that the assets in Moldova can be easily accessed by the capital market, but the capital from Bucharest. We are preparing the first emission of the Eurobond and launching the private pension fund. So what I would like to say today is that I would like to make the capital from here to just cross the river and find the opportunities there. I'd like sometimes to repeat the fact that Moldova is like California with the best wines, and you know definitely them, like in Napa Valley. And also we have a very vibrant IT community, and then, you know, the Silicon Valley. And we are looking for the digital Hollywood as well. And obviously, you would ask me about Transnistria, because it has been lately on the front pages. I would say that this is kind of Florida with slow-mo, yeah. And what I'm trying to say is that with the aid of Kiev, we aligned completely Transnistria to our peace and security objective. And please rest assured that there is no threat for military escalation in Moldova, though we are exposed to hybrid attacks from Russia with various disinformation campaigns, like we were witnessing maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, also about Transnistria. By the way, Transnistria is also an opportunity. Just one number, over 70% of the trade of the companies on the left bank of Dnistru, what we call Transnistria, is with European Union alone. More to that, we have there a reserve of about 50,000 workforce, well-educated workforce that can be used for productive investments in Moldova. We already have an increased flow of that workforce into the companies from Moldova. So I would like to invite you to see, let's say, the California of Eastern Europe, to explore these opportunities, because in Moldova we have talent, we have initiative. What is of interest to us and to the region is to have the capital. And remember one more thing, Moldova has the longest border with Ukraine, 1,200 kilometers. And this is the place where we would build all the necessary infrastructure to help Ukraine recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the inspiring words. We'll definitely build more flower bridges as well as money bridges, why not? For the next official address, I would like to welcome on stage Margaret Franklin, President and CEO of CFA Institute. Margaret is President of CFA Institute since 2019, after having 25 plus years of experience in the investment management industry. I would like to invite you to address questions to Marg. You will need to scan the QR code that will be showed on the screen immediately, and Marg will be happy to take your questions. Marg, very welcome.
Good morning. Bună dimineața. I'm so thrilled to be here to address you today in this magnificent palace of Parliament, a landmark that has seen so much of history over the years. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. This is my first time in Romania. However, I'm Canadian, and we have many Romanians in Toronto and Montreal, where I come from. It's a true pleasure to be here and to interact with so many passionate participants in our industry. This is also the 10th anniversary of the CEE Investment Conference, and it's incredible to see the financial and social strides this region has made over the last 10 years. This is a testament to your collective commitment to the development of capital markets for the betterment of society. I'd like to particularly thank and congratulate the Romanian Society. Not only have they dedicated themselves to hosting what is sure to be a fantastic conference, their ongoing contributions to our CFA Society network and the role they have played in elevating the conversation around capital markets to this region is truly commendable. They have an unwavering spirit of their dedicated volunteers. They're making a meaningful difference every day, and they deserve our collective appreciation. In recent years, we've seen a number of financial and geopolitical disruptions that test the resilience of financial systems around the globe. Just as we were all recovering from the COVID pandemic, this region then faced wars on its borders. Over the last 2 years, you have all been facing the ongoing impact of the war has on energy supply, commodity prices, inflation, interest rates, and of course, humanity. In the latest survey of our members here, CFA Society Romania found that geopolitical risks were at the forefront of your minds, especially disinformation, armed conflicts, and cyber attacks. This resonates thematically with global surveys. In the face of so much change and uncertainty, however, we must continue to think strategically about the industry and to not lose sight of the long term in the midst of an often chaotic and unsettling short-term environment. Whatever challenges we face, we cannot abandon the fundamentals that make our industry so very important. That includes mitigating risk and finding return on behalf of our clients, evaluating what is an increasing number of asset classes that are at our disposal to find the right diversified mix for portfolios. Today, we have access to more financial products than ever, and so our investing universes have greatly expanded. As investment professionals, we all have a vital role to play in socioeconomic development of our regions. We play a role in understanding and analyzing the economic impacts of geopolitical risks on our client portfolios. We play a role in channeling the flows of capital where it is most needed. And we play a role in ensuring our capital markets continue to operate effectively and ethically in the best interest of investors, despite the headwinds. At CFA Institute, we remain committed to providing educational resources that investment professionals need to serve their clients, and we work to identify long-term trends in the financial industry that will impact the way we work with clients and the way we serve them. Through our flagship CFA program, we seek to train investment professionals to objectively understand and value risks and opportunities, and to help investors make the most informed choices with their money. The job of investment professionals will only become more complex, and at CFA Institute, we certainly see it as part of our mission to ensure to continue to skill, reskill, and upskill professionals in a dynamically changing world. Our growing suite of certificates address skills gap throughout the industry in specific areas such as ESG analysis, climate risk and valuation, and private markets, to name a few. More broadly, our Research and Policy Center is focused on providing an ongoing stream of research and action-driven insights to help you remain abreast of an evolving landscape. Regardless of the career path that a professional pursues, the importance of ethics stands at the forefront, and of course it remains at the core of all that we do. So how do I see the role of CFA Institute in this rapidly changing world? I believe very firmly that a strong and vibrant financial system is an absolute requirement for a robust economy, one that can help lift people up out of poverty, one that can prepare them for retirement, enhance infrastructure, and put the economy on the path to long-term sustainable growth. This is our mission: to lead the investment profession with the highest standards of education, ethics, and professional excellence for the ultimate benefit of society. It is not finance just for finance, but to make society better. We believe that the investment profession holds the potential to unlock opportunities that truly benefit all of society, not only here in Romania, but across the Central and Eastern Europe region. To achieve this, I stand very proudly behind the work that we do on our advocacy, where we collaborate with policymakers in jurisdictions around the world to safeguard investor protection and to ensure fair markets. I'd like to spend a moment to look forward and to give you a few insights into the long-term trends that are impacting our industry. AI and automation is, of course, a topic that divides even the most sage and brilliant intellectuals of our time. Some see the advent of ever more sophisticated AI as an existential threat to humanity, while others welcome it perhaps as the dawn of the next great revolution in industrial development. It doesn't matter what side of the debate you are on. One thing is clear: our lives, both personal and professional, are going to be disrupted by AI. At CFA Institute, we are committed to helping our members understand the scale and nature of this disruption and help them navigate the practical application of AI in the investment management process. Another big trend, of course, is ESG, or sustainable investing. Investment professionals have a vital role to play in translating sustainability commitments into action, understanding, analyzing, and ultimately placing value on companies' ESG plans and commitments. So the education of investment professionals around ESG considerations is a very important component of what we do at CFA Institute. Finally, for most of my career, almost 40 years, we have had an environment where all assets generally did well. Declining interest rates, declining inflation, and growing GDP as a result of globalization. That is the perfect trifecta for all assets to perform well. Of course, we are finally at the end of cheap money. We see higher inflation, higher interest rates, and as a result of deglobalization and increasing geopoliticals, increased market volatility. These create headwinds for the industry at large. But for investment managers who can demonstrate their value with differentiated customer-centric products, and probably the rise of active management again in the face of incredible passive trends, these challenges are generally the times when we prove our true worth. In the panel discussions ahead of us, I'm looking forward to hearing how this region is exploring opportunities brought forth by these trends. We are so fortunate to get to hear from the President of Romania's Financial Supervisory Authority, the ASF, and the Governor of the National Bank of Moldova. I think our speakers who kicked us off have done a terrific job. Their insights into the challenges facing the regional economy and investment industry will be fascinating of this, I'm sure. Our agenda for the rest of the day will touch upon critical questions impacting this region, as well as more global trends broadly. These include, of course, the rise of alternative investments, macroeconomics and geopolitics, the role of banks and other non-bank credit markets, and crucially, the true impact of AI in the world, which our keynote speaker will focus on. I'm hopeful, and I'm always confident, that events like these help us understand and debate the key trends impacting our profession. For CFA Institute, this is exactly the core of our mission. So before I close, I'd like to challenge all of you, every one of you, to think collectively about the impact you'd like to have on the world. In pursuing finance as a profession, the ability to find purpose and foster that impact can indeed become a reality. If we can harness the enthusiasm, the drive and demand for positive progress, combined with global and regional insights from CFA Institute, alongside the professional and local expertise of esteemed individuals in this room, then we can be one step closer to fulfilling our mission to help build a more efficient and fairer capital market system for the ultimate benefit of society. I'd like again to extend my deep appreciation to everyone who contributed to make this conference possible. I am so looking forward to the upcoming sessions and to meeting all of you. Thank you very much. You have questions? Yeah.
I would like you to bear with me for just a few more minutes so that I can raise a couple of questions from the audience. The first question relates to content creation. We as finance professionals, as macroeconomic analysts, we are sometimes expected to provide insights or insightful opinions about various topics. And the question is around content creation at CFA Institute, and how do you see that going forward in terms of research, publications, thought leadership material?
So that's a great question, and one that I really like. We organized research which I would say was disparate and maybe not as focused as it could be for the times into the Research and Policy Center. The Research and Policy Center has, of course, staff at CFA Institute, but increasingly we're inviting luminaries and various esteemed professionals to contribute on core themes that we know will impact the industry. Of course, sustainability, AI and digitalization, and the end of cheap money, and of course, the future of finance. And that catches all those topics that come up that require immediate attention. What we do find, though, has been an extraordinary and invaluable resource for us is our connection with societies around the world, and indeed their connection within the regions to those people who are most influential and most knowledgeable around the topics that may be particularly important within region. We are building out our team of researchers. We've hired 8 PhD candidates who are working on specific topics. They combine with industry experts and our staff to make sure that we are on top of important and in fact leading edge areas. We'll say in my entire career, I have never seen a more complex environment. I've never seen so many crucial levers at play, and I think that can both be very daunting, but what I have great confidence in is both capital markets to find innovative solutions to them, and for CFA charter holders and those in our community in particular to be part of that solution, given that ethical orientation and, of course, combination of great investment expertise while always looking at the long-term and ultimate beneficiary of those investment decisions.
Thank you, Mark. And a second question relates to ethics. You spoke about ethics. You also spoke about AI. How those two interconnect, it's quite a mystery for most of us. So is ethics still a priority for the Institute in this environment, and what should we expect?
The intersection of ethics and AI is not exclusive to the investment industry. You won't be surprised that this is something governments and policymakers are grappling with in ways that I think are truly challenging. We've just conducted extensive research with institutions to understand how they're using AI. And of course, every C-suite meeting I am anywhere in the world, this is a topic of discussion. Two observations. First of all, while policymakers are working away on it, one of the most interesting factors that I think provides a speed bump or a slowdown for the industry is the actual data itself. So many firms are looking at the data and saying, how do we vector the data? Is it something we can use in a public forum? Is it not? For the investment industry, and particularly those core activities, think economist, think financial analyst, portfolio manager, what we see is bigger data sets being able, and different data, both structured and unstructured, being applied in an efficient way into the investment decision-making process actually should yield richer insights and better outcomes ultimately. We have more things that we can look at. Now, that's up to all of us to figure out what are the most important things that inform our decision-making. And the same data set can be interpreted very differently if you're a hedge fund manager versus, for instance, a long-term value manager. So we see more data processed in different ways more quickly as improving the investment decision-making process. We also see that more insights and data to be able to engage with clients and make them better at making those important decisions will be really important. You should expect CFA Institute will have significant and ongoing research coming out on AI. We have a number of tools that will be providing for our members. And then finally, we ourselves are using AI to expand our content, to make it more engaging, and to be able to provide courses and tools for you that are learner-centric, might be micro courses that we think will make a big difference for the way you engage with new and frontier areas within the investment landscape.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for having you here today. And I know you'll continue with a live interview at Ziarul Financiar Live today. We'll have the chance of everybody in Romania hearing the perspective of CFA Institute. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite with me on stage Mrs. Anca Dragu, Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, and Mr. Alexandru Petrescu, President of the Romanian Financial Supervision Authority. Please join me. The topic of the conference today could not have been complete without the perspective of the regulators, which is obviously extremely important for the financial markets. I would like to start with a question for you, Mrs. Governor. National banks have a pretty tough job these days, keeping everything under control with inflation, with geopolitical risks, with trade wars and other risks. I would like to ask you, how can national banks in a region support the development of the financial markets in general?
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, let me congratulate you and your colleagues for organizing this event. It's not the first time when I participate at such an event, and it's my great honor to be here. And so what central banks are doing nowadays, life of a central bank is not easy, but I can tell you what we do at the National Bank of Moldova. And we had a monetary policy decision on May 7, so 2 days ago. And it was the third monetary policy decision when we decided to reduce the interest rate, the policy rate. So we are now with the policy rate at the level of 3.6%. And also on May 7, we decided to lower reserve requirements by 4 percentage points for national currency, also for convertible currencies. Reserve requirements rate is relatively high. It reflects some over liquidity of the market, but on very short term. So nowadays, a central bank and Moldovan central bank is looking at the developments, is aligning its instruments with the pace of inflation. What we also see, very important, that inflation rate fell from a peak of 34% in October 2022 to 3.9% in March 2024. So this sharp disinflation process helped us also to align the policy rate. And we hope in this way, with cheaper financing for companies and for individuals, to see also a peak in domestic demand. So it is important to make sure that domestic demand is at a level that allows economic growth and recovery after so many events that have happened in our worlds, but also to maintain this price stability and to make sure that inflation is at such a level that is supporting, is stimulating growth, and it's not the other way around. So I think we are doing just fine in this balancing this complex equation. And yeah, for this year, for 2024, we estimate that the credit to real economy, both to investors, to investment projects and to consumers, will increase by double digit, and yeah, even with a large figure, also having in mind the very high base effect.
Thank you, Mrs. Governor. I'll turn now to Mr. President Petrescu. You regulate the entire financial market in Romania. Our financial markets in Central Europe in the last 10 years, when we first organized this conference in Bucharest, have seen fantastic development and growth. I would like to ask you, what is the regulator's perspective or contribution or wishful contribution to the further development of the capital markets in our region?
Well, thank you again for the invitation. Let me take the opportunity to extend my warm welcome to Margaret, the CEO of CFA, for being in Romania for the very first time. I'm sure it's the first of many. So we are delighted to have you here. And I'm one of the consumers of what you guys deliver at CFA Institute. I'm one of those who is constantly reading the peer reviews on the quarterly manner, the financial markets journal, and of course in Romania we have the macroprudential confidence indicator, which is a truly compass for everything I'm saying, doing, thinking in terms of economic terms. So thank you, CFA Romania, for the hard work and for your amazing contribution in promoting safe investments in Romania. And of course, your footprint, it's well received, and it's been doing a great wealth of good to all of us. There is a tendency, of course, to talk about vulnerabilities and risks, especially in the last couple of years. We tend to position Romania as a great country from a geographical perspective, but sometimes we accentuate a bit more than we need the geo-defense attributes, but I would say Romania has got much more than that. And I would probably start with the conclusion. Romania is an up and coming market. And that's basically the FOMO, yeah? I'm using a bit of the youngster dialect, the fear of missing out, yeah? It's an up-and-coming economy. So those of you that are present, you are doing the right thing. Some of you that are taking in consideration, you should move in and take positions within the stock exchange, within the pension funds and so on. And those of you that haven't heard about the opportunities in Romania, you are definitely missing out, and I'm sure you'll eventually move on to the categories mentioned before. So Romania, it's a fantastic investment opportunity. That's basically the baseline, yeah? We have a highly trained workforce, an abundant natural resources portfolio, and a great geopolitical positioning in terms of economic corridors, movement of goods, and so on. And last but not the least, probably one of the largest Central Eastern European markets. So there you go, you have all the ingredients for a successful investment. So basically, I know this is the line you guys are using most of the times in attracting in a healthy manner investors. So that's the conclusion. So we can talk about risk and uncertainties. They are in good times and in bad times, they're always there, but there are definitely some attributes we should all take in consideration. So that would be probably my beginning line. In terms of prudential supervision, it's what we do at the core in SFA. They've been amazing 10 years indeed, and sometimes the itinerary, it tends to be more important than the destination. And today is 9th of May. Okay, we have 74 years since the Schuman Declaration, the French Prime Minister that on 9th of May 1950 had a vision of a united Europe with values and principles. And 74 years we are still talking about uniting Europe, values and principles, which shows is the road to get there, is not necessarily the destination. So we had 10 years of great growth, luckily under a strong supervision of the institution, which I'm proudly heading temporarily, and will continue the growth. What's doing different is just being more prudential than it's been before, more aligned to OECD values. We are heading the transformation in terms of corporate governance, now that we are close as a country to become a fully fledged member of OECD. So we take to the core of the heart of our activities all these values and principles. Luckily, we have a scheme of private pensions that are almost reaching 9% of the GDP. We have a stock exchange that's been exceeding, beginning of this year, the 300 billion land point. So things are looking up. And with the support of all of you, of the CFA, of course, we can bring even more layers of resilience and stabilities, because in a world of uncertainties, just to close the circle of my first intervention, beyond the many faults we can assume, yeah, I think what prevails are the good things we've done. And I think in Romania, we manage, despite risks and vulnerabilities, to maintain a very stable, resilient, non-banking, and banking for that extent is not my particular area of supervision, but I can talk, of course, with regard to the non-banking fields, which we supervise. We maintain a very resilient and strong landscape. So from that point of view, there are few opportunities out there that fulfilling as the one investing in Romania. So keep it going, and we'll keep an eye to have safe, fair, with a strong consumer protection investment for all of you players within the market.
Thank you, Mr. Petrescu. I'm going to come back to you, Mrs. Governor, right now. And I will also refer back to Mr. Prime Minister Recean, a comment about smaller countries attracting large investments. To a certain extent, most of the countries in the CE region can be considered by the global scale like the smaller investment countries. I want to ask you, how can smaller countries attract sustainable foreign investments? And if you can also make some comments about Republic of Moldova's integration plan into the European Union, since we already mentioned.
I've been saying that those who do not invest now in Moldova will regret in 5 years, in 10 years' time. Because it's really time to see new, fresh investments in Moldova. We offer a stable macroeconomic environment. That's a very dynamic country, a very dynamic economy. Legislation is being reviewed, and we are having these assessments to check if legislation is in line with EU legislation. For example, we asked the European Banking Authority to check the equivalence of the Moldovan banking legislation with the EU banking legislation. So there are all ingredients for investments are there. And as the Prime Minister also mentioned, we are very good in terms of digitalization and IT industry. So a very good destination for investments. On top of this, we are talking about this stable macroeconomic environment. While about other risks, I think there are somehow common to the region. We are expanding the market infrastructure to make sure in financial market, I'm saying. And all financial stability rules and good practices to make sure that the banking and financial sector is a stable one. We've just completed twinning program with Central Bank of Romania, with Central Bank of Lithuania and Netherlands, and of course one great partner was the Romanian regulator for financial market. President Petrescu was our counterpart in this process. It was on speed dial for many topics. Also, I have to say that the Central Bank of Moldova is covering, it's regulating and supervising the insurance sector. So we do have many points to share with ASFE here in Romania. So we expanded all these elements critical for investments in order to make the economy more friendly for investors and to be really a destination that that would welcome investors. And if we put on top of this the good wines you find in Chișinău, I think, yes, we can have a strong case.
Wonderful. Mr. Petrescu, going back to you. In the month of May, CFA Institute and all CFA societies all over the world, we celebrate, let's say, putting investors first, which is a principle. It's one of the, it's part of the mission of CFA Institute, that of providing capital markets, financial markets that have at their core interest the investor. There is sometimes a conundrum between over-regulation and under-regulation, and it's maybe difficult to strike the balance. What's the regulator's perspective between, you know, the main objective of having the main interest of the consumer as a priority, but also being mindful of over-regulation that could stifle, let's say, the development of capital markets? How do you see this?
Well, you know, that's the challenge of every regulator. It's a very fine line between under-regulation and over-regulations. An under-regulated market will strongly harm consumers, investors, retail investors. An over-regulated market will definitely harm institutional investors. So we are in a constant search of staying within this fine line and keeping both, on one hand, a stable market, attractive for investors of all sizes, and earning expectations, and on the other hand, maintaining a safe environment for overall consumers, and that's what's been doing. I don't think it's it's a formula out there, and it's just an ongoing challenge. And of course, we have local legislation that is under constant improvement and evolution. And we align to directives, the recommendation of European Commission. And I would say, if you probably follow the level of legislation that's coming on the pipeline from European Commission, you'll see a lot of it is centered on consumer protection. And as an institution, as a state, generally as a country, I'm one of those that I was always happy and eager to conform with those principles that help the market, rather than being on the tail end of 2 years under the risk of getting all sort of penalties of a state for non-conforming. So basically, what I'm trying to say, we are geared and very careful of everything coming and is useful and it's fruitful for the market from the European Commission. And with the other eye, of course, we are looking to constantly get best practices from other member states with a needed specification applied to Romania, and eventually we have a compilation in terms of regulatory framework that would be both attractive for you investors of all kind, but ensuring strong consumer protection. So I think we've been doing well so far. As a landscape, the investment spectrum in Romania, it's been steady, attractive to investors of all sizes. As my colleague and friends for more years than we can admit, Anca, we've been working a lot now with her role as the president of the National Bank of Moldova, very challenging role indeed, but I don't think it's a better person than Anca to take upon those challenges. And I had the privilege to work continuously with Anca. Some people thought you never left. Some people thought I moved to Chișinău. You know, I don't know where the truth is, somewhere halfway. But basically, you know, every month I spend some time in Chișinău. Anca, of course, is spending time in Romania, and we work on legislation. We work in, with modesty, I would use the word upgrading. There is no other better one coming to my mind this morning. The legislation in Moldova on non-banking markets, so you guys can be in the position to hit the ground running once you will gain that well-deserved role as a fully fledged member of European Union. So, you know, we stand by you as we always did, and I'm not going to make a case of why Romania is an investable destination, because you should, all of you know by now, but I can also subscribe to what you just said, that Moldova definitely is a country to invest, and if you do it now, I'm sure you'll feel sorry later, or you'll gain less earning than you do it today. So.
I'm going to raise you one more question. So you supervise all the sectors of the market, capital markets, insurance, and pensions. All three of them are very important, of course. In the interest of time, I would like to ask for your comments on the pension, the private pension sector, which is one of the success stories, not only in Romania, but in our region, and it's definitely a focus point for us as finance professionals, given demographic evolutions and so on. So I would like to ask you for a comment on the private pension sector.
Well, the private pension sector has been proving to be a strongly resilient sector. As I mentioned at my first intervention, we are close to reach around 9% of the GDP. We stick to the spirit of Warren Buffett that was saying, don't save everything after spending, spend everything after saving, you know. So, you know, it worked well so far in a country where apparently a lot of things are going wrong. Well, let me tell you, it's not really like that. And now we very actively work with the Ministry of Finance to improve the level of fiscal facilities, so you can create a new layer of appetite for people to further save in private pensions. I made one of my priorities of the mandate to actually have the occupational pension funds up and running. And of course, we need to create a particular portfolio of fiscal facility there, but Luckily, I have a great counterpart in the Ministry of Finance who's also aligned with my wishes and priorities. So hopefully we'll see that operational very soon. On the other hand, you know, it's a closed circle when you talk about stock market and pension funds. And part of our accession to OECD, we are reviewing the risk matrix of the pension funds so they can create rather more dynamic within the stock exchange landscape investments. Of course, I remain extremely optimistic about the private pension funds. Is not a sector I need to promote because it's a well-proven working investment model, and from where we are, we can only grow in a sustainable, consolidated, and resilient manner.
Thank you. Mrs. Governor, a question for you related to the government bonds markets, which is definitely quite interesting in the last years all over our region. I want to ask you, what does the Republic of Moldova intend to do in respect of government bonds?
We are trying now to expand maturities and to build a yield curve. It is something that, I know was done in Romania 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So we are in this situation that we really have to expand the maturities. And Prime Minister Recean also made reference to Eurobonds, that we are looking at this option as for financing certain investment projects. But I think something will be developed in the coming weeks and months. Yeah, we are aware about the fact that we need a little bit more players in the market. And I was listening to my colleague and friend Alexandru talking about private pension system, and I have to admit that I felt a little bit of jealousy. But actually it stimulates me and us to build this very important institutional investor, the private pension funds, that would be an active players in the bond market. Without the second pillar and third pillar, the market, the financial market, is a little bit shaking, yes? So we have this challenge, and I'm talking to the Romanian regulator of the financial market, also with pension funds. The idea would be indeed to have a sort of extended activity from Bucharest to Chișinău. This would be the fastest way to see this important player of the financial market developing in Moldova. But yeah, there are many opportunities. I don't say that there are minuses, but there are opportunities in order to increase the components of the financial market.
Thank you. And the final question to both of you, actually. You can pick your order. The question relates to financial education, and how does the regulator get involved into this very important topic? The societies in our region are also involved in financial education campaigns, so it's a big topic for the market.
Central Bank of Moldova is very much involved in financial education. We have many events every week. I have already participated in several discussions with students, with pupils, and at high school level, of university level. And yeah, because we are aware that it is so important for a young person to understand all implications of financial decisions that he or she will take. And I'm very surprised, positively surprised, to see a very good reaction from the young generation. They ask questions. And you see yourself in front of 100 young people. You know very little about them. They know very little about you. And it is really amazing that we find the connection pretty quickly. And we have a conversation about what's the meaning of inflation, what's the meaning of credit, when they should decide to have a loan. And I'm telling them, look, it doesn't mean that you have all knowledge now about financial sector and how to take financial decisions. But please, when you face yourself in such a situation to take a decision regarding your money, your investments, your consumption, think about that. This lady, that lady, the governor of the central bank, came to tell us a few principles, a few rules about financial education. Maybe she meant something. Let's think twice before getting myself involved in such an operation that could actually shape in a negative way the entire life of a person. So yes, we are very involved in financial education, and we are very much aware of the meaning and of the need of such activity. And we signed agreements with universities, with high schools. So yes, I'm very proud of what we're doing at Central Bank of Moldova.
All right, well, I can't help it talking in quotes, you know, all the good things are uphill. Financial education, it's a paramount ingredient for successful markets. And it's not an overnight process. It's an ongoing activity. Luckily, within the ecosystem of the institution I'm heading, we have the Financial Studies Institute, and I'm proudly saying that it's been awarded by the President of Romania 3-4 weeks ago for outstanding performance and work towards improving the level of financial awareness. And here I have a particular filter of how I see things. Of course, it's very important to speak with young people, to be part of education curricula. They need to understand basic concepts of economy and investments. But I also believe we need to educate investors. If you look at the Romanian stock exchange, probably the highest potential of growth are the retail investors. So they need to understand bond municipalities. They need to understand corporate bonds. They need to understand that rather than keeping the money on a current account in any of the Romanian banks, you actually get better earnings in investing in some of the most conservative bonds out there on the market. So things like that they need to understand. Therefore, we are looking to a more particular and well-thought segmentation of the audience of our institute. We constantly come up with programs that are not just round tables with no tractions after that. I'm very particular in promoting and financing programs that leave a footprint within investors' mind. So financial education is something very close to my heart and to the core of our activity as an institution. We are allocating time, resources, people to make that particular function of the institution more present in our lives. So a part of the curricula more associated to education, high school and so on, you will see a lot of more accentuated work towards current investors, for them to understand how and when to assume risks in order to gain best earnings. So yes, financial education, it's a very important value of ASEVE.
Thank you, Mrs. Governor. Thank you, Mr. President Petrescu, for your presence this morning. Thank you. And for the final keynote speech of the morning, I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Teodora Petkova, Head of CE at UniCredit Group. Welcome, Teddy.
Good morning. Good morning, and I'm really delighted to be here today, humbled by the speakers that spoke before me, humbled by the audience, and definitely by the magnificent place. It's a good opportunity for me today to talk a little bit about UniCredit, about our responsibility and commitment to Europe, and specifically to Central and Eastern Europe. So I will try in the next 15 minutes to give you a little bit of a view of how we see UniCredit, what we have been achieving in the last 3 years, what is our CE UniCredit activity, and our responsibility of winning for all the stakeholders, how we see the region, how committed we are to the region. I will shed some light of how we see UniCredit CE going forward, which are our priorities. And last but not least, to be trendy, I would also cover the topic of UniCredit and artificial intelligence. It is true that today no presentation is completed unless you give at least a nod to the robots. And it's a good bridge to what Margaret was saying, and it's also a good bridge to what keynote speaker in the afternoon would be talking about, Martin Ford, in regards to robots. Are they scary? Should we be afraid of, or we should see them as a great opportunity? So let me start with UniCredit, who we are. And talking about UniCredit today is really exciting for me because specifically being in Romania. Because after 17 years of a fully organic journey, actually we recommenced as UniCredit our inorganic expansion exactly in Romania by recently announcing our merger with Alpha Bank, which further reconfirms our responsibility and our interest in Romania, and also reconfirms what also the previous speakers were saying, it's a fantastic market to be. So, we are one of the leading European banks present in 13 geographies today, connecting more than 15 million customers. And when it comes to comparing ourselves to the other banks present in the region, we definitely see our unique footprint as one of the key propellers for our future growth. And this is why we really aim at, aspire at, and work for being the Bank of Europe's future. We are present through 4 different divisions, Italy, of course, being the biggest one, Germany, and then the 2 divisions of Central and Eastern Europe, which I am proud to represent. So we have 71,000 employees that are proud to serve our customers, be it companies, be it individuals, and we all work for making sure that we do our best in empowering communities to progress. When it comes to UniCredit journey in the last 3 years, journey that we have been really proud to have, and also consider it as making significant strides in the right direction, it is our journey of Unlock. In 2021, we announced, unveiled our Unlock strategy that is very much a strategy of reinventing, rethinking who we are, and making sure that we address all the untapped opportunities, all the internal inefficiencies that we had, and we try to do our best in unlocking our potential. We are very much aware that we are never done, so it's like an indefinite journey ahead of us, but basing on several pillars, we have seen what we have achieved, and we will be soon announcing our UniCredit Unlock 2.0, where we will further reconfirm and reshape our future Unlock journey. So, which were the first 5 pillars of our journey so far? You know, banking business is very much a customer-driven business. We are in service, but somehow traditional banks in the last years have lost this connection with customers. So one of the big pillars of us reinventing ourselves in the last 3 years is just acknowledging the the lost bridge between the customers and reconfirming that for us, customers should be in the center. We are as successful as our customers are, we are as big as our customers are, and we are as prosperous as they are. So from this point of view, putting customer in the center and making sure that customer is the main topic and the main one that has to be served in the right way was one of the key levers of addressing unlock. And of course, this one was triggering massive changes into the way we operate, into the way we serve customers, into our different channels, into the internal incentive system, in creating the full mindset and the roles that we have, making sure that client-facing role gets its reconfirmation as the most important one within our groups. The second thing that, the second pillar of change for us was reshaping ourselves as a bank that has very strong focus on capital light business. You know, very often customers say banks are expensive, lending is expensive. We, being banks, also say lending is expensive because it's very much capital intensive. And in the past, actually, capital was probably, the lack of capital was of one of the main issues of UniCredit doing in the past some strategic mistakes, like disposal of probably key assets in key economies that was done in order to support our capital deficiency. So therefore, making sure that we transform ourselves in a capital-light operating model was essential. How did we do it? We do it first by making sure that we have a very strong, clear internal frame of doing capital-light business. Of course, lending for us is a key pillar. We exist to lend, and our clients expect us to be their financial partner for this. But making sure that we do it under a clear frame, under clear rules, educating more our network, educating more our relationship managers, making sure that we have a proper frame of collateralization, and then proper internal discipline, making sure that risk-weighted assets are managed in the right way was an essential part of the journey. Second thing, we engaged significantly across all geographies in different securitization transactions also to support this one. But last but not least, it has been a significant journey of repositioning on the shelf of what we offer, also capital-light products related to investments, related to payment opportunities. And these we have been doing by positioning in the center our unique product factory that serves not only Central and Eastern Europe, but also Italy and Germany, as well as establishing long-lasting strategic partnerships. Partnerships like the one that we have with Allianz, for example, partnership that we recently announced with also MasterCard, and partnership that we have with world-known asset managers like BlackRock, JP Morgan, Amundi, Pixet, Pinco, that together with them we operate on one market. Moving forward, probably one of the key pillars of change of our bank was simplification and delayering. You know, UniCredit is an incumbent traditional bank, and all of us are, first of all, analog, and second thing, we exist, and all of us have somewhere in the history some other inorganic transaction that has taken place. And when we were doing this one, very often the integration was done with workaround solutions, with some patches in the processes. So, and banks were assumed and felt proud to be complex. It is somehow into the history of banking. We wanted to be complex, and we perceived it's a kind of additional solidity of the banks. So when we started our journey of transformation, for us, making sure that we become as lean as possible, as delayered as possible, was a key priority. So we established blueprint of organizational change. We removed significant managerial layers across the organizations. And also, we started revising fully end-to-end our processes, making sure that we simplify to the extent possible, and then we start digitalization. And being focused so much on simplification and layering was one of the key enablers for us also to sustain cost efficiency leadership in these last years, which were years of heavy inflation and rising costs. Essential enabler for us, as I said, being analog, is the digital transformation. We know that digital is not panacea for everything, but it is probably paramount, the key factor of making sure that banks don't lose their relevance. They remain connected with their customers in the channels of preference of our customer base, and also we are able to sustain the competition that we are having from completely changed competitive landscape, not only the incumbent banks, but everybody else. So, and last but not least, it is our people. I was listening on the importance of reskilling, upskilling, and this is something that we are proud we are doing for our employees, along with significant repurposing of the jobs. Because as you'll be hearing me saying in a while, for us artificial intelligence is an exciting opportunity for which we would like to make sure that we prepare with the skills and roles our colleagues. So we use artificial intelligence as a fantastic opportunity to augment what we do. All these journeys so far, I will not quote the numbers, they are visible, but allowed us to significantly reposition ourselves as a bank, being a bank of laggard, to a leader, significantly outperforming the stocks of all the other banks on European market, and allowing ourselves to more than triple our market capitalization in the last 3 years, making us much stronger in the position to accelerate our organic growth by investing in accelerated pace in what is right, along with considering further inorganic opportunities in the region. Talking about UniCredit CE, it's a moment for boasting of who we are in CE, so apologies for that. You know, UniCredit in CE is a significant contributor to UniCredit results. We provide close to 1/3 of the revenues, more than 40% of the bottom line of the group, and we proudly serve more than 40% of the clients that UniCredit is proud to have. But we are more proud about our significant positioning and deep roots that we have in the economy scene where we are present. Because we understand and have on our shoulders the responsibility of being significant catalyst of the economical development into our countries, given the fact that from a client perspective point of view, we service more than 6 million clients. And in all the economies where we are present, in all the geographies where we are present, we are proud to be chosen by more than 70% of the top 100 companies as their main financial partner. We are also the bank of choice of more than 70% of the international companies being present. And as I understand, on one side, we're excited by this one. On the other side, we fully understand that it comes with significant responsibility for us, supporting the business and supporting the communities and economies. We are doing this one by retaining our capital efficiency and leadership, by making sure that we generate value with ROAC significantly above the peer average, and we are the second best when it comes to fee generation in the region, closing successfully and narrowing the gap to the first one. When it comes to the region, how we see the region, we really see the region as a home of growth and bespoke potential. And UniCredit has been in the region for more than 20 years. And we have been growing together through exciting journey of growth, along with bumpy challenges that we have seen on the way, which has made us even more connected to the region. It's when it comes from KPI and performance perspective, it is very clear that Central and Eastern Europe was able to grow close to 2 times with the pace of GDP growth of European Union as a whole in the last 11 years. And also when it comes to the richness of the region, it's evident by the fact that when it comes to the percentages of GDP per capita in Central and Eastern Europe compared to the EU average, we have also made a significant stride in this direction. Going ahead, we see the region even more being important center of growth with even accelerated pace, being more or less 3 times the pace of Europe as a whole. And this is very much supported by the significant foreign direct investments that are directed and are going to be directed in the region, by the infrastructure investment that are happening, and very much by the successful utilization of the next generation funds that the region is favoring. So when it comes to the way we see Central and Eastern Europe region, of course, it's not by chance what is happening here. It is the external opportunities well used along in this young, ambitious, and industrial region. It would not be fair if we don't acknowledge also the headwinds that we have. So we are not immune to the geopolitical turmoil. We are not immune to all the transformational disruption that is happening. The challenges that the region needs to address are still, let me start with the one that is most painful for me, especially as I come from Bulgaria, from the region. It is still the unfinished battle with corruption and some bad legacies that we have from post-communism period. We still are a region where a lot of young people prefer not to stay and to live and deploy the value skills in Western European or countries or over the ocean. We are also exposed to the aging population, and of course, being part of Europe, we are also very much exposed to the spillover effect. This is on the challenges side, but at the same time, opportunities are what really we find thrilling and exciting. It's the geopolitical arena, and COVID helped a lot when it comes to changing the supply chain and making sure that the production is brought home to Europe. We see IT sector booming here and a lot of skills being nurtured here, which helps a lot for the economy and for the prospects of the region. And it's a region that is heading to a significant green transition that would help us a lot in terms of industrial competitiveness, but also in deploying a lot of foreign direct investments. It's generally fiscally stable with strong human capital and structure of economy that is definitely improving. So we as UniCredit are really committed and see the Central and Eastern Europe as a region of further organic and, if opportunities arise, inorganic growth. And how do we see ourselves going further? We have 3 key levers. First of all is reconfirming ourselves as the engine of growth for the group. We aim at growing at a pace higher than the pace of the GDP in the countries and higher than the pace of the banking sector, with continuous journey being on customer-centric, based very much on our personalized offering, on all the investments that we are doing, and on all the products that we are bringing on the shelf, trying to be really able to provide in long-lasting relationships best products fit for the customer. When it comes to our sustaining of cost leadership, it is the second pillar. We do this one by continuous adaptation of the way of working. Simplification has become our obsession, and we will continue leveraging on it. And I think we have one significant advantage that we are now able to exploit and capitalize on, and this is leverage on the full scale and scope of UniCredit. After harmonization, after bringing IT platform common for the group, now somehow leveraging on the group scope and scale is very easy. Last but not least, we remain committed to the capital efficiency, focused on profitable relationship with the customers, focused on capital-light products, and of course, being aware that everything has to be underpinned by the next disruption that comes for our sector and for everybody of us in personal and professional aspect. Artificial intelligence, along with making sure that we have the right skills of the people and the right mindset in order to continue doing the organizational transformation. Okay, yeah, here we are. So allow me to make a short bridge to UniCredit and artificial intelligence very quickly. So banking industry is definitely not immune to this one. Actually, we are very much aware that 90% of banking processes are able to be either fully automated or significantly enhanced or both by artificial intelligence. So everybody believes that within less than 7 years, more than $1 trillion additional revenues can be generated with proper deployment of generative AI in enhanced customer experience offering. We are also aware of the opportunities that lie in artificial intelligence related to cost optimization. Everybody says that 1/4 of the cost items in the banking system can be reduced by proper deployment of artificial intelligence in the areas of compliance, in the areas of automation and customer service. Of course, we are fully aware and assess properly the risks associated to ethics, which was one of the questions very spot on. So the ethics risk is something that we really take care and proper assessment of. We are still waiting for proper regulation of artificial intelligence while preparing ourselves for a proper deployment of it and making sure that we create the right organizational buy-in, starting from the top executive management of the group throughout the organization. So everybody understands the challenges and the opportunities. Everybody is onboarded with the right skills in order to address them properly. And we try to leverage on what banks have as big advantage related to artificial intelligence, and this is the data. When it comes to artificial intelligence today, it is very well embedded into our Unlock 0.2 from business perspective and from digital and IT perspective. We have more than 100 of user cases that we are currently tested in different areas and regions that can be fully deployed throughout the group. And at the same time, they are categorized in 3 main areas. This is knowledge, automation, and customer experience. And without revealing too much, I chose to share with you 3 examples that we are in advanced stage of testing. One of them related in knowledge, the other in automation, and the third one related to customer experience. So we are today in advanced stage of testing generative AI for search in our corporate website. UniContact is our corporate website where all the internal procedure, policies, regulations, tariffs, as well as regulation and business requirements are deployed. So it is more than 65,000 different pages. And every day, more than 25,000 logs into UniContact are happening. From contact center, from different colleagues that are trying to retrieve certain information of interest to the customers or of interest to our colleagues. And so far, it has been with quite low efficiency because queries are difficult to be followed. So what we're doing today is with LLM, we are creating actually smart Q&A tool that would provide immediate retrieval of any information under any address question related to how a process works, how a product works, what are the right steps, what is the right price. So immediately we would be able to have internally more efficient way of working, immediate address to significant portion of the customer questions coming to the contact center, and overall a lot of time saved, along with operational risk significantly reduced. The second example that I would like to give you today, it is related to customer experience, and this is our virtual smart assistant that we are testing to deploy in our One Market portal. It is again based on a generative AI solution, and it would allow our customers to get any information of interest before making a decision for investment in any of the assets under management that we offer. And these can be questions related to technical specification, questions related to past performance trends, or simply educational questions, understanding how assets under management work. So for all of these, there will be the smart AI virtual assistant supporting our customers. Last but not least, it is the investment into testing of user case related to automation, specifically in the area of corporate risk assessment. Today, we are assessing, based on all the data and knowledge that we have, of deploying, again, LLM AI into the risk assessment for corporate business. And based on this one, we would be able, with the same or better accuracy for default prediction, to create risk assessments for our larger files that can be deployed throughout all the organization. So, future, we see it really exciting, with a lot of opportunities to capture, with all the landscape being quite disruptive, but exciting, and we see also the future of UniCredit and CE region, a future of togetherness. Thank you.
Thank you, Teodora, Petkova, and this concludes the keynote section of the morning. A few administrative comments from my side. We have two panels coming right up, the macroeconomic panel and the alternative investment panel. We will have then a generous lunch break. After breaking the second part of the conference, we have a very interesting lineup with various topics. We will have the banking panel and the capital markets panel, but we will also have a geostrategy session with a renowned professor from the academy, and as well as the highlight of the afternoon, let's say the speech of, let's call him a futurologist, for lack of a better word, Martin Ford, author of various books related to AI. So please don't step out during the afternoon, not least because we finish with a very nice cocktail session at 6 p.m. We are just a bit late in time, but we will catch up during the next hours, so stay with us. I'm gonna invite now for the next a panel on macroeconomics, Mr. Adrian Codirlasu, Vice President of CFA Society Romania, and Mrs. Ilke Homris, Managing Director of CFA Society Istanbul, to moderate their panel on macroeconomics and to invite their guests. Ilke, Adrian, please.
Thank you very much, Alexandra.
Thank you very much, Alexandra.
So, hello everyone. I'd first like to start by saying thank you to CFA Society Romania. Yesterday they took us to a wonderful visit to the National Bank of Romania. And we also had delicious food at Carul Cubere. So thank you for that, and thank you for the hospitality and great lineup of speakers. I'm hoping we can get some kind of PL credit mark for this financial education and financial literacy today. So, and I hope everyone had a lovely Easter weekend. Happy Easter to all of you. And I'd like to say Dragi oaspeți, bine ați venit tuturor, to the audience, so welcome once again. And thank you. It's a pleasure to be with Adrian on stage, and I'd like to invite our esteemed speakers as well.
Yeah, I would like to invite first Mr. Paul Gamble.
Paul.
And Mr. Nicolae Chidesciuc.
And Mr. Nicolae Vasilev, please. And Oleksii Sobolev is, I can see him from here. He's joining us online from Ukraine. By the way, we are a large group of countries, as you know, 27 countries in the CEE. And I tried to make sure that I have a color from everyone's flags. So I hope I did fine. How would you like to sit? In the middle? Yeah.
So I will start presenting our guest, Mr. Paul Gamble. He's a Senior Director, Head of Emerging Europe Sovereign Group with Fitch Ratings. Paul has been at Fitch Ratings since August 2012 and has been Head of Emerging Europe in Fitch Sovereign Rating Groups based in London since mid-2015. He has primary responsibility for analysis and rating of sovereigns in emerging Europe, covering Turkey, CE, and CIS. Prior to joining Fitch, Paul spent around 5 years at Javda Investment in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where he rose to the position of chief economist. And previously, Paul was an economist for the Institute of International Finance in Washington, D.C., and he had that role after 7 years of producing political and economic analysis on the EMEA region for London-based consultancies. I'll also present Mr. Nicolae Alexandru Chidesciuc. He is head of EMEA EM economics team with JP Morgan in London, and he also leads a weekly global frontier publication called EM Age Data Watch. He is the main analyst for Romania, for Ukraine, for Kazakhstan, Georgia, and Serbia, but he is also responsible for economic research across the whole EMEA EM region. So in total, Nicolae is writing analysis of 39 economies. Nicolae started his career in the research department of the Central Bank of Romania, and he also participated in various trainings with ECB, IMF, and other central banks. He also worked as a chief economist with ING Bank in Romania, and he was also a lecturer in Bucharest for various master degrees in Romania. Nico also holds a PhD in international finance and also is a CFA charter holder.
And I will start introducing the other Nicolae. So Mr. Nicolae Vasilev, he has been managing partner of Expat Capital since 2009. He was a member of 2 governments of the Republic of Bulgaria, serving as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy between 2001 and 2003, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport and Communications between 2003 and 2005, and Minister of State Administration and Administrative Reform between 2005 and 2008. Previously, Nicolae was Senior Vice President at Lazard Capital Markets in London and Associate Director at UBS in Tokyo, New York, and London offices between 1996 and 2000, working in the area of equities and emerging markets. He was also a tax advisor at Cooper's Lybrand in Budapest in 1993 to 1994. He holds a Master of Arts degree in International Economics and Finance from Brandeis University with an exchange program at Keio University in Tokyo, and 2 bachelor's degrees from the State University of New York and the Budapest University of Economic Sciences. And of course, he's a CFA charter holder as well. He speaks English, Hungarian, Russian, and has basic knowledge of French, German, and Japanese. He was elected president of the Bulgarian CFA Association last November, and he's the author of 3 books, Energy Money for Reformers, Career or Not, and Next.bg. And moving on to Kiev, one of my favorite cities in the world with lovely people, Oleksii Sobolev is Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. He holds a master's degree in finance from the Kyiv National Economic University and is also a CFA charter holder since 2011. His career highlights include serving as an asset manager at Dragu Asset Management from 2015 to 16. He advised the Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine, focusing on enhancing transparency, open data initiatives, and improving corporate governance in state-owned enterprises. In the subsequent years, he played a pivotal role in managing the Prozoro.sale project at Transparency International Ukraine. Under his leadership, IT solutions were developed to ensure transparent sales of state assets. Since 2018, he has been the head of Prozoro.sale SOE, further solidifying his expertise in this domain. He was the president of the lovely CFA Society Ukraine between 2018 to 23, with the society receiving 2 most outstanding society awards under his watch. In 2023, Oleksii was appointed Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. In this capacity, he spearheads various initiatives, including formulating and implementing state policies on state-owned asset management, SME and regulatory frameworks, sanctions, macro and strategies. He was responsible for coordinating the development of a comprehensive Ukraine plan under EU's 50 billion euro Ukraine facility. So, that's about it. Shall we start with our questions?
Yes, we will start with the first question. I will start with Nico and Paul, and with a global issue. This year, almost half a planet is voting. We'll have elections in many countries in Europe, in Asia, but probably the most important ones in the US. My question refers to this, especially this one, the US elections, and what the results of those elections can bring to the financial markets, and also what can bring to the, and what are their implications, the results implication on the CE region.
Thank you, Adi. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here since I'm Romanian. Thank you for CFA Romania for inviting me. I'll try to be brief since we are kind of short of time, but the question is rather broad. So in JP Morgan, we don't take a view on who's going to win. I mean, we see some risks, let's say, from a change in the presidency. In what direction? I mean, it's kind of well known that a Trump presidency would bring tariffs. So that's clearly a new risk. There is also a risk of trade disputes with the European Union, which has some impact on even on countries in Central and Eastern Europe. Direct links with US are low, but the links with the euro area quite significant. And obviously, linked to tariffs as well, there is a risk of higher inflation in the US and globally. So these are kind of the main downside risk. I mean, there could be some positives as well in case of a Trump presidency that would make changes to the Inflation Reduction Act that would benefit European Union. And that's kind of, at this point, let's say, a positive to highlight. I think it's worth also saying that while I focused on the economic aspects, there is definitely, there are definitely geopolitical aspects which are relevant. I'm not going to go into them, but that's clearly the bigger risk with the Trump presidency. Then either if we have Biden or Trump in the White House, it's unlikely that the policy relation with China is going to change. I mean, it's quite widely accepted in the US how to deal with China, so that's not likely to change. There is also another aspect worth saying, which is that a split Congress, it's likely. And what that does is that, in principle, it will not be possible, either if Biden is in power or Trump is in power, you know, to take extreme measures. Tariffs are different because there the president has full control, but let's say more extreme policies are less likely from that angle. And final thing to highlight at the global level, like from US elections, from my side, our global FX strategy colleagues, they see some asymmetric risks for the US dollar, mainly because of the tariffs again. An increase in tariffs about 10% would lead to something like 4 to 5% appreciation in the US dollar. That's a long-held view from my global FX strategy colleagues. Briefly on Romania, since you didn't ask, but we have elections here as well. I think the result of elections here won't matter much. I mean, the baseline is obviously that the current coalition remains in power, but it won't matter much because Romania has to consolidate fiscally, and at the end of the day, whoever is going to be in the government, this consolidation will have to happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back in Bucharest. I think I'd like to echo quite a lot of those comments. I was going to say something on Romania. You've summed it up pretty well. In terms of the US, again, it really varies depending on not just the presidency, but the configuration of Congress as well. I think Trump presidency is the one that would throw up a lot more risks, particularly for this region. Unlike the last time that Trump was elected, obviously we have a track record now. We also have a bit more of a developed policy program, and we also have a sort of, I guess, a policy institution behind Trump as well. So that may give some sense in terms of its ability to actually execute policy. We think the biggest implications would be on the geopolitical side. Our sense, and this was obviously caught up already in the debate that's happened this year around the military support to Ukraine. Our sense is that under a Trump administration, the commitment to support Ukraine may diminish. There may be a push for some kind of rapid deal that would potentially not be advantageous to Ukraine. So that in itself would have big implications well beyond Ukraine's borders. I think one of those is if Russia feels more emboldened under a Trump administration, you could see more, let's say, destabilization acts elsewhere in the region. I think Russia would particularly be concerned about countries where there are frozen conflicts, where Russia has territorial claims, or where Russia has sort of lost influence in recent years. So the next thing that's important in this context is just how Europe responds. And again, we don't have a baseline as to who would win the elections. We don't have a baseline as to how Europe would respond, but Europe could clearly go into two directions. One would be more cohesive, more feeling as though it has to take more responsibility, more supportive in terms of accession. The other is that it could splinter. We don't have a sense, but again, for this region, very, very important considerations. I think also just to echo the point on tariffs, Trump administration has talked about a 10% tariff on all imports, and for China that could be a 60% tariff. That in itself would have negative consequences for the global economy. What it would also mean is for those countries that are kind of picking and choosing between the US and China, you might be forced in one direction because regardless who wins the presidency, China is clearly the focus for US policymakers. So that is something that's going to be clearly an issue for the next 5 years. And maybe just more generally, Trump presidency, you would probably see a US government that is more isolationist, more unilateral, and certainly more unpredictable.
Thank you, Paul and Nico. Nico, I didn't quite get what you said about the dollar. Shall we long the dollar or short the dollar? I'm a bit long, so...
I mean, the view from the FX strategy colleagues is definitely long dollar.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Kind of because the risks are asymmetric in that direction, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Now we return to Ukraine. Oleksii, I don't know if you can you see me well? I'm sitting on the wrong side of the panel, I think, but... So Russia is purposely targeting energy infrastructure in Ukraine. What are Ukraine's priorities in reconstruction, and how can the other CEE countries support Ukraine in rebuilding energy infrastructure?
Thank you very much. So the first of all is the air defense. So basically what we see right now is the effect of the half-a-year delay in that. And rebuilding is much more expensive than prevention, as usual, right? So more defense capabilities in Ukraine will cost us all, Europe and the US, G7, other countries, much less during this Russian invasion. Then rebuilding energy is one of our priorities. Unfortunately, it can't be done quickly. But nevertheless, we need to recover and rebuild it. So we're focusing on renewables that are diversified, which make it harder for Russia to target it. We're also focusing on combined cycle gas power plants and turbines, and a lot of transformators and generators that allow the system to be more diversified, to get through the next year's seasons. So investing in those production capacity in defense sector first, and then in energy, and having more energy projects in renewables would be one of the ways that we can work together. The other way is that building more infrastructure connecting Ukraine and EU. Ukraine is unified in energy chains right now, and we utilize this capability and expand it from our side as well. So I think both from our neighboring countrysides, investment in interconnectors would be also very crucial for our joint stable energy networks.
Thank you very much, Oleksii. Now I return back to Niku and Nikolai. Perhaps, Nikolai, we can start with you. How is the convergence process performing in the CEE since the EU accession? And what impact had the EU funds to the convergence process for the CEE members of the EU?
When the Berlin Wall came down in '89, I was just below 20 years old. But our generation was old enough to remember the big difference between what the region was in the 80s and what it is today. 35 years ago, especially Bulgaria and Romania, to the larger extent, but also the other countries in the region, were very, very different and very far away from the real world of the Western countries. Today, the difference is much smaller. What has happened is what we economists, financiers call real convergence. It's just classics. This is what textbooks should say. With time, investment, liberalized trade, then joining the EU, more education, exchange of people, ideas, technologies, all this led to the appreciation of asset prices in Eastern Europe, higher inflation, which means just catching up with the more expensive price level of the West. So when Romania and Bulgaria were joining the EU 17 years ago, our incomes were on a PPP basis, were probably 3 times lower than the EU average. On the nominal basis, in euro terms, they were close to 10 times lower. Today, the world is very different. Romania has done very well. I'll speak about that in a few minutes. Romania is at 70% of the EU average. Bulgaria is at 60%. So this real convergence is happening, I think, faster than expected. Secondly, you had an interesting question about the role of EU funds. In my younger years, I was the minister of 3 ministries which assumed European funds. You would expect most politicians in the regions to tell you that EU funds are extremely important. They are changing the world here. And you will probably find some prime ministers saying that if there are no European funds, some countries should not be in the EU at all. I completely disagree. I'll surprise you. I think European funds are good, but I especially prefer those in the infrastructure sector where you really build something which stays, like bridges, railways, highways especially, and so on, or other physical infrastructure. I don't think the soft billions going into things like consultancy projects, strengthening the administrative capacity of whichever ministry or administration make a big difference. The reason for that is that so many super qualified people like you actually, work, instead of working in the real sector, in banks, in investment funds, industrial companies, creating their own businesses, they find jobs in the bureaucracy of spending the easy European money quite inefficiently. So I think the European, again to summarize, the European funds are good, but they are not as important as most people would say. I think Romania would have done equally well without any European funds, and you would catch up with Western Europe as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to add some extra color to what Nicolae said, Ilke, and hopefully it's going to be something useful. I believe the role of EU funds is important. Maybe I believe it's a bit more important than what you're saying, Nicolae, but I mean, that's debatable because it's true to actually show, you know, with econometric techniques that EU funds are like big drivers for growth. That's not easy. But let's go back to kind of some numbers, right? I mean, Romania in purchasing power parity standards last year was about 74% of EU 15. That's quite high. I mean, the growth in GDP per capita in purchasing power standards has been the fastest in Romania in the entire European Union, starting 2016. So this should already give you an indication that indeed it's not only EU funds driven, right? Because what happened in Romania post-2016, I mean, we had rather loose fiscal policy. So that was definitely an important factor behind Romania outperformance. How long that will last, it remains to be seen. But so far, clearly, Romania has done well. I think with new EU rules, you know, which allow adjustment on the fiscal side to materialize over longer periods, probably, you know, this outperformance in Romania can last. Also because, and now I go back to EU funds, also because Romania has access to one of the largest pot of EU funds from the EU, right? I mean, Bulgaria has more, Croatia has more as percent of GDP, but relative to Czech, Hungary, or Poland, Romania, it's clearly taking more funds as percent of GDP. Absorption rate has been improved quite significantly in the 2014-2020 EU cycle. So things are looking good for Romania from that point of view. And I see no reason, you know, why not to remain positive on growth prospects and the convergence process of Romania to EU levels. I mean, at this point in time, with that 74% that I mentioned, I mean, Romania is ahead of many countries in the European Union. Greece included, Slovakia included, Latvia. It's more or less at the same level as Portugal. So it's been quite an impressive run.
Congratulations to Romania.
I will continue this CE topic with a question for Nicolae. We saw this development of the countries in the CE region, and EU funds had probably contributed more to the development. But my question is for the future. What opportunities do you see in this region?
Adrian, I'm optimistic about the region. There are several reasons. I should mention the war. One day when the war finishes, this will be a very fashionable region to do business in and to invest in. Of course, the reconstruction of Ukraine, a lot of infrastructure projects, a lot of NATO projects, but in general, it's a very entrepreneurial region. The energy in the young generation is very high. And also, remember where we started 35 years ago. Western Europe was developed and capitalist, we were not. But now I think we are more liberalized, probably more market-oriented than the majority of Western Europe. It's easier here to hire and fire people, easier to do a lot of things. Of course, it's not perfect, but believe me, it's also not perfect in France or in Italy. So I think, especially after the war, this will be a great region for business.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikolai. I'll go to Oleksii. We discussed regarding the energy needs in Ukraine, and that Russia is purposely targeting the energy infrastructure in Ukraine, but also Russia is also trying to block Ukraine grain exports. We know that Ukraine is a very important grain producer on the international market, and it's essential for Ukraine to continue to export grains to the other markets. So in this regard, my question is how the international stakeholders like CE countries, like EU as a whole, can collaborate to diversify and help Ukraine to continue these grain export routes.
Also add some color and commenting on how we look about Ukraine recovery. Right now, our minister, Yulia Sviridenko, what she's saying is that war is not embargo on investment. And as we see the decrease in the direct budget support with taxpayer euros and dollars into Ukraine's budget, to keep macroeconomic situation in Ukraine stable and us being able to fend off Russian aggression, we need to substitute this stream with some other funds. And these funds come primarily from two sources. One is frozen Russian assets, and there was a good decision yesterday about it, but then we're insisting on the full confiscation eventually as a reparations to Ukraine for all the damages that Russia has caused of all the 300 billion, which will also encourage and support the point that my colleague made here, that this is going to be the region of investment. But you should not be waiting before the war ends, because nobody knows when this is going to happen. But I think we will see the developments this year, that a lot of these Russian assets, not just $3-5 billion, but many more, are pledged to Ukraine or start coming up to Ukraine as a recovery effort. And the other way to source the money is, of course, from businesses. So through experts and through investments. So you're asking exactly about experts, and what we see right now, there is one misconception that the front lines in Ukraine haven't moved that much during the last year. Right, if you can see at the percentage of the territory of Ukraine, so the gains and losses have been marginal, below 1% across the last 12 months. So people are saying that the situation has stalled. But this is not the case for maritime routes. So with Ukraine drone technology, we basically moved the lines from Ukrainian ports back to Russian ports, effectively freeing most of the Black Sea from Russian influences. That allowed to increase significantly the shipments of grains and the general exports via Black Sea. And also we provided initiatives like Unity to provide maritime insurance that decreased rates like several times over for cargo, for vessel insurance. And which led to the exports last month in April were at the same level of the February of 22, so pre-war February, which shows that with additional technology, additional defense, Ukraine is capable of exporting. But also we have this issue definitely at the Polish border, and how we go about it. We work, for example, with Romania, building additional infrastructure to have more land routes And we will need to have more port infrastructure in the region to be able to export not just through Ukrainian Black Sea ports, but through Romania's and other Black Sea ports, to have this increased and to get like our grains and our goods and containers through your countries. So I think that would also encourage investment in infrastructure, the port, the roads. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oleksii. Now we move on to Paul. And so since the start of the pandemics, the budget deficits, and for some countries in the CE, like Romania, for example, the twin deficits, I'm assuming everyone knows what twin deficits are. It's the current account and fiscal deficit. So the twin deficits expanded greatly. Do they pose sustainability issues? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I guess our sense at the moment is that no, they don't pose sustainability issues because they are being financed quite smoothly. But clearly there are big fiscal challenges for the region. If you think about the debt trajectory across Central and Eastern Europe, then after the global financial crisis, debt was persistently being brought down. Now we have debt for most countries actually on an upward trend as we look ahead to our forecast, at least to 2025 and potentially beyond that. When we look at the actual budget outturns, then previously, when we think about rating peers, so most countries in the region were either rated at the single A or the triple B level. If you go prior to the pandemic, for the 5 years prior to the pandemic, then budget deficits were generally below, or sort of broadly in line, generally below what we'd expect for the rating peers at that level. Now they are quite a bit worse, and clearly budget deficits are also quite a bit worse than what they were in the pre-pandemic period. So there are a few things going on here. I mean, some are cyclical and some reflect just the fact that this region has had a greater impact from the energy shock, from the shock of the war in Ukraine. And so clearly there are still additional fiscal measures in terms of offsetting the cost of higher food and higher energy prices that are having a budgetary impact. We also think that some of the revenues of the revenue base has been temporarily hit as some economic activity has gone back into the shadow economy. Interest costs are rising here. And while we think that interest rates are going to come down, and that will obviously reduce marginal funding costs, but when you think about average funding costs, interest rates are not going to get back to the level that they were pre-pandemic. Well, we don't have that in our forecast, so there's a persistently higher interest bill the governments are facing. And then you have the more sort of structural expenditure challenges. I think defence is clearly one. Ageing population, the cost of pensions, the green transition. So you have all these structural measures that would require some kind of offsetting policy adjustments. But of course, when you tighten fiscal policy, generally has negative implications for growth. So it's quite a tricky thing to do. Just on the external side, really 2022 was the big pressure on external finances. That's when you saw the current account deficits really blow out. We're kind of the other side of that. I think what was interesting in 2022, it showed the sort of willingness and the ability of the international community to support some of the countries in the region that are facing the toughest positions. So you saw IMF programs, you saw support from the EU and from other IFIs come in. So from that perspective, the external positions are a lot better. We do have to highlight Romania, unfortunately. In terms of current account deficits, if you think across the region, Romania is the only country where the current account deficit is not covered by net FDI flows and not covered by EU capital transfers. So it means that basically the country has to borrow to finance its current account deficit. We don't see any issues in terms of Romania's ability to access the market. So it's not a sustainability challenge, but it is something where Romania stands out relative to the rest of the region.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will take advantage that the moderators are from Turkey and Romania, and I will ask Nicolae and Nicu, what are the key points for the outlook for those two economies? So for the Turkey and Romanian economies in in the next couple of years?
I'd like to mention 4 countries in my comment. Let's start with Turkey. That's the new name of your country, right?
Yes.
We are your neighbors, so we know you quite well. Turkey has been very impressive for many reasons for a long time. First of all, we envy you for your size, for your demography. You are a young, growing population, unlike all of our other countries here in this region, unfortunately. And we like your hard work and honesty in business. Of course, you have some other problems. You have some chaos in terms of the currency, inflation.
No, we don't.
Oh, you don't? Maybe I'm misinformed. But I will surprise you with a proposal. We had a similar situation 27 years ago, and we introduced a currency board. I know we're a smaller country, so it's easier for us than for you. But a currency board works magically for a country to kill inflation overnight, to make the macroeconomy stable, so that you can concentrate on investments and growth. I think it would work well for your country. Romania, if we look at the history of the transition in this region, I would surprisingly give the gold medal to Romania, with some envy, of course. We are your neighbors as well. Remember where we all started. Where was Romania just 20 years ago? If somebody had told our friends in Budapest or in Athens, I shouldn't mention countries, that Romania someday would be, or very soon would be, richer in terms of PPP-based incomes, everyone would have considered that a joke. But it's true. So maybe for the first time in its history, overall history, Romania is now richer, according to this criterion, than all of its neighbors, and then all of Bulgaria's neighbors as well. So not everything is perfect, but you've done surprisingly well. And the future looks good. Also, you're a big country. I would give the silver medal to Poland. 40 years ago, the elder generation maybe remembers, Poland had a lot of problems in the communist days. However, the world changed afterwards. It just surpassed everybody else. It's the first country in this region a few years ago to gain the developed market status, unlike all of our countries. So for many practical purposes, it's considered a West European country these days. It's big, powerful. From a military point of view, Poland and Romania are the most important. So Poland has done incredibly well. Not because I'm Bulgarian, but also I would give the bronze medal to Bulgaria. Not that it's done so well, but it started also from a very, very low base. Our golden decade was the decade between 1997, when we introduced the currency board, and 2008. During that time, we brought a few world records. One of them is the debt to GDP ratio. In the turmoil of the hyperinflation in 1997, we were probably the most highly indebted country in the world at 280% of GDP. And after 11 years of reforms, currency board, and large budget surpluses, we ended up with 13% per GDP, which is the second lowest number in the European Union. Today we are just about above 20%, which is also very low. The second record I believe we broke was the unemployment change. Just within a few years, it went down from 19.3% to 6% and then to 4%, which doesn't happen very often. And the third one is the capital markets record. Our stock exchange index within 6 years in euro terms went up more than 27 times, and because of the exchange rate with the dollar, in dollar terms over 40 times within 6 years. These were great years, but now the world is more boring. Very soon, I expect both Romania and Bulgaria to join the Schengen Agreement. Bulgaria should join the Eurozone soon, we'll see when. And I would turn to our friends from Fitch Ratings. Rating a country with a debt to GDP ratio of just above 20% with a rating starting with a B seems a little bit unfair.
Do you want to answer?
I'll just note we have a positive outlook on Bulgaria.
Okay, I'll make some brief comments on fiscal first before I go to Romania versus Turkey, which I have to be fair, it's a bit of a strange comparison. Fiscal has been wide in the sense that budget deficits have been wider than pre-global financial crisis, more or less globally. So that's true in most of the EMs. US, it's the best example in this regard, but also in emerging markets, China included, but not only, in large emerging markets, and even in frontier economies, right? So clearly governments have used fiscal more. So Romania is not necessarily unique, and we're seeing, let's say, more recently, more fiscal usage in C3 economies, but Romania has been using it for longer than the others, right? And that's why the twin deficits and other imbalances that are present. Now, going to Romania versus Turkey. Turkey is a country which has seen more frequent crises than Romania or other countries in this part of the world. But I think it's also fair to say that Turkey is an economy which is resilient, mainly because of its private sector. It recovers very fast, right? I mean, it's a crisis, but then recovery, it's surprisingly fast. If we look at the post-COVID recovery, for example, in Turkey, it's the best in the emerging markets that we cover in JP Morgan. Even if you include frontier economies, it's really the best growth performer by far, actually. But it comes with various costs, for sure. Very high inflation is one of them.
Yeah, somebody was just saying in 2022, inflation in Romania was 34% or something like that. That's our target for this year, I think, in Turkey.
No, the target for this year is 36.
36,
so,
yeah.
Yes,
so of course.
Even there, yes. There's still a gap to fill. No, I don't know. I mean, clearly inflation is the main challenge for Turkey. And why is inflation such a big challenge? Because it wasn't really about fiscal policy that was very stimulative. It was basically monetary policy and also lending policy, right? That's what Turkey has done. I mean, the new team, it's trying to correct that. And so far, they are having some success on domestic demand, also some success on current account, but not really on inflation. So on inflation, it remains to be seen how much more they need to do. But clearly, you know, the implication for Turkey, similar to what I said about Romania, right? I mean, there should be slower growth, right, as you tighten these policies. Romania, one comment I would make, it's about, like, going back to what Paul was saying, it's about the structural budget balance, right? So it's a bit of a different reflection, or cyclically adjusted budget balance, of what Paul was saying, of various challenges that are on the fiscal side, right? For Romania, that indicator, it's somewhere between 6-7% of GDP, right? Last 3 years of budget balances on European standards were in excess of 6% of GDP, so there is a clear problem there, for sure. What it means is, let's say, if a recession hits, and you know that can happen, and we've seen it in COVID, we've seen it in GFC, budget deficit will be very wide quickly, right? So that's basically the problem. I mean, things are looking good now, but prudence is required, because otherwise you might be in the situation that budget deficits turn wide and debt to GDP increases fast. You don't have to go much back in time to understand, you know, this problem, right? I mean, just go back to, again, global financial crisis. Prior to that, debt to GDP in Romania was only about 13% of GDP. Where we are now, close to 50, right? So that's a clear issue there.
Thank you, Nico, and thank you, Nikolai, for your suggestions for our economy as well. If I may say a few words on that, as you know, after the presidential elections last year, Turkish economy started implementing more orthodox policies. So following that, we now have slightly better interest rates that attract demand, and inflation is hopefully declining by the end of the year from around 70% last year to 36% at the end of this year. And one thing for sure about the Turkish professionals, I always say, I mean, if a global company is seeking to hire a CEO, definitely look into the Turkish professionals, because we have learned to become very agile. We have lived through so many crises. So I would agree with that. But it's, as you're saying, I mean, it's a big country, booming country, and there's always strong domestic demand, although now, with the local elections already over, there are slight signs of slowing demand. As long as there is no increase in minimum wage going forward and, they control all the fiscal measures, hopefully, despite the remaining uncertainties, we'll have a better outlook for our future. So now I move on to Oleksii. To Ukraine, what are the critical areas where investment is most needed to support Ukraine's recovery and resilience in the face of the ongoing conflict?
Thanks for the discussion. So, we have a really good document that backs this 50 billion facility, which is called Ukraine Plan, and you can find it at the Ukraine facility.eu.ua. This is a document that is required by EU for the EU to be able to provide this 50 billion for the next 4 years. So we developed this in the government, and that describes the reform that Ukraine is going to take for the next 4 years, and also the macroeconomic modeling of three different scenarios, and depending on the war events, how many people return, and other metrics. So if anyone is interested in Ukraine's economic development going forward until 2027, this is the document that you should look up to. There are both the reforms that needed to be done and the critical sectors to the economy and development. As the government sees it, the business sees it, we had intensive consultations around here. There are money involved. So basically for all the reforms that we're doing, we're going to be receiving parts of this 50 billion, but also there's what's called Ukraine Investment Framework. This is 7 billion euros towards de-risking of investment that should generate around 30-40 additional funding to Ukraine across the next 4 years, mostly through IFIs. And the primary sectors that are described in this plan and that where this funding will go through are energy, agriculture, IT, transport, logistics, industry, and critical raw materials. And underneath it all, there's also a lot of green agenda, as we say, a green transition as a business case for Ukraine. But I think that these are the main sectors that we see both the regional importance or national security importance or macroeconomic effect or Ukraine competitive advantage across the region or even globally that could boost Ukraine's economy. So basically, it's all described in this Ukraine plan, and these are the sectors that we see as the most crucial ones.
Thank you very much, Oleksii. Adrian, how are we doing in terms of time? Are we...
We have 10 more minutes.
We continue with Paul?
Yes. Basically, what are the main challenges, and also if you can speak a bit about inflation in the CE region.
Okay, I think I can keep my challenges brief because we've covered quite a lot of them this morning. I mean, geopolitics insecurity has to be number one.
Yeah.
Labour market, I think number two, particularly around skills, education, still a real challenge for the region. Number three is probably just moving the region up the value chain. The FDI story is a good one, continued, I think, well positioned for continued good flows of FDI. But it's really, if you're looking at the sort of the value added from the FDI that comes into the region. So basically moving up the value chain, I think that would be enhanced by Obviously, just more innovation within the region. Investment in the region, investment to GDP is pretty low. Capital market development, something we're talking about today, I think is very, very important for that. So I'll probably keep that as the three main challenges. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there are more we can think of. In terms of inflation, it is still a short-term challenge, maybe actually a medium-term challenge. We've obviously gone beyond the peaks that we saw last year. That's just because the impact of food, energy prices, supply chain disruptions has rolled off. But inflation is actually still stubbornly high in the region. When we look out to sort of 2025, we still see inflation, again, well above what it was in the sort of pre-pandemic years and really at the sort of top end of targets. The challenge here, again, boils down ultimately to the labour market. Inflation now, when you look at it, it's core inflation, it's particularly its services inflation coming from labour market tightness. We don't see a sort of obvious easing of these labour market constraints. At the same time, we see some potential other upward pressure on inflation. One, we talked about potential fiscal adjustment, so that would again have an inflationary impact. And two, you're also seeing countries where you put temporary measures in place to contain inflation that are gradually rolling off, and so inflation is actually picking up again in some countries. I suppose it's important to highlight, we talk about inflation from the labour market, we're not thinking about a kind of wage price spiral, simply because profit margins have been expanded significantly, so they can absorb this. But based on that, our view is then that monetary policy will stay relatively tight in the region, and to be honest, this is a kind of discussion that's being played out across the world, and how people are adjusting their assumptions for monetary policy. So I think, Poland, where we saw some rate cuts, we now think they're going to be on hold very much for the rest of this year. Pace of rate cuts is being slowed down in Hungary, being slowed down in Czech Republic. Uncertainty about what will happen here next week. I think there was an expectation that rates would be cut, maybe not so. ECB, yes, we think we'll cut in June, but again, what goes on beyond that is slightly unclear. So again, you will have more persistent inflation still generally in the 3 to 4% level for a lot of the region out to 2025, and that will be despite the sort of tighter monetary policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I have one more question for Oleksii. Ukraine it's a candidate for EU accession, and Ukraine accessing the EU funds and accessing the European Union I think will be a very good catalyst for growth in the CE region. So in this regard, my question is, how can the other CE countries help Ukraine to fasten the EU accession process?
Thanks a lot. Well, I think what we feel right now, especially with this Ukraine facility and Ukraine plan that I described previously, is that there might be, for example, next year, more funding in Ukraine available than projects. So back to my discussion on how we can support Ukraine, we need to generate more investment, even during the wartime. And there are big signs right now that this is actually happening. So there are transactions, like landmark transactions, going on for more than €1 billion, for example, in telecommunications, etc. So the companies are investing in Ukraine, the foreign, the local ones, despite Russian war of aggression. So, but we need more projects. We need more joint projects between your countries and ours to establish first export contacts and then some joint investments, because the capital that Ukraine had is being destroyed by Russia, which means even with EU funding, there will not be enough equity in Ukraine at the scale that needed for its recovery. The equity could come from European businesses, from regional businesses. And this Ukraine facility will allow to leverage it up with concessional loans and with government loans, etc. But we need more equity here. So what we're calling the find Ukrainian partner in the areas that we described, and start working with them and maybe start some small GV and then expand. I think that would be the best way forward for all of us.
Thank you very much.
So
Ilke,
we
the
are
last
now,
question.
last question
Yeah.
goes to Nico and Nikolai. So now we have two new EU candidate countries, Ukraine and Moldova. How do you expect the accession process to be, and what impact the accession of the two countries will have on the growth prospects in the CE region as a whole?
I don't expect an accelerated process. I mean, I know this has been speculated by some in the press, but that's quite unlikely, I would say. I mean, that's at least what we kind of wrote in our reports. But we think both countries are on a clear path of EU membership. We don't know exactly when, obviously, but the direction of travel is clear for both of them. I think you don't really need to have to be EU member in order to benefit from this. So I think both Ukraine and Moldova can benefit from this without being EU members. I mean, first, they will have to improve their institutions, do reforms. Both countries are already doing a lot of that. And I would particularly commend Ukraine for what Ukraine is doing, because Ukraine is implementing quite significant reforms in the middle of a very harsh Russian aggression, right? It's not something easy. I mean, when I look at other frontier countries in the world, I mean, some are not able to implement similar reforms without war, right? So it's actually quite impressive what's being done in Ukraine. But then, again, to actually be EU member, that's going to take some time. And I think this is true for both Ukraine and Moldova. Final comment maybe to make is that Ukraine has a bit of an advantage because of the potential EU recovery, sorry, not EU recovery, the reconstruction funds that are supposed to be spent partly before the war, but mainly after the war ends. In the case of Moldova, I think there's also a positive, the very good relationship with Romania. Moldova is supported by Romania, so that helps for sure on its path of EU membership.
Thank you.
A few comments from me. The future of Moldova and Ukraine is in the European Union. If you join, you'll be much more successful, richer. You'll just be like the others. Whether you can make it is mostly up to you. I think it takes 10% of technical expertise, super hard work for many years, but it takes 90% of political will. If you don't have the political will, nobody will help you. If you have the political will, do it fast, and one day you'll see the positive results.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Ilke. I want to thank the members of the panel. It was very good and insightful discussions. And in the last minute of the panel, I want to put some key takeaways I've noted. So basically, there are some challenges to growth, mainly aging population, greening, defense spending, and labor shortages. Inflation probably, although it will go down, will remain persistent in not only in the region but in the whole world. And also, very importantly, there are geopolitical risks. There are also some risks from elections. There is a deglobalization trend. And I think the last point, the support for Ukraine, I think is essential for the sea economies to grow. Russia winning in Ukraine will have a very negative effect on the whole sea region. So the support for Ukraine, I think, remains essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian. And everyone, thank you for being with us today. And Oleksii, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Adrian, Ilke, and your distinguished panelists. I would like to invite now on the stage the moderators of the next panel. We have Maja Besevic, President of CFA Society Croatia. Welcome to Bucharest, Maja. And Dorin Badea, Board Member of CFA Society Romania. to present to you the panel on alternative investments, private equity and infrastructure. Maya, Dorin. Thank you.
So, first of all, good morning, everyone. Well, actually, good afternoon. It's just 1 minute past midday. While we wait for the speakers to get set up in terms of the technical sound, I would like to start by thanking you all for being here, and to thank also Maja Besevic-Vlajo, the president of CFA Croatia, that joins us for this event as co-moderator. We are very happy to host again this event. It's indeed the 10th anniversary, and I think it's really important that this event that started in Bucharest 12 years ago, actually, COVID interfered with our regular schedule, is still around and is thriving. I think it reminds me to say thank you to all of the CFA societies in the region that hosted, intermediate all of the past editions, since the one in Bucharest in 2012, and really glad to rely on the community around Eastern Europe to continue this event. We feel it can become a representative event for the region, and I think I'm hopeful that we're kind of halfway there, right? So we're looking at the coming 10 years, at the coming decade, but also looking back on the past decade, a decade of successful growth for the region, and a decade of, I think, very successful evolution for the CFA Institute, for the CFA communities in Eastern Europe. I think we can, if the speakers are ready, yeah, definitely we can step onto the stage. I was just trying not to leave an empty stage while you are waiting. Welcome, yeah.
Welcome. Hello.
So, in the interest of time, we have quite an interesting lineup today. I think we have people with very diverse background that share at the same time a very strong connection to the alternative investment sectors, whether we're talking about private equity, infrastructure, or venture capital. I think we will skip any sort of introduction. Everyone knows who you guys are, so let's jump directly into questions. And I'll invite Maya to kick off the panel and start shooting questions at our distinguished panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. So, our, private equity in Central Eastern Europe, it's somewhat different picture than the Europe background. What do you think, Vasile, is the key to success of private equity in our region?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think my answer is going to be a very simple one. It's returns. You have to demonstrate returns over multiple funds, build credibility with the investors, and very important, these returns don't have to be paper-based only, make, valuing investments at fair value every quarter, but you have to also send cash back to your limited partners. I think this is the formula. I don't think I'm saying anything super original, but this is what we have been doing as Horizon Capital over the years. We've been around for nearly 30 years, operating in a difficult region, investing a lot in countries like Ukraine and Moldova. I think delivering returns and not only paper returns, but sending money back to the LPs, so having real realizations, dividends, and exits. This is what made us successful. And I'm very proud of the fact, for example, that even in these extremely difficult circumstances, we set ourselves the goal to raise a new fund focused on Ukraine and Moldova. And we set ourselves a target of $250 million. We raised $350 million, exceeded all the targets set, reached the hard cap. And so that's why we remain optimistic about the region and about the asset class.
Great.
Thank you. Marius, we know that Horizon Vasile's, the fund where Vasile is active, has been relying a lot also on IFIs, right? So what is EIB's role in private equity in general in Europe, but particularly zooming in on the region or perhaps Romania and neighboring countries?
Yes, so the European Investment Fund, which is part of the EIB group, and which celebrates 30 years this year, is one of the main drivers of private equity and venture capital. Certainly the most important driver or catalyst in Romania, where it's been active for more than 10 years, but also, generally speaking, since inception, the EIF has supported over 2 million enterprises, which have leveraged almost 600 billion in debt and equity financing. If we have to zoom to the equity market, the EIF is a leading institutional investor with over 1,500 funds invested and 45 billion committed since inception.
So over to investment banking, Constantin, what would be an investment banker view on the alternative investment sector, especially on the impact of the infrastructure funds in the energy sector?
Thank you first on behalf, I guess, on all the panelists for inviting us. I know we are short on time, but nevertheless, I still wish to thank you for organizing and inviting us. On the investment banking side, we are, I think, mostly engaged in supporting the growth and aspirations of our clients. From that perspective, we're quite often on a journey trying to understand, digest, sell, be it economic, be it political, be it regulatory risks across the region. And we spoke about a bit convergence, but the facts are, of course, from legal perspective, especially in EU member states, there is a lot of convergence. But on all other aspects, the situation is quite different between countries, and respectively the risks, and especially when it comes to infrastructure investors, the long-term view on an equity case is inevitably quite different from country to country. And from that perspective, giving a single view of what works and what doesn't work for an infrastructure investor, especially on our side advising financial sponsors, is probably a bit difficult. What we can share and what we can probably pass on as a success story or a prerequisite for being successful in doing infrastructure is essentially granting or rather laying the foundation of long-term visibility over cash flows and profitability. That's what essentially infrastructure funds are focusing on, and this is what drives cost of capital down and allows investors to take this long-term view over 10, 15, 20 years when they're stepping into a country or in a particular sector. We have pretty good examples. Since we're in Romania, apparently the much coveted CFD support scheme is such when it comes to renewable energy. we have a lot of public-private partnerships being done across the region, be it concessions, be it especially on the transport side, on rail and road concessions, on ports and airports. So that's quite good. We can do a lot more. Where we lag behind as a region is probably thinking a bit more holistically when it comes to laying the foundation for infrastructure investors to step into a sector or in a country. And coming back to the CFD topic, obviously thinking about just generation is very good, but then we're then ended up in a situation where we are following the various issues that come up to the natural involvement in the sector, which is be it grid expansion, be it flexibility assets, and that's something that probably Western Europe does a bit better than we do.
Thank you. Ilke, you are obviously the institutional investor in the panel, so just looking at the alternative funds ecosystem, how would a more developed or advanced ecosystem in the alternative investment funds sector benefit real money allocators, real large institutional investors such as the likes of pension funds and insurance companies?
Well, if we look at the pension fund sector in Romania specifically, of course, it's been in the past 16 years, and it was referenced this morning also by the president of ASFM, Mr. Petrescu. It's been a success. It's been become a force of stability. And as natural, in the beginning phase, your investment profile is probably going to be fairly plain vanilla. So if you look at where we're invested now, partially due to regulations, but also various economic factors, we're invested in bonds, in equities. If we fast forward another 10 years, Mr. Petrescu also said we were at 9% of gross domestic product now as the pension fund assets. If you compare that to other more developed markets, you would expect that to grow quite significantly. So you will need to have a broader investment world to basically invest in. So as time progresses, as the funds mature, we're still in the build-up phase where we're accumulating capital and the payouts are increasing, but still much smaller than the inflows. We will need to look for a more wide investment universe. And I think all kinds of alternative investments, so that's private equity, infrastructure, but a host of other lesser developed parts of the financial sector are going to come on stream in due time. So I think that's definitely a part of how you would do as a long-term portfolio investor, you would look at it. It's a diversification play against where you're invested now. It may provide, in the right conditions, superior returns. So I think there's a lot to like there, but it will probably take some time until we get there.
What do you think how do you see that alternatives can contribute to more developed capital markets in the region? We have some specifics. We have a really good infrastructure in most of the markets, but we're just not getting there. So how do you see the contribution from here to there to the more developed stage, using the markets more, using the infrastructure we already have, using it more?
Well, I do think there are country-by-country differences. Also, when you talk about the region, there are some commonalities but differences. But if you look at it from, let's take the developed markets as a starting point, where you see the financial, or I wouldn't even start from the financial markets, but from the business environment. So there is a typical progression for a company to, in the end, maybe become a listed company in a main stock exchange, which is, okay, entrepreneur starts, gets first funding, seed capital, private equity, debt, not only through banks, but corporate bonds, corporate debt, all of that. And in due time, they reach the point where they IPO and they maybe go to a stock market. When you look, I'm a bit more familiar with Romania than the other countries, but in general, in this region, you see that those intermediate steps are not, entrepreneurs are not naturally inclined to go there. If I look at Romania, you see basically entrepreneurs start their business, then they go into bank lending, and then it's kind of what then? Or they might sell their business. So this kind of funnel or natural dynamic of a developed financial market from the entrepreneurs is not yet there. And that has various, you can point in some areas to regulatory complexity, but I think it's also, even we talked about financial education in the morning a bit, but financial education of the entrepreneurs, so them understanding where funding comes from, how to grow your business. So I think there is, in time, still a process there. So apart from having the infrastructure, I think you have to have the culture a bit. Mm-hmm. And if I look at entrepreneurs and starting entrepreneurs in Romania, and I think in the region, there's a lot of entrepreneurs who are starting, but that sort of getting them through those stages is still quite hard. And in the end, you see that in the main index also, where it's quite hard to find these companies that have grown to the level where they're really ready to do this IPO. So I think that's a challenge.
Absolutely, I agree. In Croatia, we have a similar situation, and the ones that do have the culture very often take it outside of Europe. So they go to the States to get the funding, not to financing, not to our markets, not to European markets, but they just leave to a completely new geographical area. Okay, thank you. Marius, how do you see our region in comparison to the EU, in general, with reference to alternative investments?
Well, I think the region is definitely lagging behind, and I'm citing statistics from the Invest Europe, which is the industry association, and the CEE's share of total European fundraising, which decreased, by the way, between 2022 and 21, and I think this trend continued in 23 and just picked up a bit at the end of the 2023. But it's only accounting for about 1% of total European fundraising. It's the same when we look at the investment activity, which is, again, decreased from 3% to 2%. So as a share of total investment in Europe, I think this is quite low. So it clearly says that there is a huge potential for the region. And probably Vasile or the others can...
If anyone wants to comment further.
No, so clearly I think the convergence theme has been there for very long. I think overall as a theme, and it applies of course also to, say, financial intermediation. In that sense, I have to say that the region does set quite a high benchmark in terms of expected returns. I'm seeing Adrian here from BVB. I have to say that the Romanian stock market is not making easy for the private equity players to meet the target. So, the bet has been performing extremely well. If I have it right, over the last 10 years, it delivered about 16% annual on average. That's a very, very robust return. So, and if I'm drawing a parallel maybe with Western Europe, there, say, MSCI Europe has delivered about a 7% return. And to compare it with the private equity index, and again, there's a lot of debates about how do you have to measure private equity, and I think every fund will show the data in a way that will tell you that private equity is much better than public markets. But say if I'm taking the same Invest Europe data, then the private equity consistently delivered about, say, 5 percentage points. Some say 4, some say 6, some say 7, but let's say 5 percentage points above public markets. So again, going back to the benchmark set by Adrian and his exchange, if the public markets deliver, say, 16%, maybe going forward it's going to be less, but the investors would expect some premium for illiquidity, which would mean that the private markets have to deliver here 20%. I can tell you, us at Horizon, we don't underwrite an investment unless we see return potential of at least a 25% net IRR. Some may do better than this, some may do worse than this, but this is where we target it. So in that sense, I think the expectations from the region in terms of returns are the same as in the West, and the bar is high simply because the public equities have done so well in this region.
Is it hard to find investments, enough investments with the 25% target return?
It has been possible for us, and I know this will sound almost like there's this delusional guy talking here, like what is he talking about? But the truth is, we have done well, and that's and I think the proof is in the pudding. The fact that we've sent over $700 million in checks to LPs, and if you think about this over the last 10 years, and if you think about these last 10 years, it started with Crimea in March 2014. So even despite Crimea, even despite all the geopolitical challenges, we've been sending money back to our investors. And maybe it's due to the fact that we ultimately are backing the right companies. Yes, it's difficult to find good companies, and we're very selective in the companies we back, but I think the formula has been working for us. Lately, we've been focusing primarily on asset-light technology companies. There's a lot of abundance of software engineering talent in this Europe, and if you ask me where the big potential is in this part of Europe, I think it's leveraging the engineering talent we have. So that's why we have been increasingly doing IT service companies and software as a service companies. They are more insulated from the macro shocks. They have export revenues. You know, they are quite protected from all these geopolitical cataclysms, and this is what that helped us.
Thank you.
You spoke about the convergence play, the convergence team, and I think that's very important from a lot of angles. It's a central argument for why we had the previous decade of outperformance. And one question, maybe also directing to Konstantin for the utilities and energy sector, and as well with regards to the private equity, is not only where you see returns, but do you see returns really driving down outperformance in the future also by significant contracting of the spreads? Or is it just, you know, is the region going to continue to have a high cost of capital?
Maybe I start on this. Certainly, especially over the past maybe 5 to 6 years, we saw a lot of improvement in the regulatory environment, especially when it comes to energy, and cost of capital requirements went down. We were a bit undone now with the high interest rates, so a bit difficult for me to say we're breaking the double-digit return barrier when it comes to infrastructure. Certainly, it's a completely different play to private equity. That's why I'm conscious we're not going to be speaking about 25%. And we often, and I can quote a discussion with an info player we had recently, which was essentially, why would I go to Spain and Italy to do a single-digit return for the same perceived risk when I can do a bit better doing this in the C region? And if these self-reflections continue, we're certainly going to see, and that's at least my expectation, a lot more convergence towards, say, Western Europe in terms of expected returns on infrastructure and energy.
Do you see the region being resilient? So I remember back in my bond trader days, we had the 2008 crisis. And at that point, Iberian spreads, Portugal, Spain, spiked above most of Eastern Europe. Whereas I think right now the cost of capital for any type of asset is significantly lower in Iberia. So in a crisis scenario, do you feel the region has any major weaknesses compared to the rest of Europe, or is it, you know, going to be resilient and let's say, endure in this, particularly in these long-term strategies, which are, all of them are long-term strategy, right? Private equity, infrastructure, even venture capital.
That's a hard question.
An open question, yeah.
I would rather say we're yet to see. Because the latest, say, even for Romania, the latest government intervention in energy was back in 2017, so everything's been quite calm since. But I think a wrong step could really evaporate the trust that's been built so far.
Yeah, I think if we look at this theme of convergence, if you assume convergence, what would we start to see? We would start to see we talked about GDP per capita reaching EU levels, you would see the risk profile that people perceive of this region versus developed markets decrease, which means that your problem of the primary markets and the bond markets providing such good returns and therefore difficult to get that additional return in private equity, for instance, you would see those returns also converging, so probably at some point then coming down a bit, which would create space for alternative investments to outperform these other asset classes more. That's assuming convergence. I think we talked a lot about volatility, geopolitical volatility. I mean, you see, I don't want to get in a whole political debate, but of course, will the EU splinter or come together? Was mentioned this morning. I think we're still in a phase where convergence is likely to happen. So I'm positive about it, but it's not a given. So I think, and here electoral behavior, how the EU will respond to certain challenges. I don't think the US election on the term of 5 to 10 years really will change the picture, but overall geopolitical developments could throw a wrench into the convergence play. So I think this is, we assume convergence sometime because of the past 20 years, I would say, 10, 15, 20 years. But I think we have to consider at least a likelihood of another scenario. So I think that's kind of my view on that topic.
What about, Ilke, from the perspective of allocation? So do you see convergence there, or is it like similar with what you're saying?
I think it depends. As long as the reference was made to the returns on the Bucharest Stock Exchange and what primary markets deliver, and I think you pointed it out very well, and also the bond markets. As long as the returns there are super good, and the past 16 years with a plain vanilla investment profile, the pension funds in Romania have created 7.4, 7.8% return against 4.2% inflation on average. So if you can get those 300, 400 basis points real return without taking on asset classes which are inherently a bit more risky and volatile, your incentive to go there is a lot smaller. So these things play together. So, I think if we go the path of convergence, this having a more broad asset class, looking more at alternative investments for various capital allocators, and particularly long-term investors like pension funds, becomes a more realistic scenario. If the convergence doesn't happen, I think the traditional investment instruments will continue to dominate the landscape more.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may just add to what Ilke is saying, because I think he kind of nails it. The convergence is in a way happened already to a large degree. So the easy growth that maybe 30 years ago when Romania was 30% of European GDP average, it was an easy case. Now when Romania is 75% of EU GDP per capita average, the convergence case is weaker, and I think we have to face it. And if you go actually at a lower level of aggregation, if you look at regional level, so even I was surprised Bucharest is at 160% of GDP per capita level. So Bucharest is the same level as Utrecht, like from your native country. Who would have thought about that some time ago? Prague is above Stockholm. Budapest is a level of Vienna. Bratislava is probably in line with Bremen. So at the local level, I think in the urban areas level, a lot of the convergence has happened. So in that sense, the easy growth, I think, for private equities, that I'm going to invest in a milk factory, and in time Romanians are going to buy more milk, more juice, or more meat. I think that theme probably is to a certain extent not that relevant anymore. So the asset class will have to get increasingly creative how to justify the trust of limited partners and how to create value above the public equity levels.
If I may just to answer your question about resilience of the region, And I think we are in a crisis, which is a geopolitical crisis.
Good point.
But resilience, I believe, will be supported by the resilience of the economy. And if I think of Romania, Romania's convergence has been boosted by the EU membership and by the investments and the capital that this membership brought in various forms. And here I know I'm contradicting a distinguished speaker from the previous panel, but I do believe that the EU funds in general and the EU support when it comes to advisory, to advice on how to write projects, on how to submit projects, all these have created the momentum which, for example, allowed a record year for the EIB group in Romania with 4 billion investments in 2023, which represents 1.3% of the Romania's GDP. And when it comes to the EIF, Romania was last year the EIF's top country in terms of investment. That, of course, is helped by the way in which we are co-investing with the government to leverage the funds which, for example, they have obtained through the RRF, so from the EU. And EIF has the mandate to invest the 400 million allocated by the government under the Recovery Equity Facility, which is 400 million carved out from the RRF, from the National Recovery Plan. So this is, I think, not the only point, but a decisive factor, at least when it comes to Romania and the region.
So thank you for that point. And I was looking at the panel and trying to guess whether anyone will mention we might actually consider we are in a crisis. So there's a war neighboring Romania. I remember 2 years ago, all of the interactions I was having were relating to how will you deal with this crisis and how will the region evolve. Most of the sector proved almost anti-fragile, right? So we benefited particularly, around the Black Sea at least, we benefited a lot in the transport sector for sure. So there's been significant proof of resilience even as we speak of the region. On the other hand, moving a bit, so we spoke a bit about how the region compares to Eastern Europe, to Western Europe, and in general to the EU, where we are, converging. And I think there's a bit of consensus that there's significant convergence opportunity. I would go to the broader, even broader picture. Developing the alternative investment sectors is a game of many interactions, right? It's investors, it's investment managers, it's funds, it's regulators, the economy itself. How do you see, your sectors, your areas of activity or specific institutions being engaged in this next decade of hopeful overperformance of the alternative investment sector in the region? Let's look ahead. Let's look, on whether you'd like to look at the longer term, like the decade, or shorter term. How do you see your next steps and the next steps for the sector?
Yeah,
let's start with Vasile.
Let's say, I think it's helpful to structure the discussion about the demand side and the supply side. If we start with the supply side, so there should be more capital coming to the market. I think there's still, if you're looking in terms of penetration of the asset class, private equity, venture capital asset class, in this part of the world and compare it to Western Europe and especially US, we're talking about a fraction in terms of the penetration as the size of the asset class to GDP. Now, the question is, where can this supply come from? Some of this is going to be natural. And then at some point, we'll decide that they want to invest in private equity, maybe even ahead of the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund, who had a major debate about this just recently. So some of this will happen naturally, and I don't think there's, personally, I don't think, say, the state has a huge role to play there in directing that, the pension funds should invest in one way or the other. At least that's my view. I'm happy to hear it, to hear yours. So probably the market will grow into that directly. Where the state and quasi-state institutions can play a role is, of course, like players like EIB, the DFIs allocating more money to the sector, and understanding that by doing so, they do stimulate the supply, and they do actually also have a positive impact on the economy. Why? Because one, I think, the, say, EIB, BRD, IFC money always come with strings attached. They come with very high standards of corporate governance. They come with very high standards on ESG. And the successful fund managers, they really pay attention to these things. And back to the capital markets questions, I think one role played by the private equity industry is that this is like a boot camp, like a boot camp for companies to graduate them into capital markets. Because typically, the private equity firms invest in rather very often unstructured, not necessarily super high standards of corporate governance type of companies. And in time, they improve things. They force them to go to IFRS reporting, do a Big Four audit, have an ESG committee, and so on. So I think the DFIs, of course, and the players like EIB have a huge role to play on the supply side. On the demand side, I think some natural trends are going to stimulate more flow to the asset class. One is a generational change. In this part of the world, the entrepreneurial companies are still primarily run by this first generation post-communist. Naturally, given the demographics, there's a generational change happening now, and I think this will create naturally more demand for the asset class. And that's why I'm very hopeful about the prospects for the industry, especially in this part of the world.
Ilke, can I turn that question to you and say, who should move first? I mean, should we rather wait for the more, let's say, experienced international capital? Should we, look at the pension fund systems, not in Romania, but throughout the region? Should we look at EIB or EBRD or, the IFIs for sort of making the first mover, the first move on the supply side?
I don't think, I agree that I would question if there's a lot of regulatory, I wouldn't call it intervention, but stimulus or needed. I think the natural dynamics will play out. And I think you're already seeing that, by the way. So if you say who makes the first move, I think the first moves are already made and are being made. So I don't think we're at ground zero. And I often, and this is again typically for a pension fund manager who always thinks long term, but I think one of the, they say patience is a virtue, and I truly believe that. So I think our impatience is sometimes getting the better of us saying, okay, who's going to move, and it's good to push things forward. But I do see there's an interest, there's certainly enough funds around, not only from pension funds, but there are enough investors around. As I mentioned before, I think, getting that funnel, that pipeline of companies that would benefit from that funding and from different forms of funding, that's something that needs work, but I'm not sure you can force that. I think that's partially demographics, like you explained, with owners, founders of companies possibly retiring and therefore looking to hand over their business, second generation wanting to grow. I see those trends happening. And there I think certain stimulus can help, but I think that's where actually it will be unlocked into a larger universe. And from there it's a matter of, okay, the snowball starts rolling and it will grow, but it will take a bit of time. I think an exception to that, and that's maybe going over to fellow panelists, but I think infrastructure is a different story. I think there definitely, a good infrastructure plan, whether it's physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, energy, we could go to education and healthcare infrastructure in Romania. I think there is a matter of regulation, political will needed to unlock the potential for more public-private partnership and those kind of investments taking off. So that's, you know, private equity and infrastructure, I think, are fundamentally different in that respect if you look at the asset classes.
I can only join what you just said. When you see the larger infra players who are interested in our region, I mean, for the most part, they're funded by pension funds, typically Australian, US, you name it. And it always begs the question, essentially, why are only the IFIs the biggest sponsor of funds in the region? I mean, obviously, private capital is certainly more scarce, but pension funds invest, obviously, in liquid assets across the globe, but not in the region. So that's a big question for us, and probably one that would unlock a lot of potential within the region, which we already have.
Maybe I can continue at that infrastructure theme. So, Constantin, can infrastructure funds help and contribute to the energy transition process in the region? And is our region, does it present a real opportunity in terms of investments in such assets in the current context over the next decade?
Sure. I'd rather say it has been the case. Our expectation is that this would continue to be. I very much like what Vasile mentioned for private equity, that it's a boot camp of putting companies forward. And I think it makes a lot of sense to make the same parallel to infrastructure funds who, besides deploying capital, do transfer knowledge. They do professionalize, otherwise typically public, say, dominated sectors where you have a lot of government, and adding the professional management, the cross-border expertise, it does add a lot to a sector, and it brings a lot of externalities to the economy as a result of that. And we see this happening. We certainly see a lot of prospects for this to continue to be an important factor. I should just mention, of course, that it's just not only infrastructure funds that do that. Of course, any other asset investor, of course, when it comes to energy, the big energy players do bring the same expertise in a way. It's just the case that probably infrastructure funds are a bit more flexible. There is a routine of doing investments. Maybe in a way, the focus is different from a large corporate. Therefore, I mean, my personal hope is more with those than with the big corporates, if I can put it this way.
Okay.
I think that's a very interesting perspective, and I would, particularly like to hear Marius as well on this one, because we've heard today, right, from officials about the growth potential of the region and the need to open up for capital. And Constantin well points out that the presence of capital in these sectors is quite needed. And also I was hearing, kind of reading into what Vasile was saying earlier, that the funds in general act as a force for good, if you want, contributing to higher ESG standards, to the transition to better corporate governance standards. Can that also happen in this particular sector? And do you see a trend of opening up, let's say, the infrastructure space happening from the governments in the region or in Europe in general?
Oh, well, I mean, first I would like to maybe complement what Vasile said earlier. Of course, the role of EIB and EIF is also to crowd in private capital, yes? So this is the main let's say, value added, besides what you just said, stamp of high standards in terms of institutional capacity. It also comes with, like you said, strings attached, but there's also soft role, which is played by EIF, for example, in terms of grooming the market and creating a generation of professionals in private equity or in venture capital. So there are these benefits which are less tangible. But when it comes to, and I'll go back again to the context, which is delicate, but which has seen Romania, for example, trying to rise to the occasion by, for example, the government realizing the importance of Port of Constanța, and that is there is a huge need of investment to rehabilitate the infrastructure of the port, which will then contribute to, for example, the passage of the grain imports from Ukraine. And this is one example where the government has shown political will, and we are currently appraising an operation which would be a special activities operation, as we call it, so a higher risk operation in the port of Constanța in terms of rehabilitation. Again, Romania is very actively engaged in providing or helping Moldova with energy. Yeah? So another project which is particularly sensitive, it's the interconnectors, yeah? The electricity interconnectors. So all these are, let's say, examples of how we try to engage strategically with the government when it comes to infrastructure. But EIB being in the country for many years, for a long time we could not finance infrastructure projects simply because they were not bankable. And the advice which was particularly provided to the Jaspers team, which is here in Bucharest and which covers the wider region, including Bulgaria and more recently Croatia. So this continuous advice and help in preparation of the projects has indeed built some capacity in some of, in particular in the Ministry of Transport, where there is a team now which is very competent, very a young team, very able to look at projects independently. And it enabled us, for example, to sign huge amounts of infrastructure projects, like, for example, 600 million for the A7 highway, which goes to Moldova. Yeah? So it took a lot, it took a long time, but I think the results are seen now when it comes to preparedness.
Okay, so I have a question for all of you, and one might answer honestly. So, do you see any potential disruptors, any interesting investments investors should be aware of here in the region?
I guess it's a commercial secret for the most part.
Sorry?
It's a commercial secret for most of us, I suppose.
Well, you can talk about, like, in general, sectors, something. Give us just a bit of a taste of that.
Or maybe turning the question a bit, do you see any particular sectors that you know, you're either chasing or would see investor appetite?
Yeah, look. Maybe I'll start, and maybe I'll share a little bit our thinking, so that I get you into the boardroom of our investment committee, how we think about investments and opportunities in this part of the world. So, as I mentioned, we shouldn't take, say, market growth for granted, and you growing a little bit faster than the market, and this giving you the returns you want. So you have to do more than this. And I think there's several themes that we'll see increasingly present in this region. One is around consolidation. So this playbook has been deployed in Europe and US quite successfully. I think we'll see more of it in this part of the world, in emerging Europe. And you still have massively fragmented industries. Let me give you one that is also a sponsor today, Purcari. So we invested in this company some time ago. Has been a very successful investment for us, did an IPO on Bucharest Stock Exchange. And for example, wine is a very fragmented industry. I'll give you an example. In any country you look at, typically the top 3 beer players will have 80% market share. The top 3 wine players will typically have 20% market share. So clearly there will be more consolidation in wine. Same applies to healthcare, same applies to facility management, same applies to many other industries. So I think that's something we'll see more, and I think there's opportunities there. Second, I think we'll see opportunities in these secular trends-driven sectors. Like healthcare is a natural one. Population are getting older, so, and we're still, I think, seeing way too little investment in this part of the world in things like private healthcare for example, assisted living, so which also takes some cultural change. Third is indeed this generational shift I spoke about. Fourth is, I call it broadly technologization. So very often we have a thesis that, can you reinvent a certain industry by really deploying technology in a meaningful way? I'll give you an example. So we invested in a bank in Moldova, Maib, the #1 bank in the country. So when we did the due diligence, the fastest loan you could get at Maib, consumer loan, took 2 weeks. I'm not kidding. So you had to come.
I know, I work in a bank. I'm familiar.
Yes, so, and 2 weeks, maybe you would get a loan, maybe. Today, 55% of our loans are distributed in app. So literally, one click of a button, you get your loan. In most cases, they are already pre-approved. So you see, I think, and industry after industry, you're thinking you'll see opportunities to completely redesign the customer experience and through technologization, and that helps you, of course, gain market share, lower costs, and so on. So that's why, look, I want to end on an optimistic note. You started with disruption. Disruption is seen maybe as a bad thing. I'm happy the question moved to more opportunities. I'm very hopeful about this region. I think lots of people, young people, will make very good returns in this part of the world if they have the courage to go for it.
Thank you.
I think artificial intelligence and blockchain technology, which are both disruptors, I think this is the next thing to look at. And I've attended a conference yesterday where I was impressed to see that there are a lot of startups in Romania, and not only startups, but companies which are very active. And I think there is a lot of things happening in this sector.
Certainly, energy transition for us is where we see the largest deal flow as advisors and also as a financing bank. This would continue to be the case likely for the foreseeable, at least the near term. Where we would like to see a bit more is around transport infrastructure. The connectivity between countries in the region is certainly a point for improvement. Be it pure transportation corridors, be it railway, but also airports. There is every now and then a concession process in the way, and there is a lot of value in bringing a professional investor and a professional manager in an airport. And it does drive GDP along with such an investment. Of course, digital infrastructure is also something we see. It's more of a Western European than an Eastern European these days, as an pure infra play. But it's certainly a lot of demand, a lot of expectation that digital infrastructure would continue to play an increased role in our lives. And therefore, we certainly see a lot of potential there. There's probably not yet unlocked. There's rather attempts by some niche info players here and there. But it's certainly something that you see a lot of in the more western part of the world. So maybe that's on my side.
That's very interesting. So basically, energy is the biggest sector in terms of flow transport, the biggest need, and digital maybe the opportunity a bit out there, right? In a way.
It depends who you ask. In the very end, I mean, energy transition also could bring energy independence. That's not a small, so to say, a small value add besides the pure shift. But certainly connectivities, whenever you go, and I do travel a lot across the region, it cannot be the case that even there isn't a highway between Vienna and Prague. I should maybe mention this. And there isn't a high-speed railway either. So that's just to give some flavor even in the central part of Europe. There's a lot more that could be done. Needless to say, bridges between Romania and Bulgaria are less than on the Danube than probably in Vienna itself. Right? Yeah. So the examples there could be a lot more. And this brings more trade, brings us all closer together. And when we speak about convergence, it's not just towards Western Europe, it's also between our own countries as well.
If I maybe circling back to something Vasila was saying, I think if I take a step back, where would opportunities be? I do believe the traditional industries and the consolidation play you mentioned is still very much there. And if you look currently at the, take again the Bucharest Stock Exchange and you look, it's dominated by an energy sector, by financials. Natural, staple industries are basically missing because of that lack of consolidation. So I think there's definitely a play there. I also, if you take a step back, and now I step into my role as a pension fund manager, I'm also very interested in it was mentioned a few times, but demographic development, aging population. And if you then look at long-term economic prospects for Romania, I think productivity increase with a smaller working labor force, aging population, in the end there needs to be a humongous productivity increase to keep the ball rolling. And I think here the traditional industries and some of these technology themes that were mentioned are basically coming together. And I think your example of the bank where your loan is issued 2 weeks faster, I think there's a lot of, that's where the magic lies in the end. Even if you look at it from a societal perspective, how do you create a society with an aging population that can still, where there's enough economic growth to fund a good pension for people, to fund the society. Exactly. So I do believe these themes are very much interconnected. So how we create some of those old-fashioned, what we would call old-fashioned industries, staple industries, facility management, I don't know. Yeah. And how do we use all these new technologies, and we'll get on AI later, I understand, in the program. I think where those two things come together, that's where the value creation will be.
We're probably 5 minutes before we end this panel, and we might be able to end it on time, hitting exactly the hour. I think we started at 3 minutes past time. Just briefly, I mean, you said what you could do, and you looked into the future. But if you were to, Alexandra, our president, was mentioning in the beginning that we might have a magician during the show today. If you were to have a magic wand today, and very briefly, what would be one thing that you would change in the Eastern European environment to facilitate alternative investments for the good? Let's start left to right. Let's start with Constantine.
If it needs to be a single one, probably predictability. predictability.
Predictability.
If you're able to have a good view of what's going to happen in a country and its regulatory environment and legislation for the next 15 years, this certainly makes a lot of those long-term investors looking into infrastructure a lot more comfortable.
Marius?
If I had this magic wand, I would say integration, and that is to say that more integration and more convergence in the region, faster accession to the EU of the countries which are candidates or waiting to become candidates. And I think that is the key for peace and growth.
Very positive and in the spirit of today's openings. Vasile?
Look, I don't want to become militaristic and aggressive and transform my magic wand into an ATACMS missile, you know, and send it some direction to the east. But leaving that aside, you know, as somebody who's lived for the last 10 years in, actually more than this, actually, 13 years in Kiev, Ukraine, of course, I would use the magic wand to end this war, to see Putin in The Hague, tried fairly, and I think all the rest, I think, will be fine, to be honest. I'm very optimistic about the eventual reconstruction of Ukraine. $750 billion may come into that region for reconstruction. You know, this will be a huge benefit for my native Moldova. You know, it would be a huge benefit for Romania too, as a key transit hub, and I think Romania positioned itself like really, really well for this Ukrainian reconstruction, especially with the help of Moldova that has the cultural connection, has the language connection. So I'm seeing a tremendous opportunity. We just need this war to end, and I very much pray for this war to end.
And Ilke.
So I don't want to repeat the previous speakers, but to build on my last comment, and I think predictability here plays, by the way, a big role. But the one thing I would wish for this region is actually that a lot of people who are from this region and who've left this region for other countries would come back. Entrepreneurs, workforce, bring the knowledge. I think that would be, you know, a real accelerator of the future for this region. So I think that, building on my demographic comment, I think remigration, if it's a difficult topic, but if we could manage that in the region, that would be a real difference maker.
That's very insightful, and thank you for such a diversity of perspectives. The magic wand was very useful today. To conclude, I think we had a very optimistic session, in my view. We heard a lot of, actually a plethora of sectors that provide opportunities for the next decade. And we had a lot of confidence that things will evolve naturally and investors will be here. Capital will be here. We have very, very significant providers of capital, potential providers of capital, and actual providers of capital on stage. And one word that stayed with me from Ilke is patience, and I would add to that confidence, trust. With that, I think I would like to thank you for attending the panel. Maya, would you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, Dorin, and your special guests. I would like to invite you now for the well-deserved lunch break. It's a 2-3 minute walk, so don't be discouraged. Just go outside of the room and 2 times left. We have a themed lunch with traditional dishes from the countries in our region. I hope you enjoy it, and please be back at 2 p.m. sharp. Good afternoon. Thank you for being back on time. I hope you enjoyed the traditional dishes that we prepared to celebrate the presence of so many countries in our region. We continue the afternoon session with a panel on capital markets and alternative investments, headed by my colleagues Mugur Popescu and Răzvan Silaghi, board members of CFA Society Romania. I kindly invite on the stage Răzvan and Mugur and their guests.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope that you had a great lunch. Before saying anything, I just want to say, wow, I think that we had a great event so far, and we propose to continue in the same spirit. I will invite with us the member of the Capital Markets panel. Gentlemen, please join us. A brief introduction for our panelists. Mr. Adrian Tănase, CEO of the Bucharest Stock Exchange. Welcome. Mr. I think this is not the right panel. Mr. Peter Koblic, CEO of Prague Stock Exchange. Welcome, Peter.
Hi.
Mr. Radu Crăciun, President of the Management Board of BCR Pensions and also President of the Romanian Private Pension Managers Association. Welcome, Radu. Mr. Robert Bohinic, Managing Director and CIO, Goldman Sachs Poland.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. And Mr. Gavin Marriott, Investment Director of Global and US Equities, Schroders. Welcome. So, together with Mugur, we'll moderate this panel. Mugur, let's have a seat.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I think we have a great panel. We just started the discussion. These guys are executives and decision makers, and they have a lot of things to share. So I will jump right in with the first question for Adrian, who has some appointment with authorities very soon. So Adrian, looking at the CE investment landscape over the past few years and now and the next few years, what would be the highlights, which you, I mean, 2-3 highlights that you think would be worth mentioning?
About local capital market, yeah?
Yes.
CE, probably you can recognize the evolution, yes. In the last, let's say, 10 years, the delta, the evolution has been very good for the local capital market in all the aspects, yeah? Starting with the indexes evolution, yeah, it has been the outperformed. Romania has outperformed the region. I think outperformed the Europe. We have annualized the performance of 17% total return, including dividends. Yeah? And this is one. You had a very good evolution in terms of primary market as well, yeah, on our standards. Yeah? The participation in capital market has increased significantly. The number of accounts, retail accounts, has tripled in the last 5 years. Yeah? The number of IPOs has increased significantly, and we have a very relevant year, 2 relevant years, 2021 and 2023. In 2021, you had 23 equity listings, yeah? 3 on the regulated market, 20 on the SME, and the aero market, yeah? Our smaller market we are operating. So this is, yes, on our standards, it's a record, really a record, because we had years in the past with only 1 or even 0 listings. Yeah? So 23 is really a good number, encouraging number. Of course, in that year, the macro conditions has been very good for the equities. Yeah? With a very low interest rates, appetite has been very high. Yeah? Yes, so you have been promoted to secondary emerging market as the stock exchange. Yeah? The market cap saw a lot of listings, and the last but not the least at all, 2023, yeah, we had the biggest IPO in Europe, Hidroelectrica, and we have sold the capacity in that moment, the capacity of the local market to address big deals. Yeah? We have a lot of capacity, and the Hidroelectrica has proved it. Yeah? A lot of capacity based on the local demand, yeah, because 70% of this deal in value of 2 billion euros has been allocated locally, only 30% to the foreigners, and foreigners has been frustrated about this, yeah. And even I think this allocation has increased since the IPO. So a lot of good things has happened. Yeah.
So in terms of IPOs, both equity and debt, can you mention some things that you already see, you know, without without being, you know...
So an IPO has just started, Premier Energy, it's public information, it's an energy company. And yes, I'm pretty optimistic that the pipeline will be reactivated in terms of numbers. So probably, of course, it was a shrink of numbers of deals, yeah. This is not in Romania, it's recognized worldwide, yeah. In 2022 and 2023, the interest has grown, inflation is grown, appetite to risky assets is diminishing, it's normal, yeah, because you have a very good benchmark. The state has, this is again very good to mention, the state has started to issue government bonds for the population in 2020. Yeah, this is really, for me, it's a really very good visible benchmark. Yeah? While in 2021, the interest rates on those zero risk from our perspective were 3%, now it's 7%, yeah, in RON-denominated bonds, for the government bonds. Yes, the appetite should be lower to invest in equity in these conditions. Yeah? But I think, yes, of course, those interest rate conditions should normalize. The inflation should go down, the interest rate should go down, and I'm pretty sure that the pipeline in the listing, in the primary market will be back.
Okay, maybe Peter, if you want to add from a CE perspective and also from your role as with the European Association of Stock Exchanges.
Yeah, well, it's first of all, thank you very much for having me here. I'm somehow regular in Romania for the last 2 years. I think it's my third conference here, and I think 2 or 3 online. So it's visible that there is the Romanian capital market is on the growth track, and that there is some vibrant ecosystem which is creating here, which is great to see. I would probably never expect 10, 15 years ago that I would go to Romania as a country of the biggest IPO of the previous year. It's like I would probably tip that I would go to London or somewhere. But congratulations again to all of you guys. Yeah, European markets are in crisis. I would say probably deep crisis. If you compare with the United States, we have much lower turnover velocity. Our stocks are not so liquid. There are much more delistings. There's enormous amount of delistings, to be precise. I'm not speaking about London. London is in just the hell, complete hell. If you read a previous or one before issue of Economist, there is a quite dark description of the London market. So I'm not speaking about London, it's outside of European Union. But even the European markets are in deep troubles. And yeah, we are not interconnected enough. And I would say the building have to be built from the basis. And the basis are the regulations. Not that somebody thinks that if we create one marketplace, or what is it, one marketplace? Europe is, in a certain extent, one marketplace. There is a capital markets union with an S, with a plural, which indicates that it needs to create ecosystems in individual regions or countries, if you want to. But the problem is that after 60 years of developing European Union, we don't have single accounting, we don't have single securities law, we don't have single bankruptcy law, we don't have the cross-border VAT regime, which would be easy enough to have. And there is a lot of the things which is missing, in order to create a one capital market, truly one capital market. If you compare a situation with the United States, there is a company in Montana, which is probably a very small state, probably would not even qualify to be the developed market, would be probably emerging by size of their companies. They do the IPO and they are serviced by the bank from New York. They are listed in, for example, NASDAQ, and the IPO is distributed all around the United States, and the person sitting in Mississippi, can easily participate in an IPO. You don't have that in Europe. If there is an IPO in Spain of the interesting nanotechnology firm, you guys don't even know about it, and if you even would know about it, you have no chance to participate in this IPO. No chance to buy it. Maybe after trading somehow. So this is the big difference. Regulation is a problem. So we have a deep problem. We need bigger integration, but the integration is not that one exchange is owning another one. They sort of create one exchange. You know, we were trying that from Wiener Börse. We have been owner of Wiener Prague. I'm also on the board of Wiener Börse. Wiener Börse, Prague Stock Exchange, Budapest, and Ljubljana. We were really hard trying to convince lawyers we want to merge it into one market. The answer was no way. Under recent regulations in individual countries and for individual supervisors. So, but again, congratulations to Romania. You know, it's like if you compare it to the markets which all of you think that are blossoming because they are making a lot of the PR around, for example, market in Amsterdam. How many of you thinks that there were more than 10 IPOs in the last 2 years in Amsterdam? Raise your hands. In Amsterdam, good market. No, yeah, 1 or 2. How many of you think that there were more than 1? Yeah, many. 0 is the answer. Okay, so this is the description of how big problem we have in Europe. I'm not just now shooting at Amsterdam. You know, this same problem is in other countries as well. There are few markets working. Sweden, to a certain extent Italy. Okay, we developed an interesting SME market. On the prime market is much worse, but Sweden is a role model where the pension funds are really funding the economy. We should look at it, not develop the wheel, and maybe copy that example.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting, Peter. Thank you for giving the good overview. So, Răzvan, if you want to take on these challenges, we are very optimistic sometimes in this part of the world.
Yeah, I would say that, and I would use this comparison. This is the 10th CE investment conference organized by CFA. And speaking about optimism, I think that if we look 12 or 10 years back, then we can see that a lot of things happened. It's true that the processes are not always, very lean and very linear. On the other hand, if we see this difference between how the things looked 10 years ago, and if we imagine how the things will look 10 years from now, I would expect that, the progress would be at least similar, if not even more accelerated. I would go back to Adrian. I know that he's supposed to leave soon. Adrian, which will be, let's say, the thing that would be, let's say, the most relevant from this perspective, comparing 10 years from now with what will happen in the future compared to what it happened in the last 10 years? Which would be, let's say, something relevant in order to, let's say, describe that 2 decades from an investment perspective, of course?
Has been said before during the event, the economic convergence has been real. Yeah, so you are at 75% of the GDP in price comparison comparing in Europe. Yeah, so in our economy is converging to the European economy, but you are not seeing this convergence in terms of capital markets. Yeah, this is a reality. Yeah? And you have to see it, you have to generate it, yeah? This convergence in terms of capital markets. Yeah? Petra said that European capital markets is suffering, but still we are suffering more in this region. Yeah? So you have to find solution to create, to generate this convergence. You have to create, to find a solution because the capital market is growing as an effect of economic growing. Yeah? You have to create an opposite effect. Yeah? The capital market to generate economic growth. Yeah? So to become relevant for the economy. Yeah? And yes, of course, it's a matter of primary market, of course. Yeah? You have to generate primary market, much more intensive primary market. Yeah? And it's a matter of buy side and sell side. You have to look at the dynamics of the buy side and sell side. What is the priority? To create the buy side or to create the sell side? Yeah? And of course, the general response would be, and a very neutral response would be to generate both of them. But still, something I think that the sell side, the issuer side, the sell side, it's behind the buy side. Yeah? So the buy side is developing more than the sell side. Yeah? Look at the pension funds. Look at the appetite of the local investors for the big tickets. Even the retail investors have started to look at. Look at intermediation, the financial intermediation, the banking system. You have a lot of liquidity there. Yeah? So this is the buy side. Buy side exists. Yeah? So you have to generate the sell side. In my view, this should be the priority for all of them. You have to generate the pipeline. And yes, I think this should be the what you have to focus on the next 10 years. Yeah? So yes, you don't have to be relaxed. Yeah? The delta has been very good, of course. Yeah, I described it. Yeah? The number of accounts has tripled. You have records in all the terms, but still you are low. You are not in the place you have to be, and you have to be aware that the biggest potential is still ahead of us. Yeah? So you have to materialize this biggest potential. Yeah? You are not there, yeah? And you have to work on it. And I think the priority would be to create the pipeline, yeah? To invest, yeah? To bring entrepreneurs into the market, to bring other instruments. Just recently has been put in Parliament the REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust law. Yeah? Real estate is very, very good. It's a very important sector, yes, as in any country. Yeah? And just looking at forward to have this regulated. Yes, so you have to focus on this, and yes, of course, you have to be aware that the potential of the market is not reached. Still, the most majority of the potential is ahead of us. Yeah.
So I would agree to what you say. You know, that you need two partners for a dance. So it's not always, you cannot have only demand and only offer. You have to make them meet. Any other?
Yes, and I think, of course, the secondary market is very important as well, yeah, to grow. So you have to lower the liquidity risk. Yeah? You are suffering on the liquidity side as well. So the liquidity is still below the majority of the countries in the region. Yeah? Below Czech Republic, below Hungary. I think in terms of market cap, you are ahead of them. But in terms of liquidity, you are well below them. So you have a problem with the liquidity. Yeah? This is a problem. You have to solve it. Yeah? You have to create an efficient market. You have to create an attractive market. And a non-liquid market is not attractive for any both sell side and buy side. Yeah? And you have to create the liquidity, and here I would like to mention this is a more technical problem. Yeah? It's not a political willingness problem, it's a technical problem, and I had to close with the reference of our main project to establish central counterparty in Romania, and hopefully we'll have it up and running soon.
Yeah, so I agree to what you say. We cannot ignore the fact that we just went through two major, episodes, be it with the pandemic crisis and the start of war in Ukraine. And at least in Romania, I felt it on my skin, the liquidity is an issue. And I would say that not only for the pension funds who are Romanian pension funds who are already very, very big, but also for the equity mutual funds, liquidity is something that is on the radar of the fund manager. Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. Then the next question would go to Gavin and to Radu. I mentioned earlier the two episodes, the pandemic crisis, the start of the war. From an investment perspective, are there lessons to be learned from these two episodes? Can we say that, I don't know, the investment environment is more resilient? How do you see this? Are there any lessons to be learned, or it's already time to be forgotten? Gavin, please.
So I think the pandemic seems a long time ago now, but really heralded the influence of these big macro factors in a way that perhaps we hadn't seen for decades before. And we're bottom-up stock pickers by nature, but we spend more time now deliberating the macro environment, the geopolitical environment, and the risks associated with that. So I think it has had an impact, an implication in terms of how we think about opportunities, how we think about the world. And I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. I think we are only going to see more risk coming from socio-economic factors, from geopolitical risk, you know, social migration as a result of climate change. These are all things that are going to represent huge risks to portfolios. In terms of what the pandemic taught us about stock analysis, I think it was really to better understand the durability of companies and their business models and their ability to respond and cope with disruptive risk and pressure. And that remains the same today, really understanding how companies manage their supply chains, how companies manage their workforce. And if there was one value in ESG integration, I think it's thinking about ESG, those softer factors in terms of understanding the sustainability of companies' business models, the durability of growth. That to me is a lesson learned.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Radu?
In my opinion, I think that the crisis, and I will not limit myself only to the pandemics, but as well to the geopolitical crisis, as well to the 2008 crisis, not necessarily brought us some things which, you know, professionals were not aware about or did not know, but just reminded some of the things which probably were forgotten. And from this point of view, I think one of the most important things which was reminded is that although the development is named crisis, actually it doesn't mean that all the crises look the same. Because if you remember, during the pandemics, we've seen a lot of research trying to model the pandemic crisis using financial crisis, which was really silly. Of course, there is all the time this temptation to try to use the past in order to extrapolate for the future. But in the case of the pandemics, using, you know, previous financial crises, trying to anticipate what is going to happen, was a mistake. And I think this was one of the lessons which we should draw. The fact that we should look to the specifics and the deep roots of the crisis in which we are or which we want to analyze. Of course, the analysis should be more complex, but if I am to maybe focus on one feature, which I think was relevant, and it was, let's say, it refreshed our memories, is how important fear is in times of crisis. Mm-hmm. Because due to fear, some people, and even worse, institutions, made some judgmental errors, which had an impact at that moment and even later in the years to come. And of course, we had, you know, the public, which panicked and started to withdraw their assets at worst possible time and lost a lot of money. Luckily enough, withdrawals are more restrictive when it comes to pension funds, and they were not able to do that, and now they, of course, are happy. We saw institutional investors making the wrong calls, and we saw central banks as well making the wrong calls. Again, based on the judgment that if quantitative easing worked so well in 2008, it could work in the pandemics, even we multiply this by 3. And although short-term there was a good result, in years to come, in my opinion at least, the inflationary problems and some others came from this, I would say, overshooting of central banks. In this context, we were reminded as well, in order to manage risk and fear, diversification is a very good tool. And I'm talking about diversification at large. Diversification in terms of supply chains, but diversification as well when it comes to portfolio investment. Because isn't it, during pandemics, there were companies who tanked, but there were companies who actually performed exceptionally well. So being diversified played an important role for those who did it. And because we are talking about diversification, of course, I think discipline was another tool in order to manage the risk, which was very important. I'm talking about discipline. I'm talking about the fact that you decide to be a tactical investment manager or a long-term investment manager. I was reading the other day that currently 50 stocks, which performed exceptionally well during the pandemics, now lost about 1.5 trillion euros in market capitalization. So if you start to invest tactically, don't forget to exit tactically as well. Otherwise, you end up being caught in the future, eventually, decline of that stock. If you invest long-term, they stay there no matter what, and you'll pick the results. Tough to do if you are emotional and if you fear, but I think these are one of the lessons. And the last point I want to make is the fact that have we learned our lessons? To be honest, I don't know how much is due to the lessons learned, but what can I only see is the amazing resilience of the stock markets despite all this geopolitical nightmare we are facing. In my opinion, investors are surprisingly calm despite the rather tensioned circumstances. This could be maybe a training coming from the previous crisis, or maybe, I don't know, this could be naivety as well.
Maybe complacency.
Or naivety, I don't know. It's up to you to judge.
Yeah, maybe for Robert, if you can, switch a bit the topic to what would you think would be the mega trend from now on? It's geopolitics, it's social, it's energy for capital markets.
Yeah, I think that region of Central Europe is for the first time in my professional career, if you will, experiencing geopolitics firsthand, right? We were used to see it in the media, but not really thinking about it when making investment decisions on any of the regional stock exchanges. This has changed, so we are certainly experiencing locally one of the global trends, and I agree here with the comments made earlier that this is going to stay with us for longer than we perhaps wish for. That's one element. With the theme of geopolitics is closely linked the theme that is absolutely critical not only for the region but also for Europe and perhaps even for the world, which is the energy transition, energy security, energy sources, energy reliability, that translate in the end of the day to the costs of the energy, because that's what is needed for the wheels of global economy to move forward. And that's certainly something that we have in mind when making investment decisions within the region, when thinking about individual stocks, but also as a theme that is staying with us. And we could go obviously on and on. Now the huge one is now, let's say, the buzzword of 2023, which is artificial intelligence. And using words of one of our shareholders, president of the ING Bank, he said that many times when he kind of listens to the conversation, it's more artificial and less intelligent. One could say that this megatrend is impacting all of us, whether we admit it or not, whether we are aware of it or not. And it will be part of the quite a few investment theses further down the road, and it will be also about how we as investors approach investing. So this would be just a handful of topics. Certainly the aging of the population, the changes within demography that the previous panel touched. These are obviously big mega trends that are being important also for the region. Now, being a little bit cynical, concluding a long answer to your short question, I would say that the region of Central Europe benefited from the help provided to Ukrainians, because actually people who are refugees because of the horrible war that is happening in Ukraine are actually beefing up economies, that these capable people are joining and they are actually contributing. We experienced it in Poland. I'm myself from Slovak, so I sit in Slovakia, same Czech Republic, similarly here. So these are the big trends that we are taking into account when thinking about the investments.
Yeah, that's very, very right, actually, and not many people talk about it. Maybe also later on can give us a bit of color on Poland from this perspective, but Razvan, if you want to jump in on one of the topics.
So let's go then. I would also like to know the opinion of Robert and Gavin on a topic that we discussed, you know, and we are still discussing a lot lately about artificial intelligence. You know, we are not even sure how much AI there is outside there. We are speaking about it, we see some results, but we don't even know how big it is. So the question is, according to your opinion, how relevant is artificial intelligence in the investment universe now? And maybe it will become more than it is now?
Yeah. You can pick up and then I'll follow.
Yeah, thanks. Robert and I spoke at a panel in Warsaw on the same subject about 6 months ago, and probably not much has changed. We're probably still as unclear about what AI looks like on a 5-year view as we were then. The reality is that, you know, there is still a lot of momentum around these AI stocks, and the expectation is that AI will start to see more prominence in terms of end-use application. At the moment, it is simply being driven by investment in the chips and investment in the infrastructure, and we haven't yet seen that translate to product, services, revenues for companies. That's, you know, that is still a big uncertainty. And you have companies that within the space of a 3-month period can be seen as both beneficiaries or at severe risk of AI, as the market really tries to work out what AI means for specific companies. The one thing we think as a business is that AI will be transformational. It will be transformational around productivity, efficiency. It will have huge implication for the jobs market, and in that respect does introduce massive risks as well in terms of social stability, and, you know, what people do with their time when, you know, when they have no work to or career to pursue. And I think that is a grave risk. But for us, it's a focus on productivity, efficiency first and foremost, but then extends much further beyond that into how it's applied across various industry groups. For us, we think that the transition or translation of AI technologies will be much more rapid than most people expect. This is not going to be a 5 to 10 year theme. This is going to be something that affects us all within the next 1 to 2 years. So it is going to have a profound implication on what we do day in, day out, very quickly. Robert?
Yeah, I perhaps would try to provide or share with you the thoughts of the firm on it from 2 angles. One is, let's say, AI as potential, actual, future part of investment process, because that may be something that would resonate with you. And then I would share with you a few thoughts on, okay, so how we look at the theme, if you will, as investors. One, taking into account that in every step of the technological progress, financial industry and investing in particular tries to take advantage of being able to process bigger sets of data, new sets of data, unstructured sets of data with better precision, faster, on the bigger scale. This platform, if you will, is not going to be different. So that's first element. Now, two, where we see we are at the moment in the region, it's that we're starting to play with it, if you will, with this model. You start to think about, okay, where could it help me if I put big chunk of a text into the GPT? Can I get like a quick summary out of it? Would it be relevant? Would it kind of be the way I would summarize it? Can I get a little bit more insight? So that's where we are in the region. This will certainly continue. It continues with big quant houses, even with big quant teams within GSAM, within Goldman Sachs Asset Management. So certainly this is something with us. Two things to kind of consider. One is input-output problem, like with every model, and even more so when you do not really see how the mechanics of the big model
It's a black box, yeah.
So that's one. And two, unintended consequences from plain vanilla wrong answers that you can get on your prompts, right? So this is that one needs to take into consideration whenever thinking about using quantitative approach to investing, if you will.
Yeah.
And I would stop here. Now, on the second vector that I mentioned, like, okay, when you look at it, Robert, from investment perspective, what do you see? Now, all of us have seen certain companies becoming household names within a year or two, right? Even though companies exist for quite some time already, right? So that's one element, and I think that the first stage is kind of fully valued in many areas, which is companies that either produce the models or are focusing on the infrastructure that allows the models to be built or to be done. We are seeing the second stage of broader infrastructure from data centers to the way how the data centers would be cooled and powered, if you will. But we are slowly and surely going to approach what already has been mentioned, that the second stage, that this new platform would redefine the way we go about doing things, right? The other day, just a stupid example that I guess would resonate with most of you. The other day, a birthday party was organized for one of kids within the hockey team where our son is playing. It was happening on WhatsApp. Now, when I think about how it would have been done 10 years ago, that somebody needs to call or SMS, I don't know how many people, get the feedback, be like the center, the organizer of the stuff, now it's happening in a completely different way. So the way we interact, the way we go about things, the way companies go about, I don't know, doing the research within inventing new drugs and stuff, these are elements that are certainly going to be changed. The thing that we approach entertainment, maybe, yeah? The idea of that each of us would do what is the Game of Thrones 2052 episode with his or her or their preferences, that would be perhaps something that I even cannot envisage, because this is apparently what some of the smarter people, much more into the whole theme, are envisioning.
Yeah. Peter, you want to jump in?
Can I add in? You know, I very much like what your guys saying. You know, it very much resonates, and I would say that the AI was not developed in November 2022.
Yeah.
That was the time when the big language model came out, and when even the most stupid people realized that there is something like AI, and the journalists jump on it and make a fuss, and obviously, but there was AI before. That there have been machine learning companies that, they're one of the greatest Romanian companies, unfortunately not listed here. UiPath, listed in New York, is basically an AI company for 8 years. You know, so the change was only that it was dramatically more published in the press and also in a not specific press like Financial Times.
Yeah, I think Mark Andries and the other day nicely put it. I mean, AI research is here for 50 years,
yeah.
But from one day to another, it was nothing, and all of a sudden is the big thing at the quality of revolution that semiconductors brought. Right?
Yeah, and look at who are the winners so far. So far, are basically hardware producers, the chip makers are the biggest winners. Yeah, because you know everybody all of a sudden thinks, you know, oh, we need a faster computer because you know we need a faster brain, you know, in order to accommodate that yeah. I'm not quite sure even about that you really need it, but you know there is a common wisdom, you know, you need it, so the chip makers are now very much profiting. If the profit will come to the other part of the industry with a productivity increase, that's still, I would say, a little bit of question mark, because these companies who are there are already trying to automatize and machine learning for years, basically. So I would, when you said going to be the trends, you know, energy, I fully agree, and AI is definitely a buzzword. You know, one example as well, not from the party, but I just received a pitch from one of the M&A houses. If we in Vienna want to buy some financial industry operator, you know, if it wouldn't suit us. And I was looking at it, and there was a 20 pages PowerPoint presentation, and every page there was like a 3 times mention an AI. You know, I think, you know, even on the sentences where you would not expect it, you know, somebody probably said you have to be on each page 4 times AI because that will increase the price.
And
that's
less about
less intelligence. Exactly. That's where we are now. Maybe it's a Gartner cycles that we are on the peak, you know, then it's still, we're going to find out what it really can do. What I think could be a real game changer, actually, which is not working in the moment, it's under development, would be actually quantum computing. This is something which would, it would be a quantum leap, really, you know, in the speed of the computers, not only those producing AI, but simply producing computations. And that could be something which could really change the industry, part of the industry, trading industry, for example, cryptography and other things, and that can make huge changes. So far, we are probably a couple of years from the reasonable usage. I hope we are not sliding to the same situation like with nuclear fusion, because nuclear fusion have a nice thing, you know, that it's always like 15, 20 years ahead of us, but that's the case already for 50 years. So I hope when the quantum computing developers are saying we are 5 years from the target, but they're already saying that for 10 years. So I hope they will somehow eventually come to the end. But that could really change. So in a general, IT is driving our world, you know. Energy is the must, but IT is something on the top, you know, which will be probably the biggest driver with all the social things, as you were mentioning correctly. But, you know, simply watch the development of the IT.
I'm going to push back a bit, because I think it was a step change last year in terms of the use of AI, and acknowledging your points that AI has been with us for decades. That's right. But using AI today in its predictive form, in its self-learning form, I think it is a game changer. Any one of you who isn't using Copilot to minute your meetings, summarize your meetings, you know, is missing an easy win in terms of efficiency gains. We've done some analysis in terms of our ESG-related analysis of companies, and where we're trawling through their disclosures to form a view on ESG. If we look for every 100 companies that we analyze ESG and we use AI output, we're getting a better view on a company's ESG characteristics, performance, and we're saving 2.5 man person of time in doing that. So we lose the need for 2.5 people by using AI to get a better result. And that's happening today and really has only been available to us in the last 12 months.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, yes, now that Schroders is quite advanced in using the technology. So you can give another example where you're using in your day-to-day, in addition to Copilot, which everybody should use.
Well, it's really looking at on a number of different levels. If we're looking at company analysis, it's looking at the incidents, for example, of companies when they report in terms of their use of language and then what that signals in terms of future expectations. So if you have a CFO or a chief exec who is always sort of using certain phrases as indicators of good results, then that is something that you can use, you can identify using AI and will give you much greater confidence about the outlook for that company over the next 3 months. So it's really using AI to do a lot of the legwork that you would have to spend a lot of time as an analyst trawling through manuscripts and trying to arrive at the same conclusions.
Yeah, one short comment from my side. I used to play, like more than 20 years ago, a board game which is called Go. It's a Chinese old game. And I was very surprised to find, like recently, that the strategy of the game changed after the AI stepped in. So basically, the human players start to change their strategy, their tactics, according to how AI program is playing. So yeah, we could have an input from AI on the basic things, let's say, which we anyway don't kind of like to do. But I just wonder, this is a rhetorical question, how would look like if comparing the risk management done by a human or done by an AI machine? Would it be different? Would we be able to learn and understand different ways of looking at it and so on? Okay, so let's move then to the next question, which goes to Robert, and which is related to ESG and sustainability. We know that there are different stages of development in different countries. So CE, let's say we can look at it like a specific region. There are different political agendas. Is still, let's say, ESG and sustainability topic actual? Is it, let's say, put aside for a while until all the big questions are answered? How do you see this?
I think that the whole ESG as a buzzword, as a framework, the whole journey is really interesting one. And in my view, or in our view, we are approaching a stage where we did from risk management to enthusiasm, through marketing, through regulation, towards having meaningful conversations, we as investors with companies about their thinking about the resilience of their business models, and also in our conversations with investors about, okay, what a particular group of investors, what role is going to play via allocation of their capital, via their investment decisions, into the, in our view, necessary transformation of the way we are doing the business. Let me just share with you few thoughts in the region and then try to provide you with, let's say, a bit more generic perspective that GSAM has when thinking about incorporating ESG framework into the decision-making, portfolios building. One, Central Europe was not at the forefront. Yeah? Let's just put it bluntly the way it was. I had the privilege to spend part of my career with the Dutch-based entity. So the pressure was certainly coming from the Western Europe towards the Central Europe. Now, when I have a chance to talk to investment advisors, private bankers in Poland, for their individual investors, it's often not the topic in terms of, okay, so how make I my portfolio a bit more resilient, if you will. The conversation relates about the risk and return profile, which is fair and that's okay. It's a different theme when you go to institutional level, where institutions kind of onboarded because they had to, or onboarded because they decided to, into their thinking, the framework, and try to think about how to position their portfolios. Now, we've been in the phase 1.0 when we said, okay, let's show how, whatever, energy efficiency, CO2 emission, waste, water pollution, whatever metrics you take, how my portfolios is better than whatever, the benchmark, reference portfolio, and so on. Let's do divesting. Now, the question, obviously, after a couple of iterations, we found out that the portfolio is biased in one way or another, that may be suboptimal, and maybe we did not really solve any of the big themes that are ahead of us. So for us, in conversations with clients, it's understanding their preferences, their choices, their time horizons, their priorities, and then say, okay, let's not look at the generic backward-looking framework and say we are do everything everywhere at all times. Let's just pick up what we want to do. Say we want to have more transformation-driven portfolio. So instead of looking at generic backward data for 2021, 2022, 2023, let's look at the strategy and say, okay, so what would be my energy intensity, CO2 pollution look like versus my productional capacity further down the road. So this would be the big change that we are seeing. But don't get me wrong. The time is coming. The new generation of individual investors is coming. It's our kids. It's our younger colleagues who are much more conscious and say, okay, we want to understand how respective organizations are impacting the world in which we live in. So this is certainly absolutely relevant theme, and it's staying with us. We are just evolving as with everything, and it's going to stay with us, in my view.
Thank you. Radu, we get back to you. If there is anything that you would like to add related to the previous questions or any relevant topic from your standpoint.
I think all of us should be aware that for the next decade we are entering in a totally different paradigm. And from my point of view, I think geopolitics will be the defining feature of the next decade. It will be the defining feature because the geopolitical competition will increase and has already increased tremendously. And this is not going to go away. I see occasionally, business people, politicians saying, yeah, but in a matter of years, we'll come back to business as usual, again, business with Russia, China, so on and so forth. I don't think it will be the case. I don't think it will be the case because actually the economics-driven, let's say, peace didn't work. Didn't work with Russia and is not working too well with China either. So this theory, I think, will no longer be popular, and therefore, the world should start to function in a different way. In eventually 2 or 3 camps, each of them being in a strong competition with the others. So as long as we agree that the geopolitics will define the next decade, then any other topic such as energy or nearshoring or friendshoring, as you please to name it, will go under the same umbrella. For Central and Eastern Europe, I mean, these developments will be definitely relevant. If I'm to think only, for instance, the moment of reconstruction of Ukraine, which should be a great opportunity for Central and Eastern Europe to be involved and to, let's say, enter in a win-win game for this. But it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy because actually more and more money will be diverted from Central and Eastern Europe to Ukraine and to new EU candidates. This means that Central and Eastern Europe countries should start to rely more on domestic capital. This will be very important, and from this point of view, although I know some might consider myself to be biased, I think that countries with strong domestic private pension systems will have a benefit, because at the end of the day, private pension systems are a strong domestic accumulation of capital. And a lot of investments will have to be made, despite the fact that the flows coming from the European Union will be cut. So Central and Eastern European Unions will be more or less be on their own, and they will be successful only to the extent to which they will be able to accumulate local capital. So from my point of view, I think this will be relevant for the next decade. It's, of course, there will be a lot of investment opportunities for those having money to invest. At the end of the day, countries, now South Ukraine or the new candidates, need a lot of infrastructure investment, and this would be cascaded down in the region as well. So there are many opportunities out there, but as I said, Central and Eastern European can count much less on European money, and we have to count more on their own money.
Thank you very much, Radu. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time just ran out. Mugur, last 30 seconds for a wrap-up.
Yeah, sure. There were several ideas. I'm trying to capture, just a few of them. So I understand geopolitics and macro, and it will be much more important than previously, like stock picking and company-specific matters. AI implementation will be quick, will not take 5 years. It will be much quicker when we see the changes. I also took note of Peter's comment on European capital markets, which are really behind the US, and they are not in a best status as of today in terms of number of APOs. Very small, and this needs to move. Quantum computing is also a technology that will come up quickly. I think this would be it in a nutshell.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. The next 30 to 40 minutes are dedicated to risk. We first have a special guest speaker, which I would like to welcome on stage. It's a General Major in Reserve, Mr. Adrian Părlog, and University Professor. He will speak in the next 20 minutes about geopolitical risk, and then we will have the opportunity to run a quick survey in this room, and the risk survey will be run by my colleague Dragu.
Thank you so much. Please allow me to spend a few seconds only to open my computer. And I'm going to keep your attention for 15-20 minutes, maximum 25, according to my plan. But unfortunately, anytime we are running against the clock. I would like to use a few. Someone can help me to. It's okay, but okay. who is going to move the slides. I have few slides for you, and sorry for being a little bit too didactic, but for me and for us as people working in international relations for many, many years, it's important to define the definition and terms used during our presentation. I learned that the most useful thing in the beginning of a presentation is so-called terms of reference, and I would like to accept that talking about decision, generally speaking, it's paramount important to define the most qualitative concept for the decision, that is the risk. There are many risk types. For us, the right down corner of the slide is the most important, so-called holistic risk. It's a cumulative risk. And this is the reason why I started with this slide, because cumulative risk envelope the most important variables for risk. That means threats, vulnerabilities, countermeasure, and opportunities. I have some problems, okay. Please keep in mind also so-called general quadrilateral dynamics. We have here a lot of state actors and non-state actors that define the real security relationship among countries and big companies from time to time, like actor in a competitive landscape. In the last few years, the proxy concept has been operational one, because it's much more easy to use proxy as special actor working for your own interest. It's a little bit costly, but it's very convenient for organization in a position to manage the proxy activities. No. I have, okay. I am belonging to the foreign intelligence service in my previous responsibilities, and for me the competitive in general, but competitive intelligence is a mandatory option for analysts in this field of economic decision, followed by, or not follow, but including the risk in concurrential, in competitive landscape. On the slide, you have some main landmarks that we use in as well in this type of activities: strategic management, critical thinking, and ranking, evaluation, implementation, feedbacks regarding risk. On the slide also, you have a lot of strategic risk that you have to take into consideration anytime in your activities as investors. But I'm going to stay a little bit more on what I put in the middle of a red circle. It's about three strategic risk: geopolitical and geoeconomic risk. And here we'll stay a little bit more. The collision between threats and vulnerabilities in the strategic quadrilateral, as I told you, were tested mainly between 2021 and 2022 in very well-known failed negotiations hosted by Geneva 2 times. Once Geneva hosted a meeting, a summit between Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin, a failed one. And the second one was at political level. And the last 2 meetings happened in Brussels and in Vienna. What is describing current geopolitical and geoeconomic landscape? First of all, the Monroe Doctrine revised. America belongs to the Americans and to the others capital in the world, especially 2, maybe 1 or 2, the most important, try to add Europe belongs to the Europeans, including Russia. South China Sea belongs to the Chinese. Also, should be noticed that the Russia or Moscow propaganda considered the war in Ukraine was imposed by not accepting idea that Russia tried during the Geneva first 2 negotiation to be raised and to be accepted by Americans. In these days, Russia, China, and Iran, unfortunately, are synchronizing themselves in the field of advanced technology involved in Ukrainian war. Also, OPEC, Serbia in our area, and some African and South American countries, not very few, roughly around 40, have already stepped up toward BRICS Plus. Keep in mind that the next US election and the next NATO summit, both of them in 2024, will be a genuine markers for the real line of duty by US and NATO, doing the security business, and both this important event is going to open practically new discussion about new American security policy after this Biden term, new NATO strategic concept approaching what will happen in Ukraine, in Middle East, in Taiwan, in South China Sea, in very famous 7 Chinese islands, and maybe we'll approach future confrontation in info operation, in cyberspace, in cosmic space. Anyhow, a lot of work to do for people involved in investments. A hot point in this summer is going to be a discussion hosted by Swiss, maybe Geneva, regarding a new security conference focused on Ukraine. The biggest point is connected with China, who is going to participate or not. Anyhow, President Macron didn't succeed to obtain a full acceptance from President Xi during his last visit to Paris a few days ago. International sanctions imposed by Occident, by West to Russia, did not generate expected effects. Why? Because China supports Russia, because Russia is a huge economy, because big American, Dutch, Taiwanese, French companies avoided to sanction from profit considerations. Moreover, today Moscow is testing returning to the old Soviet concept like total war for victory, state patriotism, armed forces politicization, new recommendation for normal daily working time, rest hour for shorter holidays, and so on. Russia scrutinized steps to a law of zero interest for strategic development loan and minimal interest for personal purposes loan. Moscow ran for attracting migrants as local labor force, planning a joint project with China in Siberia, in the future Siberia. Also, Kremlin leaders of today consider Russian elites educated in 80s and 90s as people corrupt and self-materialistic, liars and immoral. Russia has given up the Bologna education system and returned to the Soviet one system. All of them look like a restoration of social archaism. I would like to add, in 2023, Russian economy had highest growth in Europe, plus 3.5%, even in a war mobilization time. Defense budget means plus 30% of national budget, or 7.5 at least of GDP. These statistics impacts because Russia, beside China, India, Iran, and other countries connected with these two big actors, made the first breach in Bretton Woods system using national currencies in bilateral trades, mainly rupee and yuan. Regarding India, we have to wait a little bit more for concluding Russia-India bilateral trade analysis in rupee, followed by Russian companies' involvement as owners in the main industries, Indian industries like pharma industry. And as the closest geopolitical risk and geoeconomic risk, most important, at least for me and for many people following the international life of today, is the answer to this question: how and who will reconstruct Ukraine after the war? Another geopolitical risk, including geoeconomic one, is connected with so-called logistics chains. For me, logistic chain means strongest glue between geopolitical and geo-economic risk. Logistic chain being grids for material and non-material flux. For this reason, a logistics chain must have full security at origin, at destination, and on transport corridor. As I told you already, the President Xi visited France, where the Ukrainian dossier was #1 item of discussion. After France, he visited Serbia, and today is going to be in Hungary. Both countries, last two countries, being major gateways for China and Europe, to Europe. Having Xi as a main focus to persuade arguments correctly regarding the need to be accept two principles, proportionality and balanced democracy, and the relationship between democracy and authoritarianism. In Serbia, China is continue to be present in steel and copper industry, in security and defense industry, road and railway infrastructures. In Hungary, China is going to be accepted beside, next to Russia, involvement in nuclear energy producing, in Pac area, and very interesting for us as Romanians, and maybe for most part of you, in Debrecen area, China is going to open wagon and rolling stock factory, a battery factory, a huge investment, roughly $7 billion US, targeting also the next BMW factory presence in Hungary. Why I told you that will be interesting for us as Romanians? Because Debrecen area, it's experimenting right now lack of labor, and for Romanians living in our west part, is going to be a magnetic point in the next future. I don't like to stay to describe the big transport corridor in the world, only to list east-west corridors, south and Nordic. I would like to add land route connecting China with Scandinavia, and the digital routes, one in north and another in south. Few words about the needs to understand very well the Nordic landscape of today. Because China is an Arctic Council observer country, area of Arctica becoming a premium location for strategic missiles, but also a huge economic opportunities for many people in the world, many countries in the world, many big companies in the world. Why? Because 22% of world hydrocarbon reserves are in Arctica. Only Russian estimated oil reserve is around 142 billion tons. And pay attention that annual global consumption is only 15 billion tons. The area of Arctica holds a large minerals reserve, especially copper, nickel, gold, and diamonds. Talking about logistic chain, most part of the routes having China as an origin point, bear in mind that 90% of Apple and Intel companies' productions are in China. The total market values accumulated of these two big companies, it's around 4.5 trillion US dollars. I would like to read something put on the table by France company Total CEO for Yamal Total subsidiary, connected with sanctions. We are involved in business, not in politics. Total is also present as a company in energy field in Cyprus area, not only in the north part of Russia. Regarding the global order, everybody is accepting today that two geotectonic plates, US/NATO, and its allies, and BRICS plus Global South are the biggest actors in the new order, global order. Only the BRICS Plus as economic potential is above to the G7 as a potential economic. And also I would like to stress something very special regarding new global order, quoting what in 2019, William Burns, that time a diplomat only, who 2 years later on, in 2021, occupied the position of director of CIA. That time, he predicted the overall challenges of United States foreign policy is to adapt to an international landscape in which American dominance is disappearing. We cannot turn back the clock to the post-Cold War unipolar world, but for the next few decades at least, we can remain the world's pivot power, best placed among our friends as always, among our rivals to navigate a more crowded, complicated, and competitive world. Today, a rising China asserts by itself, and Russia proved that declining powers can be even more dangerous than the rising ones. The classic war is not a dead one, rather it ensures a transition to a higher class of it. Today, unfortunately, we are closer to a kinetic confrontation, East-West, East including mainly Russia and its supporter, compared with yesterday. Moscow has announced that South Military District will carry out a military exercise with tactical nuclear strike simulations. Only a few days ago, Sergei Lavrov summoned Great Britain and France ambassador to tell them their country had fighters and have fighters in Ukraine for supporting the fights. The negative implications are waiting for us to counter them. Yes, many analysts in the field suggest that US should return to its traditional objectives, maintaining military superiority, ensuring free trade, and improve its alliances. Unfortunately for us, the EU appears to be the most affected by the current conflict crisis, security threats, and even social unrest. European leaders are thinking for creating a military force that can secure the continent with or without United States. For many people, the question is it step a correct one or not to have an European individual armed forces? At the UN, the condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine was not supported by 40% of the 193 total UN members. Only a part of this 40% have a greater economy potential than G20. Then another question can be asked: is a new global order taking shape? In the end, I would like to put on the table for you a proposal. For the strategic stabilization, the real world should elect charismatic leaders. This type of leaders are needed. They should be capable for understanding the future, able to pointing out the ways to follow, and being themselves ethical models for others. This concludes my presentation for you. As I promised you, I stayed 20 minutes, but I was in late more than 5. It's a matter of of age. Sorry, I am not very young as you are. Thank you.
Now, let's have some action. We're presenting a survey now, and you are invited to participate in this survey, both you and, of course, our colleagues who are viewing online this conference. And the survey is about, some call them opportunities, some call them risk, but they are the same thing. They are a measure of volatility, as we all know, from CFA. And volatility meaning how far we are from business as usual. We started from the idea of the World Economic Forum. They structured those risks very well, but we added some things to add flavor for our region. In order to vote the technical things, you need to go to slido.com and put the password, dear CFA CE 2024, or if you can just scan the QR code there, and you will be able to vote. So this being said, let's start it. We have two kinds of risk. We divided it in two. Short-term risk, which affect our region in the next 1-2 years, and long-term risk, which affect us in a horizon of about 10 years. Why nothing between the 2 years and the 10 years? Because honestly, as economists and analysts, we know that we cannot predict anything which is between 2 years and 10 years. In 10 years, who knows what will be, so we can guesstimate. And in 1-2 years, we have enough information to be precise. But between 2 years and 10 years, nobody knows. So let's concentrate on short term and on long term. And the first question would be a general one. The structure is the same for short-term risk and long-term risk. We have this kind of risk: one, economic, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological risk. You should choose 3 out of these 5, the most important 3 that you consider. And on all slides, you should choose the first 3 relevant items which are important in your view for our region. Yeah? So economic, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological. Of course, there is one economic. There are 2 from the ESG universe, the environmental and the societal. There is a geopolitical one, and you just had the presentation about geopolitical risk. And there is, okay, economic. In the short term, economic risk seems to be the most important. Maybe if you can scroll down a bit to see the last one, the 5th, which is written like, no? Okay. Yeah. Only 22 participants responded so far, so let's wait a bit more. No. Okay, so it seems that geopolitical risk is the most important. Then it comes economic risk, and probably at the same, almost at the same level with technological risk. Now let's be more specific than that and go to the next question. From the only economic risk, which is the most important? Is it inflation? Is it concentration of strategic resources? Economic downturn? Debt levels? Corruption? Or illicit economic activity? The guys from the World Economic Forum were mild in calling it illicit economic activity. I insisted on corruption because that's the right wording for that. And let's see the responses. Only 16 participants so far, so let's wait a bit more. Inflation seems to be the most important, then economic downturn and the debt level. If you ask me, it would be definitely corruption, but of course, I don't want to argue with any of you, and I don't want to anchor your responses, so it's your choice. Okay, so it seems inflation is the winning one, and then economic downturn and the debt level, with also votes to asset bubbles and corruption or illicit economic activity. The next question was about the E from the ESG, the environmental risk. Is it extreme weather events important in our Central Eastern European region? Are there critical changes to Earth systems, pollution, natural resource shortages, non-weather related natural disasters, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem collapse? Which do you consider more relevant in the short term to us? It seems that you consider extreme weather events, or just because it is the first one in the ranking. Yeah, so extreme weather events, then natural resource shortages and pollution. Pollution in Europe should be very important. Extreme weather events would affect mostly agriculture, but also economy as a whole. And shortages of resources is affecting us, and we've seen recently that we need way more resources than we have. And China especially, but also Russia, are using their power and their access, quick and cheap access to resources. And of course there is a fight who can conquer as more as possible from resources from Africa. So yes, resources are a key component. But extreme weather events, you are saying, are very important to you, and pollution would be the third. Let's see the next question. Geopolitical risk, a war in the Central Eastern European area. Of course, this should be definitely the most important risk also in my view. Geo-economic confrontation, yes. And social unrest and violence. Terrorist attacks in Europe that have been less frequent, mostly maybe in Western Europe, but not in Eastern Europe so far. We shall see. Biological, chemical, or nuclear hazards. Who knows, with the war in Ukraine now. It might be also of interest. But definitely war in our region is encompassing all the other risks. Let's see the fourth question about societal risk, which means the S part from the ESG, sustainability, demographic risk, aging population, emigration and immigration, society polarization, insufficient public infrastructure, lack of economic opportunity, involuntary migration, chronic health conditions, and I think there are some more. Aging population, no, not here. Yep. Erosion of human rights, unemployment, infectious diseases. But still, you consider the most important. Let's see, let's go back, please. Let's go back, sure. Demographic, aging population, migration and immigration definitely is the one factor which on one hand is making a good to us because we are dividing the GDP on the number of population, and the fewer we are in Romania, the higher the GDP per capita seems to be, which is a strange and an odd result. Then societal polarization, which means very few very rich and a lot of people barely surviving. Yes, some former communist countries look like countries from Latin America or Southeast Asia or Africa, sometimes with very high polarization in the society. And insufficient public infrastructure and services, yes, this is definitely valid in Romania, but in all the Central and Eastern European region, I think. Lack of economic opportunity, okay, and involuntary migration also had some responses, but the key 3 points are demographic things like aging population, immigration, societal polarization, and lack of economic opportunity. Okay. Technological risks. There's been a talk here about, in a former panel, about AI. Let's see what are your thoughts about this. Misinformation and disinformation, cyber insecurity, adverse outcomes of AI technologies, and the other responses, possible responses, are technological power concentration, censorship and surveillance, adverse outcomes of frontier technologies, and so on. But the ones who are mostly voted are misinformation and disinformation. And yes, especially this year, we have election year, and misinformation and disinformation are unfortunately started to be key to the voting process, not only in our region, but in the entire Europe and even in the United States and all over the world. Then cyber insecurity. Companies need to put increasingly more money for the security of their assets and the security of their software and their databases and so on and so forth. This is in the short run. We shall see what will be your answer about the longer term. Probably cyber insecurity will rank also in the first 3 choices you'll have. And adverse outcomes of AI technologies. Yes, we are intelligent people. However, we are scared about AI. Yes, AI poses a lot of opportunities, but definitely there is a factor of risk. And we don't know if AI is such a beneficial thing for humanity after all. We shall see. In one word, what is the biggest long-term challenge for you? And it seems demographics scores a lot, the war, geopolitics, health, economic, and environment. Yes, but demographics, it affects a lot us in Europe. Yes, a lot us in Central and Eastern Europe, because not only, apart from the aging population and probably the unsustainability of the pension system, there is also immigration and emigration, which are threatening to our economies. And definitely war scores a lot, because it's a very stringent problem these days. So I think the winner is war, and then is demographics and geopolitics. Now turning to long-term risks. Again, which one do you consider most important risk? Most important 3, actually. Geopolitical, societal, and environmental risk. Yes, this is what I would expect, that environmental risk would score higher in the longer term, because, yeah, this year and next year, maybe we don't consider environmental risk so critical, but if we go into the future, in the next 5, 10, 20 years, whatever, these concerns would become even more important year after year after year. So again, geopolitical, water is geoeconomic confrontation, then societal, migration, polarization, erosion of human rights and so on, and then environmental risk and economic risks. Of course, we don't know how it will be the economy in 10 years. It would be on the up cycle, on the down cycle, so a very rational response you have overall with economic risk on the, it was on the third, now it's on the third place, it changed with environmental risks. Let's see the next slide. From an economic perspective, we didn't have in the short term debt level as an important factor. Now we have here debt level important. Currently that level just is in Romania above 50% of GDP. In the generally in countries in the Central and Eastern European region is between 40 and 60, 70% of GDP. It's still far from the countries from Western Europe and from other parts of the world. But in 10 years, this picture might change dramatically, and we might approach levels close to surpassing 60% and close to 80, 90% or even 100% of the GDP. The second one, unsustainability of pension systems. We introduced that as complementary to what the World Economic Forum survey had. Yes, we are considering unsustainability of pension systems a key concern for all Europe, but especially for Central and Eastern European countries. And we are glad that you put it also as an important factor. Then labor shortages. We are seeing already labor shortages in certain parts of the economy, both in Romania and the Central and Eastern European countries. This might continue, and this might be a key factor. Okay, economic downturn is less of an important factor, and inflation, actually we don't know what will be inflation in 10 years. Environmental risks, which are the three most important. Extreme weather events. Remember, you also put extreme weather events as a key factor in the short term. If they are important in the short term, definitely it might happen that in the long term there will be even more extreme weather events occurring even in our region. And this will have effects on our economies which we don't know, and we don't know how to handle. And definitely they will affect insurance sector, banking, and each of us, finally, actually. Pollution, yes, and natural resource shortages. We are not yet so familiar with biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, non-weather related natural disasters and so on. The colleagues who, or people here who see this survey and who had some training on ESG know more about that. But yes, that's the answers we would expect from this page, with extreme weather events, pollution, and natural resource shortages. From a geopolitical risk, geoeconomic confrontation, war in the EU area, and social unrest and violence. In geoeconomic confrontation, I would include I don't know what was the thinking and the labeling of the World Economic Forum people, but we thought of the US-China confrontation because it is a geo-economic confrontation, Europe versus US, Europe, China, and all the other areas of influence. And right, you said it is important for you also. A war in the EU area, it's likely that if this war in Ukraine now doesn't have a positive outcome, meaning at least Russia not winning, then the war can go beyond the borders of Ukraine and to the entire EU area. Social unrest and violence, yes, we don't have any longer a strong social network, a social contract between individuals in our region, and social unrest and violence became elements of settling things between the state and people. Unfortunately, not like in civilized countries. Societal risk, societal polarization, it should be a concern. Yeah, there are, and increasingly in our region, there is this polarization between very rich people and very poor, and this is increasing year after year after year. So if you remember, you put it one of the three most important points on this slide. In the short term, definitely in the longer term, it is even more important factor. Demographic, aging population, immigration, sure, and lack of economic opportunity. Yeah, this was close even to the other slide with insufficient public infrastructure and services. We are optimistic. We hope that in 10 years, this the problem of insufficient public infrastructure and services will decrease in importance, and probably lack of economic opportunity will take its place. Erosion of human rights. Yes, we'll see after these elections this year in the entire Europe how politicians will position themselves vis-à-vis the human rights problems. And technological risks, finally, cyber insecurity, misinformation and disinformation, adverse outcomes of AI technologies. Actually, they are the same three factors which you put in the short term, but with cybersecurity is even more important, and misinformation and disinformation on second place, technological power concentration and adverse outcomes of AI technologies are on the third place with it seems with the same number of votes. So this is the environment in which we operate currently. These are the risks and opportunities, if you really wish, that we can have in the next years, both in the short term and in the long run. We shall see which one will materialize and which one we can avoid. And let's try to be optimistic still, although there is factors don't look to be to show that optimism. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dragoș, and thank you, colleagues, for participating to our risk survey. I would like to invite now on the stage the two moderators of the Banking and Credit Markets panel, Andreea Nica, Vice President of CFA Society Romania, and Ionuț Lianu, member of the society. Andreea and Ionuț, welcome, and please invite your speakers.
Thank you, everybody, for joining and for sticking around. I'm going to introduce the speakers, and it's my pleasure to have a diversified board presence here. So, Mihaela Lupu, CEO, UniCredit Bank Romania. Omer Tetic, CEO, Banca Transilvania.
Iată-mă.
Mihaela Mihailescu, Associate Director, Deputy Head Romania for EBRD. And Lucas Dedes, CFA. Lucas? He's coming. PCR for CE region at the CFA Institute, and he's working as a supervisor at Bank of Greece.
He will be joining you.
So, until Lucas is joining us, maybe Ionuț, we can start with a quick intro.
Okay.
Get closer.
So, hello everyone. We will be talking today about financial intermediation. This is our core team. And we'll be looking at specifically what banks can do in this respect. Across the world, we are seeing different models. Of course, banks cannot provide companies with all instruments. They cannot give equity. They cannot provide very long-term financing, but they do provide loans, of course. And if you look at the US, for instance, banks are having something like a third of all loans. If you look at Europe, it's like 50-50. If you look at the region, CE region, it's more like they have 75-80% of loans. So from this perspective, banks are critical to what it means financing in the region, a region which also looks very different. If you look at loan penetration in GDP, it's very low, at least compared to Western Europe. Also, if you look at liquidity position of local banks, is quite strong. So basically, loan-to-deposit ratios is well below 100%. In Western Europe is actually well above. So we will be talking about how various types of banks actually and IFIs can support the local economies, and what are the instruments of doing so. We will be talking about the role of technology, because technology certainly can change a lot of things. We'll be talking about also inclusion, because in the context of this technology, financial inclusion in the region is quite an important topic. And of course, we will be talking about convergence. So considering how Eastern Europe banking system is actually looks like in numbers, what is the outlook? So will there be a convergence in how local banks can actually develop from this point and support the local economies? Development can be, of course, can be greenfield can be through M&A. Also concentration is a topic for the region, because we are seeing more of that in basically all the countries. So I would now start with Mihaela. Maybe you can tell us a few things about what do you think the landscape in banking looks like in CE, and in particular what you can do in terms of instruments for the region.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor to be able to be present here and discuss a bit about what EBRD is doing in Romania and in the region. We are an IFI. We are present in many countries of operations, including in Romania. And indeed, financial intermediation is an indicator to which we look at when we finance our partners in countries. It's very low in Romania. It's the lowest in the EU and among some of the lowest in the region as well. And because of that, throughout the years, we have been financing quite extensively the financial sector in the country as well as in the region. Being a new member and trying to diversify a lot the instruments that we deploy in the market, we have come in the recent years with new instruments. One of them is called the risk sharing framework, with which we are working with 2 commercial banks in Romania. Another one is there are 2 financial instruments through which we try to deploy EU funds as well, because I think to tackle financial intermediation, one of the things we look into is to try to absorb as much EU funds as possible for Romania. So through these financial instruments, what we try to do is to blend EU funds together with our own funds and work together with local banks in Romania to deploy these funds to smaller enterprises and to private individuals to whom we will not be able to address directly. We have been doing that quite successfully, and we have been working a lot with most of the local banks in Romania. At the same time, we are participating because in 2023, and we expect this year to be the case as well, there has been a lot of MREL types of issuances to which we participated, and we have actually what we've tried to do, a part of supporting the bond issuances themselves. We have tried to address also some of the other components that you mentioned, the inclusion component and the green component, which is very, very important to us. And by doing that, we've tried to work with banks to share a bit of our knowledge and try to help the banking system overall to embrace this kind of green agenda together with all the regulations and reportings that comes with it. Nevertheless, financial intermediation is still very low in Romania. It is one of the vulnerabilities of the sector. It has been outlined by the National Bank of Romania as well. And among the causes that we consider as being very relevant for this situation are, on the one side, let's face it, limited financial literacy, lower access to finance, and I mean here, Romania is a large country. It's very difficult for small SMEs and private individuals based in rural areas to access traditional corporate banking. And from that perspective, digitalization in the banking sector, as you rightly pointed out, is very, very important. And also Romania has, and also the region, Romania has a large informal economy, which automatically demands less traditional banking services and a lower intermediation. And along with that, I think, as I said, how we try to tackle this issue is by helping Romania absorb more EU funds, by increasing the digitalization in the sector, by increasing the financial literacy as much as we can, and also what we try to achieve is to reach out through these financial instruments to less underserved categories of companies in Romania to give them better access to financing through these financial instruments that I mentioned.
Do you want to add something, Omertetic, to this conversation about financial intermediation?
I mean, whenever there is this discussion about the financial intermediation, I feel also a bit weird because actually financial intermediation or lending is our business. I mean, it's not the case that we don't want to do our job, we don't want to sell, if I may say so, the main product that we have. So, but first of all, as we repeat each time, we are in a business, especially as commercial banks. We are managing other people's money, and there are different risks coming from the fiscal side, from the sovereign side, or expectations about the maturity gap. So it makes us a bit more prudent, but it doesn't make us reluctant. The lending or financial intermediation, I think in Romania has developed a lot now, also thanks to IFIs, thanks to your support. It's not about the complexity or the variety of products. I guess we have everything which a developed economy has, or we can implement very quickly. In terms of digitalization, I also think that the Romanian banking system stays quite well. I mean, we are not the best practice in the world, but there is a lot of investment and effort going on. But from financial education, financial knowledge at all levels, to fiscal consolidation and making life of companies easier in terms of fiscal reporting so that they can be more bankable. There are also other stakeholders. I think this should be more or less kind of a governmental or state plan. I mean, it should be with all the stakeholders all together at the table so that we should start discussing, because indeed we have capital, we have liquidity, we have our network and our investments, so we would like to learn more. But on the other hand, we see, we were discussing before the panel about your interview with one of the newspapers, financial newspapers. Indeed,
I don't choose the headlines. Dorin is over there, so.
Indeed, as was mentioned in Zero Financial, we cannot develop our economy, our social well-being also, only by consumer loans and retail lending. But in order to develop corporate lending, there should be also, I'll say, brighter, let's say, or simpler plan, which more or less it's happening thanks to European funds, thanks to governmental programs recently. On the other hand, we are risking to develop also maybe kind of an addiction, kind of a captivity to all these programs, because we see, as you were mentioning in your interview in February, the activity was very low because everybody was expecting IMM Invest, SME Invest programs to happen. If you will look at the numbers in May, June, you will see exponential growth. But these are not trends, these are just volatilities. On the other hand, I think we are also having high expectations in very short term without doing anything new, without trying anything new. So as we were discussing, I guess a couple of weeks ago at another panel next to Mihaela, state institutions, Ministry of Finance, National Bank of Romania, Financial Services Authority, banking system, CFA Institute, we should come all together, all other stakeholders, come together in order to make a plan of, healthier, prudential, but also profitable lending for the economy. And it's, I think the potential is there, and also the resources are there, so it's like everybody's expecting the banking sector to start lending, but to whom? And unless the customers come with plans, with demand, how can we do that? So I guess we have to encourage more investments in order to give investment loans. It doesn't start with the loan itself, otherwise we will reach to the point that, as we are criticizing the state, that it's borrowing too much, and sometimes in vain, or not, without value added. Also, we may risk to encourage customers, companies, to excessively borrow money that they will not necessarily invest.
But in a sense, we are encouraging commercial credit a lot in the region. If companies are not coming to the banks, they will rely on their commercial partners, and that's even more risky than coming to the bank, because the commercial partners will not do the same due diligence and don't have the same framework in place. And we've seen that in the region, the fact that the commercial credit is a multiple of GDP, while the financial intermediation is a minor part of the GDP.
In Romania, actually, if you look at the companies, small or big, balance sheets, you see that actually they are indebted, but they're indebted to their suppliers, they are indebted to their shareholders. So it's, even in the, small business area, we see this overlap very strongly. People, it's either easier, cheaper, or longer term. They come and get consumer loan with or without guarantee and actually lend this money to their own company, to their own small business. So
for a very good yield.
Exactly.
There's this correlation between economic growth and financial intermediation. We don't know the causality, whether financial intermediation encourages economic growth or is the other way around. Economic growth is consolidating, enabling financial intermediation. What can we do as stakeholders basically to give this confidence to the entrepreneurs and to give this confidence in the economy? Because sometimes the entrepreneurs will keep their companies small because they don't want leverage, they don't want the hustle. We are still a very young economy, let's say, in terms of capital markets. So what is your perspective on how we can encourage this kind of dialogue? Because if you would ask the entrepreneurs, they would say that access to finance is not their biggest issue. They are concerned about the market, the human resources, and some other issues they are facing.
Maybe I would pick up also from what Omer said, and I fully agree that starting from financial intermediation, this should be and should be a national program because it's not only banks. And also I would connect with what Mihaela said about the financial education, which is both for individuals but both for companies, now speaking about the negative capital that Omer was referring to. Because also coming back a bit to the wealth of population, just to give some numbers, the net wealth of Romania is half of the GDP, so it's 50% of the GDP. So we cannot speak about the financial intermediation not in the context of this as well. And this half level, if we compare, just to give some references to other countries, we are half compared to even Bulgaria. So I think this is an aspect. I think the way we can and we should do is also through financial educations of the companies indeed, because we cannot lend in any terms. We are responsible also for the way we manage the money of the depositors. We were also discussing at the conference Omer was referencing about the fact that when it comes to the differences between the urban and the rural area, it's a very big difference. So I think we should contextualize also this because it's a totally different picture when you look at the cities and when you look at the rural area. And I think the way we can work together, that's why I'm saying that should be a national effort towards this, because it's a combination of factors, the way we digitalize, the way we penetrate, then the way we support the education of both companies and physical persons, okay, to increase their wealth. I think this is how we should do it, and I think that it will not progress abruptly, because it's a really long-term effect that will be gathered from several steps. Also speaking about solutions, about how we can do it, it's so I think financial education, I think it's both going to penetrate, because we are commercial banks, universal banks, so products there are. The point is to make the population bankable and in the position to lend. And probably why not to think also alternative for the rural areas, because they used to exist in Romania, now the cooperative banks, the mutual credits, probably this would bring and support this tendency to converge. But I think we will converge eventually. We are part of Europe.
It depends to what we converge, because our target is also mobile. So I think we focused a bit on Romania. Maybe, Lucas, you can give us some ideas about what's happening in Greece, where I think the financial intermediation is a bit more advanced. So,
first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and just for the record to mention that the views that I will express are my own and do not represent Supervisory Bank of Greece. As you correctly mentioned in your initial statement, if we see just this small statistic that at the EU level, banks finance nearly 70% of the economy in corporates, mostly in corporate banking, and let's say, while in the US we have virtually 20 to 25% financing. We reached the first conclusion that we need to do something about that. And the first thing that comes to my mind is to mobilize private funds. Either it is on the retail side, on the institutional investor side, but we cannot keep relying only on bank financing. In my everyday job, I deal a lot with the Greek banks, and mostly I do inspections on corporate portfolios and SME portfolios. So I have a view, at least at this point in time, where we stand. And my impression is that, of course, the statistics show that in 2023 we had a stall in new lending. There was a straight line with no much appetite either from the customer side, either from the bank side to lend new money. But I think I see this general attitude from the bank side that they are not eager to explore new opportunities with debtors that they do not know well. They rely on relationships that they have built since a long time, and they do not have this risk appetite, let's say, to finance new projects, especially for companies that they have not worked with before. So since in Greece we have, and I think in Romania will be more or less the same situation, we have a lot of SMEs, we have a lot of private activity of self-employed people. There we see that banks try to cover this gap of financing for those subsectors using all those instruments that are provided by the EU institutions like EIB, EIF, and of course we have this Recovery and Resilience Fund, which was established after the COVID period, which gradually starts to pump money into the economy. But numbers are small, to be honest, so far. So we need to do something to mobilize, let's say, more funds. And I can discuss about that in the next round, maybe, of questions.
Yeah, regarding this, maybe, Omer, that you can help with the perspective regarding how you see the mix of public finance, blended finance, private finance, what is happening in terms of actually funding the economy, whether Banca Transilvania, if we are taking this perspective, is looking at the economy and financing whatever is solid, or it's focusing on certain sectors. We are discussing also about the just transition, the fact that we will have to have more focus on certain sectors of the economy while trying to divest from the sectors where we might end up with stranded assets. So what is your focus, and what do you think is the role of public funding, blended funding, these resilience funds?
Yeah, I mean, because of our size and distribution and network, I guess our balance sheet looks very much like Romania's balance sheet as well. But there are definitely some sectors of interest where we feel also comfortable because we had been doing like agribusiness, healthcare, recently a lot of effort and interest in renewables. So these are the segments that we have both appetite and also competence, at least we feel so. That's why, I'll say, things go more smoothly and we are much more open to discuss these. There are very few sectors that we are not interested at all. At the end, if it's a solid business, but yet there are, when we are speaking about infrastructure projects, for a single bank or even for a group of commercial banks to assume them is quite difficult. We see, and actually we had been reading recently a success story. I just remember EBRD, and EBRD presented to us the PPP project success in Greece. which is lagging. I mean, there is always a discussion. It's like 29th of February, once every 4 years we are discussing it, but it doesn't happen. But it's a huge potential. Otherwise, it's a good way to allocate our resources, be it capital or liquidity. But by ourselves, we cannot, even together with 2-3 commercial banks, sometimes it's beyond our reach. That's why we are in a situation where there is no single solution. It's not just bank financing, it's not just public finance, or all the options for all different sectors should be explored, and we are open to that. We are trying to do that. Banks have been quite successfully joining forces for club loans, syndicated loans, or different facilities for important projects, but we need more than that. On the other hand, when we were discussing about alternatives, we are definitely complaining maybe a lot excessively about regulations and our role, but be it anti-money laundering or KYC or ESG, there is a very heavy role on the banks, on the commercial banks. And I'm not complaining about doing it, because at the end you automate and you find ways doing it, but in a customer interaction, be it corporate or retail, all what we ask from customers versus other alternatives like private credit, private equity, things are unbalanced in our disfavor. And this doesn't also make our life easy.
Mihaela, because Omer mentioned ESG, and I want to ask you also as a commercial bank, and considering, okay, banking is a very old industry, but now we are seeing two emerging themes. Okay, they're not emerging, they are here for quite a while, but they look big. One is ESG, and the other one is AI, and maybe more generally tech, and you know, the challenge put by fintechs for banks, which have started to move more agile. And the question is, how do you see this interplay in the region? So on the one hand, you have a very strong growth potential. You are expanding in the region. There is a lot of room to grow. On the other hand, you have these new things coming up with potentially multiple players actually competing on this.
I would start from labeling them as opportunities, because in the end we will need to manage it. First, to start from ECG, and because you asked about UniCredit, now we are embedding into our policies actually since years. I mean, we are looking diligently to support with a lot of care for the social impact, for environmental impact. And we are having it into our policies. For ECG, in terms of ECG, there are already formal requirements, so it's about starting to comply on a structural basis, everyone with them. And from ECG target standpoint, probably as we have seen in the past with other requirements, they would become regulatory. Probably also they would require in the future capital requirements. So from this standpoint, we are heading a direction in which we will all need to follow and to drive. In terms of II, as well, it's an opportunity. We have seen Teodora in the morning commenting on a lot of use cases. It is also a push that we need to do, because we are large banks, and the tech challenge from the smaller companies, I would say that it's a boost, and it's forcing everyone then to compete, to stay in the market. But it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to offer clients better experiences, because in the end, everything which moves into this direction is improving the customer experience, better time to serve. Also, the institutions are more efficient, because all these use cases that we've seen also in the morning, and in general, we are looking into how to become better for the client, but also make more efficient the back-end processes. So I think we need to have it more and more all in our DNAs, because as we were chatting with Teodora in the morning, there is no talk these days without touching II and ECG. So it should become part of our DNA and not exceptions.
To continue on this with Banca Transilvania, and congratulations for your ESG scores, because you rank really well on the ESG scores with multiple ESG providers, because we know there's not much alignment in methodologies, and you can be well behaved with the ESG provider and not as much with another. So you moved really quickly into implementing some actions. You worked with the EBRD. You were among the first to have, in 2017, I think, a loan where you were trying to stimulate the energy efficiency in the buildings. But now it's something that it's starting to be more than just a discussion about doing voluntary efforts. It's a regulation behind it. The regulation is asking disclosure at this point. It's not necessarily putting a target on green assets ratio or other ratios. So how is ESG now in terms of efforts within a bank? Is more about reporting? Is about embedding the features into products? What keeps you busy?
I mean, I guess first of all, most of the banks doing business with common sense. Part of the score comes also from the fact that we managed to explain what we are already doing better. It didn't start just with ESG. But on the other hand, definitely we benefited a lot, starting with EBRD, technical assistance, special programs, and our shareholding structure is also very much large, our shareholder base, a lot of institutions from different geographies. And we meet them every quarter after we announce our results. Tomorrow we will be announcing our financial results. So their questions, their expectations, observations had been guiding us also in this sense. That's why maybe we paid excessive attention, which paid well, because it encourages our positioning in terms of capital markets or DCM markets, definitely better. It positions us much better. In Romania, we are almost, loudly saying that from ESG, we should really focus on S and social, because if it cannot offer well-being to individuals, to families, to towns and villages, it will be very difficult to get people along together with us on an environmental policy or anything else that we want to do. We are learning by doing. It costs us a bit more. I mean, I don't know, sometimes what we say is our advantage, that we are deciding locally. We don't have a head office outside Romania to report to or to ask to. But in this kind of developments, as the sustainability reporting and evaluations, we don't have this kind of help, which is quite costly. But the biggest challenge, as most probably everybody would agree, is the collecting the data. I mean, we have most part of our customers are either retail or micro businesses, small businesses, and going and asking certain data from them, even explaining what it means, it will take a lot of time. I think it's a very short time until end of the year, because starting from next year, it's obligatory. So it will be fun, I would say. It will be an interesting journey in the next 6-7 months, to complete. Most probably the first reports will not look like each other from bank to bank, from country to country, and hopefully we will create enough acknowledgement all around the country, part of the financial education or national plan, why we are doing this and how we can obtain the data that we want.
I think the regulator was having fun, because the regulator is not allowing banks to estimate, which is quite interesting, because it allows corporates to estimate. So that's
based on the
really
estimates,
funny.
we cannot estimate.
Exactly. Lucas, regarding this discussion regarding regulation, so we had the full package, SFDR, CSRD, many acronyms thrown around you, taxonomy. This is impacting the CEE, and maybe our market is not as developed, so it's much more difficult to adopt all this regulation. We are discussing at the CFA Institute about a better finance and whether we are over-regulating, and so we are losing a bit of the competitiveness by comparison with the US, where they are mostly funding, not regulating. So how is your perspective as a regulator regarding the excessive regulation? Is it excessive?
That's a very popular discussion and a great debate always in various panels across Europe if we need more or less regulation. It's inevitable to have such kind of discussion, of course, because I see the point of the industry, that they have some valid points on that, but also the regulators, I think they are still hesitating to absorb and act in this perspective. I would put this debate in, let's say, 3 pillars. The first one is the more technical one, and since we are talking mostly about banks here, one debate comes to the point if, let's say, capital ratios that are required by the supervisor are more than needed. And I see that the industry believes that there should be a relief on that, and the supervisor should be more lenient in its requirements. Of course, there are studies that have shown that we are probably on the high end of demand by the regulator for capital requirements. But since the crisis is not very far behind us, and we saw that we needed to suffer first in order to act, maybe it's not the time yet, let's say, to have dramatic changes in that landscape regarding capital requirements. Of course, there could be a fine-tuning in various, let's say, sub-regions of regulation, like securitization, like interrelations with other regulations that impact mostly capital markets. I can see that should happen. A second pillar is, of course, something that makes me laugh sometimes, because on the one hand, the industry asks for less regulation, but there are aspects that they ask for more regulation. I mean, to complete the banking union and the capital markets union, which inevitably will bring more regulation on the table. So on one hand, they want less, on the other, they want to act quickly and finalize, let's say, the pending items to conclude the banking union and capital markets union. And a third pillar is, and I am also on this positive that the industry has a strong view, unexpected regulation that may appear on the table. And we have had recently some examples on that in some countries, like sudden taxes on bank profits that may distort, let's say, the confidence of the investors that have bank stocks or want to invest in banks. And of course, there was also this dividend ban during the COVID period, which was also an unexpected, let's say, regulatory imposition. But as I mentioned before, it is an ongoing debate that I think will never, it will take a long time to be over, let's say.
Speaking about regulation, since you mentioned, you know, there's been a lot of discussion around the resilience of the banking system in the last couple of years, and I should also say, okay, since 2020, actually, we have seen a totally different picture around the region if you compare it with what happened in 2007, 2008. And I was, and part of the reason for that was I should say strong regulation is cited as a potential reason. I wanted to ask you, Mihaela, from an IFI's point of view, and since you are also an investor in many regional banks, so you can have a different perspective. What do you think about the resilience of the local banking system? I mean, did it come as a surprise? Were you expecting this? How does it compare to other parts of the world?
Okay, so I think despite the low financial intermediation, despite all the challenges, I think the Romanian banking system has fared quite well last year in terms of return on average assets, return on equity, and much better than the EU, actually, and the regional peers. And I think that comes on the back of wider net interest margins, more efficiencies that have taken place in the banks in the recent past, and some of the lower costs associated with the risks in the system. So I think from that perspective, first of all, we are faring quite well in Romania, but also we are in a much better position than the regional peers, and much more so than the EU. So I think on top of that, the consolidation that is taking place in Romania, but not only, we see that in the region as well, it's a top-up to the resilience of the banking sector. I mean, at least from this perspective, from the resilience perspective, having larger banks, more stable, helps on this front. So overall, we have a very good perspective in Romania and in the region. And as I said before, we have been working for a very long time with banks in Romania as well as in the region, and we will be continuing to support them with whatever instruments are needed to help them implement their strategies in the countries.
Mihaela, we are in this panel together with Lucas from Greece. You are just in the process of integrating, I think, the last Greek bank in Romania, so this is happening now. Teodora mentioned this morning that UniCredit has only grown organically for 17 years before taking this step. What is next for UniCredit? Other acquisitions? We are in a very dynamic M&A environment. Other banks to buy, of course, you can say much, but you can tell us it's just... So about basically the prospects for growth, in this positive note about the potential in Romania.
I would reiterate, so we have a lot on the table. So you have here two banks that this year will be very busy indeed. I would, jokes aside, start to reiterate the fact that indeed Romania is high on the map of interest, but also the region, because also of the numbers that Mihaela commented. I mean, there is a good prospect of growth for the entire region, Romania in particular. And I think this comes, for our case in particular, with a very strong capital position and with a big appetite to be invested, but wisely, so to add value, to generate value. And therefore, I would say that it's valid not only for Romania, the fact that the group has interest in the region, yes. Because
you were invited in Moldova,
yes,
where Banca Transilvania is present already.
So there is high interest to grow in this region in general, and in particular Romania. So I would just reconfirm this, yes.
Lucas, by the way, what was your experience in Greece? Following, last I would say in the last 10, 15 years around consolidation, and how much consolidation is good, how much consolidation is necessary, considering, the tech challenge.
I would like to link your question with the previous one. And taking this opportunity with the latest merger, let's say, or absorption, whatever, of Alpha Bank from UniCredit. Greek banks were always keen to invest in the region, and I believe that there is still a lot of potential here, great perspectives. I have visited nearly all the countries under my capacity with the CFA Institute, and I see the spirit that comes around the region. And unfortunately for the Greek banks, the crisis that hit us 10 years ago actually forced them to exit the market. I don't believe that they would exit this market if there hasn't been for the crisis. And it was due to the state aid that they received, so they had to submit some business plans that inevitably forced for a consolidation. And the first candidates are subsidiaries abroad. So it was more like an enforcement rather than a will to exit this market. But I guess that this latest development gives also a sign of trust for the country of Romania, of course, because Alpha Bank still retains at least a part of percentage of ownership in the new structure. So I think the combination of forces would be very beneficial for the country.
We think so too. And Mihaela, regarding the development of the Romanian financial market, so you are sometimes intervening on the debt market, sometimes with equities. What is the best mix, and how do you see the financial intermediation as a structure? We currently have a strong banking sector in CE region, good capitalization, good solvency, very low non-performing loans, so there's not a major concern in the immediate term. But what would be, in your opinion, the mix between capital markets, IPOs, and securing funding through bonds issuance and securing funding through loans from a bank or private equity? Pension system was discussed here. It's an important and critical investor in our economy in the CE region.
So, of course, Romania has a lot of opportunities. It has a lot of opportunities because it starts from a low level, right? But we are here to support the development of the Romanian economy on all the aspects that you mentioned. Regarding the capital markets, I'm going to take it step by step because it's a big question. Regarding the capital markets, I think this is one of the core topics of our mandate in Romania. We have been working a lot with the Bucharest Stock Exchange, both on the technical assistance side, how we call it policy dialogue, by helping them improve their policies, reporting requirements. We have been working with them in 2014-15, I think, with the preparation of the first corporate governance code. We are now updating the code together with the Bucharest Stock Exchange by making sure that we implement in the code the new regulations, those coming up from the OECD and G20. We have been working with the Bucharest Stock Exchange as well on the policy side, on the ESG reporting requirements for listed entities. So we are doing a lot on the policy side, but at the same time we are investing a lot, both in bonds and as much as there is an opportunity in the equities in Romania. On the bond side, there is a huge potential, but it starts from a very low level, to be honest with you. I think from our internal calculations, end of 2023, listed bonds stayed at 1.5% of GDP, and out of this 1.5, 1.2% were represented by bonds issued by local banks to help them meet the capital requirements. We have been doing a lot. We have been, I think, up to now we have invested around 500 million euros in real issuances by banks. And as I said, because the development of the local capital market is very, very important to us, we have been advocating a lot for these bonds to be listed at least on the Bucharest Stock Exchange, but some of the banks have chosen, because of the size of the issuances, to list these issuances on other stock exchanges as well. Only in 2023, out of this more than 500 million euros, we've participated with 200 plus million euros. And we address, honestly, all the instruments that we can deploy in the market, from senior non-preferred to senior preferred, tier 2 equity, whatever we think our partners need, and we can actually deliver. But I think what we notice from that perspective, because you mentioned the pension funds as well, bond issuances are supported by institutional investors a lot. And that in Romania, a lot of these institutional investors that participate in bond issuances are pension funds and insurance companies. You also have mutual funds, and you have local banks as well, who sometimes participate in bond issuances. What we notice is the fact that still some of the institutional investors prefer a lot the safer pools of investments, i.e. the government bonds. And for example, in the recent issuances, what we've done an analysis, and we noticed that, for example, in pension funds and insurance companies, the ones that are most sought out in institutional investors, a lot of their portfolios are in governmental bonds. And while this happens, I think the participation of EBRD in these bond issuances is very, very important, because in a way we stabilize that issuance. We are a long-term investor. We are known as such by the market, and because of that, we hope that we are attracting more investors. Therefore, expanding the investor size on those bond issuances, hopefully more of them participating in other bond issuances that are listed on the stock exchange, and increasing the liquidity as well. On the equities, yes, we participate in equities as well. To be very honest with you, around 11-12% of our portfolio stays with equities, both public and private. That is not because we wouldn't want to invest more. To be honest with you, we basically try to create a market where there is no such market, and we take advantage of the opportunities in the market as well. That's how much we could deploy. It's a bit more difficult to invest in equities because leave alone the IPOs and the companies that are listed on a stock exchange, the negotiations take longer. It's a bit, it's a partnership that you're trying to create when you participate as an equity investor. And because of that, the market is not that much developed. We are working on that, and we really hope that there will be an increase in the equity listed entities on the Bucharest Stock Exchange as well. And at the same time, we participate quite a lot with financing the private equity space. We have already publicly announced a couple of participation in some regional funds, and we are working on a couple more that will be made public soon. So it's a lot of work, but it's very interesting for us.
I hope it's not as wicked as the climate change, our financial intermediation problem. So I will invite you for some closing remarks. We have 2-3 minutes left. Mihaela Lupu.
Maybe I would start from a point of when and how we will converge now. I think it will take time, as we started at the beginning of the discussion. We are far from being to the level of the Eastern Europe area, and even farther from the EU average. And probably will take time to converge, to put all the forces in place. I think all of a sudden is not even healthy to happen, because typically when you have such sudden moves, it means imbalance, and then the stability is also affected. But I think that this, again, looking from the opportunity side, it's an opportunity for Romania and also for the region, because what does it mean? It means that there is space to growth for many long cycles, because this really gives the advantage that more we converge, actually we are making also the attractiveness of Romania and of the region higher, and it is high, and that is among other reasons why. So I would close with this.
All hopes.
Yes.
Omer?
I mean, again, usually when we gather, we complain about things, but we are definitely, our job, our business implies that we should be actually optimistic. And in Romania, the potential of Romania is still huge. If you look at Western European developed countries, investing in, I don't know, irrigation systems, railways, healthcare, anything, you name it, it will not create that much of impact in Germany, in France, in Spain, in Austria, and so on. But it will create a huge impact in Romania if we will manage the trains to go double their speed, average speed, or if we will build another 100 or 200
We hope
kilometers.
to live to see that day.
I think we have with what to build. I mean, if you think about financing, capital, interest of international financial institutions and their support and their trust. So I guess we have a lot of ingredients. We have to really mobilize ourselves. And I think both the new generations and the businesses, private sector, especially in Romania, is willing to and capable of doing that. So hopefully we will do more of the good things and better things and less of the mistakes.
So what else can I say? I think, to be very honest with you, I think we have achieved a lot as a country from when we started in 1990. There is still a lot more to do. And we as an IFI, we BRD, we are in Romania for a very long time. We have been deploying a lot of funds. We are the largest institutional investor in the country. We hope to continue being so. We have huge plans for the country, and I think our focus, at least in the following years, will be a lot on financial intermediation, on capital market developments, on infrastructure, where there is a huge gap to cover. And just on the last note, I think a lot of effort is being put right now by EBRD in trying to grow a pool of Romanian entrepreneurs to help them expand quicker in Romania, but also abroad, because that's where the real opportunities actually stand for, creating local champions that can actually take forward this effort and help other companies grow in the meantime.
Lucas?
Two final comments on my side. In terms of financial intermediation that we discussed in the beginning, I think that we should start drawing our attention in a innovative, let's say, financing channel that appears more or less now in the EU, but has strong appearance so far in the US, and it's the private debt financing of corporates. And with private debt, I mean funding coming from open or closed-end funds that raise money from institutional investors such as pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds, and family offices around the world. And in the US, this channel has provided so far, with current statistics, nearly 20% of corporate financing, while in the EU we are around 1.5% still. But I think this is a channel that will see major development in the near future, because banks are not willing to take the risks that such kind of open or closed-end funds could take. And on the regulation side, I'm afraid to say that more supervisory expectations are going to be imposed in banks in terms of climate risk, most of all. We have started to collect data and see how banks deal with climate risk assessments of their debtors. And two more aspects is the one of outsourcing activities of banks, which have now their own regulation, and we need to work on that as well, and cybersecurity, which is a major topic that keeps evolving.
Thank you so much for participating. Thank you, UniCredit, Banca Transilvania, for being our partners in organizing the conference also. And we are inviting our next speakers. Thank you, everybody, for being close to us.
Merci. Mulțumesc și eu. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, Andrea and Donuțu, and your distinguished guest speakers. We now have the special moment. I have to apologize that I presented Martin Ford this morning as a futurologist, and now I'll have the proper presentation. He's a New York Times bestselling author, and I'm sure that you've read all or some of his books. Rise of the Robots, best book, financial book of the year 2015, translated into more than 20 languages. Architects of Intelligence, The Lights in the Tunnel, Accelerating the Economy of the Future. Everything sounds so interesting, Martin, so we can't wait to hear from you how the future will be like. And to ask Martin the proper questions, we've invited the editor-in-chief of Ziarul Financiar, Cristi Hoștiuc, who will be on stage for a 10-minute Q&A session with Martin. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's really a great pleasure to be here. For well over a decade now, I've been focused on the implications of artificial intelligence and robotics. And I've held pretty firmly to the view, having written now 4 books on this subject, that we're really on the leading edge of a massive disruption. And I think ultimately that's going to be a transformation on the scale of a new industrial revolution. And I think that we're clearly beginning to see, evidence that that's truly beginning to unfold now. And I also think it's clear that there are going to be 2 sides to this transformation. On the one hand, it's going to bring enormous benefits to all of humanity. It's going to be completely transformative in science, in medicine, transportation. It's going to drive innovation across the board. It's going to result in accelerated technological progress in many different areas, and that's all going to be tremendous for all of us. But there's clearly also going to be another side to this. AI is going to put enormous stress on the economy, on society, and I think especially on the job market. So our objective going forward is really going to have to be to fully embrace AI and to make sure that we leverage this powerful new technology to solve all the problems that we're going to face in the future, things like climate change and the need for new energy sources and the need for new discoveries in medicine. We want to take advantage of that, but at the same time, I think that we're going to have to recognize that there are very real dangers and risks that come coupled with this technology, and we're going to have to be very proactive in developing policies to address those concerns so that we can make sure that everyone has a good outcome as this technology progresses. So my argument is that AI is probably our most consequential technology. I think that more than any other innovation, it's going to shape the future. So what I'd like to do is begin by talking about what really makes AI different from other technologies, what sets it apart. And the first thing I would point to is that for the first time, we're talking about machines that are truly taking on cognitive capability. In other words, machines that, at least in a limited sense, are truly beginning to think. And that's really an entirely new paradigm shift in our approach to computing. In a practical sense, AI today is really all about machine learning, which means taking powerful algorithms running on fast computers and feeding those algorithms massive amounts of data that they can then learn from. And they can go through and churn through this data, and based on that, they can come to conclusions. They can learn to make predictions. They can learn to take actions. They can learn to recognize patterns. And as we've seen recently, these systems can even generate content, as we've seen with ChatGPT and other systems. And this is really just a remarkable change in computing. It represents also a paradigm shift in software. Previously, software was something that was developed by human programmers who had to tell the software program what to do step by step. But now we have this entirely new approach where we unleash a learning algorithm. We give that algorithm an objective, and we give it lots of data, and it essentially figures out for itself how to solve the problem or how to reach the best conclusion. And this is really an entirely new approach to the way we think about computers, and I think it's going to have a dramatic impact going forward. The second really critical thing about artificial intelligence is that it's turning into a true general-purpose technology, a systemic technology. It's a technology that is going to impact everything, and I think in many ways we can compare it to electricity. When you think about just one day in your life, how much you rely on electricity for literally everything. Think of what a disaster it is if we lose electric power, even for a day or two. artificial intelligence is evolving to be something similar to that in terms of its scale and its reach into our society. It's going to touch every aspect of society, culture, the economy. Every organization is going to become dependent upon artificial intelligence in the same way that we're all dependent upon electricity. And at the same time, artificial intelligence is vastly more dynamic and unpredictable than electricity is, right? Electricity is a very consistent commodity that's the same everywhere. Artificial intelligence, on the other hand, is rapidly advancing and becoming ever more powerful, and yet it's going to ultimately have that same reach and scale that electricity has. The other key thing is that if you think of AI as being the new electricity, then the power lines, the thing that deliver this new utility to us, is really cloud computing. And it's these massive computing centers, largely managed and owned by companies like Amazon and Microsoft and Google, that virtually every organization of any size utilizes. Cloud computing is really the conduit for AI, and all of these companies, the big tech companies, are integrating artificial intelligence directly into their cloud computing offerings. And what we see is that there's massive competition between these big companies to advance the progress of AI. The biggest thing that happened recently, of course, was Microsoft's investment in OpenAI, the developer of ChatGPT, and that has led to just massive competition, especially with Google, which has been developing its own artificial intelligence progress. And so as these companies battle it out and try to get ahead, try to get an advantage over each other, that's going to rapidly advance progress in the field, and it's going to mean even faster development of more, faster progress in artificial intelligence. The key technology that underlies everything that's happening in the AI is deep learning or deep neural networks, which essentially means a kind of rudimentary simulation of the way neurons work in the human or an animal brain. And this is an idea that's been around since at least the late 1940s. I mean, computer scientists have known for a long time that they can build these very rudimentary networks, and they could do very basic things like pattern recognition. But for decades, there really wasn't much practical use for this technology. What happened eventually, though, is that computers got much faster, some of the approaches used got better, and the other thing that happened is that there became available massive, unprecedented amounts of data that could be used to train these networks. And everything sort of came together around the year 2012 when teams of researchers realized that they could use these deep learning algorithms to begin to do really practical things, to really produce amazing results. And the first area that we saw this was in image recognition. And as a result of that progress, all of the big tech companies like Google and Microsoft and so forth kind of woke up and suddenly embraced these technologies and have made massive investments in deep learning. And that's what has resulted all of the progress that we've seen over the last 10 years, including things that a short time ago we would have thought of as science fiction, like, for example, almost instantaneous, very high quality language translation between languages. That's all done with deep learning. The advent of self-driving cars, for example, that are beginning to get better and better, is also based on deep learning. And of course, the advances that we've seen over the last year or two in ChatGPT and other generative AI, which has been truly remarkable. This is sort of the culmination of years of research into deep learning. So we've seen amazing things already, and yet there is still a huge amount of progress ahead, because the holy grail of these systems is to ultimately build a machine that is equal to or surpasses the human brain in terms of its ability to think. And we haven't gotten there yet, but certainly systems like ChatGPT have gotten a lot further than we were a few years ago. And yet there still is a tremendous amount of progress ahead. And that's one of the reasons that I think the next decade or so, maybe beyond that, are going to be extraordinarily exciting as we see how these technologies continue to progress and the applications that they spurred off and its impact on our economy and our society. So let me talk a bit about the single most important aspect of AI, which is, I think, its ability to drive innovation, to enhance our intellect, our creativity, and to drive progress. And honestly, I think the most important areas of innovation are going to be in science and technology, medicine, new medical breakthroughs, areas like this. That's the thing that's really going to have a dramatic impact on our economy. I wanted to just talk briefly, though, about some specific areas that might relate closely to your industry, because there's definitely going to be a huge impact there. I think most of you probably have already heard about robo-advisors, which have been around for a while, which basically is using AI to do investment management, things like portfolio allocation and so forth. So far, these have been very rudimentary and could be used only to do very, very specific things, so not much of a concern for people that are professional financial advisors. But I don't think there's any doubt at all that these systems are going to get dramatically better. If you just look at what's happened with ChatGPT, it's easy to imagine robo-advisors in the future that could engage in complex conversations with clients and even maybe do things like estate planning and so forth, based on this conversational ability combined with analytic ability. For most of you, I wouldn't worry too much about that, because I think the shift is going to be kind of generational. I think that, if you've got established clients, especially people that are older, they're going to want to continue to work with a person on issues like this. But certainly the new generation, think of the young people that are coming of age now in the age of artificial intelligence, I think they'll probably be more open to systems like this. And so they will probably become much more important in the future. Another area that's clearly going to be impacted within finance is customer service, where things like call centers are going to be highly automated by using artificial intelligence, answering customer questions and dealing with all kinds of customer service issues. Algorithmic trading, of course, is already very sophisticated. 8 years ago when I wrote my book, Rise of the Robots, I already pointed out that media companies like Bloomberg actually make available business news in machine-readable formats. And that's the reason that these algorithms can actually access that news and trade on it within tiny fractions of a second. Before any human trader could even comprehend what's going on, the algorithms have already traded. And those algorithms are clearly going to get much better, much more sophisticated, maybe even super intelligent, and that's going to have all kinds of implications, not all of them good. There have already been cases where algorithmic trading has left, there was something called the flash crash on Wall Street some years ago, where basically all the algorithms lined up and made trades in unison in the same direction, and that caused the market to crash. And we probably need to worry more about those kinds of scenarios in the future as these algorithms become even more sophisticated and take over even a larger fraction of trading. And then other areas like fraud detection and making transactions go smoother and so forth. There'll be enormous applications for artificial intelligence in all of those areas. But certainly it is going to be true that many of these applications in finance are going to involve making companies more efficient, and in many cases that's going to mean replacing human labor with AI, and that's something I'll talk more about now. So one of the concerns that I've had as I have written about this is that I think artificial intelligence, absent policies to address it, is going to be a mechanism that can lead to increased inequality. In other words, the people at the top who have lots of money may do very well, but many people, most people, average workers, are likely to be left behind. And that's going to become an increasing problem. What you see here is a graph that I think demonstrates the impact that technology has already had. We're not really talking about AI yet because this goes all the way back to World War II. But this is a graph of productivity versus average compensation or average wages plus benefits for typical workers in the United States. And what you see is that up until roughly the mid-1970s, these two lines were highly correlated. They moved in lockstep, which basically means that productivity increased, but wages increased along with productivity. And so the fruits of progress, the benefits from increased productivity was distributed widely throughout the entire workforce in the United States. It made everyone better off roughly to the same degree. But in the 1970s, what you see is that these two lines are effectively decoupling. You see this big gap opening up. Productivity has continued, to rise consistently, which is a great thing. I mean, every country in the world wants rising productivity because that's definitely a good thing for the economy and for, making that country more wealthy. But what's happened in the United States, and as you can see in the smaller graph, also in the United Kingdom, is that while productivity has continued to climb, the benefits of that innovation have not been as widely distributed. There's this gap opening up where you see that compensation has not kept track with productivity. And so what this is really saying is that all the real benefits of innovation are going to the people at the top, right? Business executives, business owners, managers, investors, people that own lots of capital. These people are doing fantastic because they're getting all the gains from increased productivity. But average workers, people that work for a wage, that come to work and do something relatively routine and repetitive, really have not benefited. Some groups of workers in the United States now make less in inflation-adjusted terms than they did in the 1970s. And this is really the story of this gap opening up and the fact that the benefits are not being shared to everyone. And the concern is that as AI comes online, which is not, really not yet even reflected in this graph, that this could accelerate and this gap is going to get even larger, leaving more and more people behind. And this is going to be, very disruptive politically and socially to countries across the world. So it's a real concern. Now, one of the most important areas where we're going to see artificial intelligence utilized is going to be in the field of robotics, where AI is going to make robots much more capable. I mean, robots in factories have been around for a long time, but these have been essentially machines that can do rote, repetitive type work. And so what that means is that in most environments like factories in advanced countries, all of the literally rote, repetitive jobs that used to be there in the 1950s where you're just standing on an assembly line doing exactly the same thing again and again, those jobs have already been automated. But the jobs that have been left for people are those that to some degree are unpredictable. And very often these are jobs that rely on things like visual perception and dexterity, things that robots have not been good at. But that's rapidly changing. And we're seeing lots of new innovations in robotics that are really going to change this. In these two illustrations here, what you see are the robots within an Amazon warehouse. And you can see that the robots look like big hockey pucks almost. And what they do is they carry around shelves of inventory. And on these shelves is all the goods that people are ordering from Amazon. Now, before the advent of these robots, warehouses used to look very different. There would have been all these huge shelves, stationary shelves, and there would have been all these people running around and climbing ladders to do one of two things, either to put items on the shelf in the proper place, things that are coming into the warehouse, or going and retrieving an item from the shelf in order to fulfill a customer order. What the robots have done is completely turned that around sort of on its head, so that now, rather than the people running around to the shelves, the people stand in one place and the robots actually bring the shelf to the employee. And that's what you see in the illustration on the left here. This gentleman is reaching in to the shelf either to place an item there or to retrieve an item to fulfill a customer order. And after he does that, the shelf is going to zoom away, carried by the robot, and a new shelf will come with the next item that he needs to fulfill. So this is how robots have kind of worked in synergy with people in these environments. And it's the reason that in Amazon warehouses, you'll find thousands and thousands of these robots, but you will also find thousands of employees doing the work that robots can't yet do, which is based on dexterity, the ability to reach into that shelf and grab that item. But again, that is something that is rapidly changing. This is an illustration showing some robots built by a startup company in Silicon Valley called Vicarious. And these are robots designed to solve exactly that problem, the problem of human dexterity and visual perception. These are robots equipped with a camera. They can see, and they're able to manipulate and pick up items with a capability that is rapidly approaching what a human being can do. And Amazon has actually already announced it's developed its own robot that is in some ways matching the ability of humans to actually manipulate the world. So that's going to be extremely disruptive to all kinds of blue-collar jobs in factories, in warehouses, even in fast food establishments. In America, there are already many fast food restaurants that are beginning to incorporate robots. So this, in the long run, in the next 5-10 years, is going to have a huge impact on blue-collar type work, where people are using their hands, their visual coordination to do some sort of relatively routine job. A lot of that is going to be susceptible to automation. But the other side of this is that it's certainly not just about blue-collar, manipulative jobs done by robots. There's also going to be an enormous impact on white-collar office jobs, knowledge worker jobs, the kinds of jobs done by, office clerks, but also much more skilled people that have, university educations. This is a graph showing the impact on employment in the corporate finance department in the largest U.S. corporations. And this is a graph, again, going all the way back from 2004 through 2014. So none of this is artificial intelligence yet. This is rudimentary software automation, and it's showing the impact on corporate finance means accountants, financial planners, accounts payable and receivable people, these kinds of employees. You can see in this graph that just over that 10-year period, ending way back in 2014, about 40% of the jobs that used to be in that department on a per revenue basis disappeared as a result of rudimentary forms of software automation. But the technologies that we're seeing now are much, much more advanced, and we're seeing that with ChatGPT. We already see a big impact in fields like journalism, where there are already systems that can generate news stories. And if you read articles from big organizations like Bloomberg, certainly in areas like sports reporting or business reporting, corporate earnings reporting, a lot of those articles are not written by journalists. They're just generated by machines. And that's, as we've seen, with recent advances just over the last year, the ability of systems like ChatGPT to write extremely well put together text, that's something that's going to take off in the next few years and become even more dramatic. And I think that where it leads is that really any kind of job that involves sitting in front of a computer, involving some relatively routine manipulation or presentation of data, whether it's writing reports, working with spreadsheets, creating presentations, all the kinds of things that many, white-collar office workers are doing, all of that is going to be highly susceptible to automation over the next few years, probably. So again, I think we could see a dramatic impact on employment even for the most skilled workers, even lawyers and doctors and highly skilled corporate analysts and people like this are definitely going to be increasingly impacted by all of this. So given, the concerns that I'm raising here about the potential impact of AI and robotics on the job market, what jobs are likely to be safe? This is probably the most common question I get asked. People are interested in their own careers. They're also very concerned about their children. What should my kids study in school? What should their future look like? And of course, it's very hard to predict. I mean, given the rate at which AI is advancing. But my sense is that the jobs that are going to be most protected from artificial intelligence fall into basically these three categories. And probably the safest jobs for the time being are going to be what you might think of as skilled trade jobs, things like electricians and plumbers. These are workers that work in very unpredictable environments. They've got to do lots of problem solving. They need lots of dexterity and mobility. In order to automate what, say, an electrician or a plumber does, someone in this category of work, you would need a science fiction robot, right? You need, think of C-3PO from Star Wars to do this job. And that's something that we're not close to right now. It's going to be quite a while. So actually, if you really said, what's the safest job? I'd say, become a plumber, become an electrician. I think these jobs are really safe. The second category of jobs, I think, are those that are genuinely creative in a non-routine way, especially if it's a creative job that incorporates lots of knowledge from different domains. For example, a lawyer creating a new legal strategy, a business analyst creating a new business strategy. I think these areas are likely to be safe in the sense that artificial intelligence will become an extremely powerful tool for these workers to use, but it will be less likely to actually replace those workers. And yet in some creative areas, like for example, just doing graphic design, there's already been an impact, right? From generative AI systems that are doing an incredible job at creating sophisticated images just based on a caption describing that image. So definitely there will also be an impact on jobs in creative areas as well. And then the third area, and I think most of you would be happy to know, as I think this is the area where most of you fall in, are jobs that require really complex interactions and relationship building with other people. For example, with your clients, you need to have a deep understanding and conversation with them about their future financial needs or planning their estate and their retirement planning and issues like this. This is something that requires a sophisticated relationship. And I think it's going to be a while before AI is able to take on that kind of a task. So I think that for now, these kinds of jobs are relatively protected. But as I said earlier, when I mentioned robo-advisors and how they're going to certainly advance, nothing is forever. There's definitely going to be an impact and progress in these areas as well. And I can't say for certain how long these jobs are going to be safe. I think maybe 5-10 years, but perhaps I'm wrong, and there's going to be this acceleration in artificial intelligence that will begin to impact these areas even sooner than that. So the only thing I can say for sure is that it's going to be very, very unpredictable. Just briefly, I'll mention some of the other risks beyond the impact on the job market and the potential for inequality that we need to worry about. Artificial intelligence is already being used to create misinformation. You can create images, you can create audio tracks, you can create even videos of things that are completely fabricated. You can create photographs of people that look completely realistic, but these people don't exist in the real world. This is becoming an increasing problem. AI is going to be used by bad actors to manipulate people, to deceive people. There are already cases where AI has been trained on voices of prominent people and used to deceive people. In one case, companies have been defrauded because the corporate CEO was impersonated by a deepfake and left what purported to be a phone message from the CEO with one of the financial workers asking them to wire money to a certain account. And he went ahead and did that, and the company lost millions of dollars. So this has already happened, and it's going to get much better. It's going to be increasingly difficult to know what's true and what's fake. And I think this is going to be one of the biggest things that we're going to have to deal with. Algorithmic bias is another area that many people are concerned with, that companies are working to address. For example, Amazon once had a resume screening system that was shown to be biased against women for technology jobs. They never actually used the system, but they discovered that bias before they put it into action. Another area is autonomous weapons. Already in the Ukraine war, there are reports that we see fully autonomous drones being used. So this is, AI can be incorporated into weapons, and then those weapons, in theory, could attack human beings, kill people, without a human being even authorizing that. And if, of course, a technology like that fell into the hands of terrorists, say, it could be used to attack civilians. It could become a real disaster. Privacy and surveillance, especially things like facial recognition, are going to be an issue for every society as we make the trade-offs between the fact that, yes, these kinds of systems can reduce crime, they can reduce the risk of terrorism and so forth, but it comes at a real cost in terms of our privacy. China, of course, is ground zero for for this. They're building a truly Orwellian society where everything is surveilled. And we, in the West, we probably don't want to have that. And then the final risk that you hear a lot about is the risk of superintelligence, the idea that we can one day build a machine, a computer, that is beyond human capability, maybe dramatically beyond any human being. And then the question is, how do you control that system? How do you prevent it from causing us harm? And there are some very smart people very worried about that. I mean, you may have heard Elon Musk talking about this. So I think it's a legitimate concern, and there are, fortunately, some very smart people in, for example, think tanks that are dedicated to this, that are working on this. But I do think that this is more of a concern for the future, and we shouldn't let it distract us from the first 4 things on this list, as well as the potential impact on the job market, because those are things that are going to start happening right now. And I think that addressing those concerns should be our main concern. So then what should we do about all of this in order to make sure that we have a positive outcome? I think clearly we need to regulate artificial intelligence applications so that we can address things like misinformation or weaponization and so forth. I don't think that we should regulate or slow down research into artificial intelligence because that would, first of all, I don't think it would be effective. It would put us potentially at a disadvantage to countries like China that are also making strong advantages, which is not something we can afford. But clearly, when artificial intelligence is used in the real world in a way that impacts people's lives, when it's used in medicine or in self-driving cars, when it's used to screen resumes or in ways that impact fairness on population, when it could be used in dystopian ways, there needs to be regulations and laws to address that. And I think that we may need to within governments, new agencies to address these new risks that are developing as a result of artificial intelligence. And then the second big issue of concern I have is the impact on inequality, the fact that as AI advances, many people could be left behind. People might be left without the ability to make a decent living, to get a job that provides enough income for them to thrive in society, and also for them to participate in the economy and be consumers. Because remember, the health of the overall economy depends on having people that have money to spend, that can purchase the products and services being produced. Without that, we can't have economic growth. So I think in the long term, we will have to find a way to essentially decouple incomes from traditional jobs, provide some form of income supplementation, maybe a guaranteed basic income, a universal basic income, something along these lines. And there are many people talking about these issues now. And there's some experiments ongoing with different systems. But I think eventually, even for conservative governments where you might think it's politically impossible for something like this, I think eventually the system or the problem could be so great and so evident that there really will be no choice to begin to look at policies like these. So I've talked today a lot about some of the risks associated with artificial intelligence, and I think those are very real, and I think it's critical that we address those risks. But I do want to end on a very positive note. I think that overall, artificial intelligence is going to be not just good, but indispensable for us in the future. And the reason is that it's going to help us to solve the biggest problems that we're going to face in the future. Things like climate change, the need for new energy sources, solving global poverty, new medical breakthroughs to make everyone more healthy. These are all going to be driven by AI. AI is going to be the most powerful tool in our toolbox to help solve these problems. And the reason for that is that AI is going to amplify and enhance our own intelligence. And our human intelligence is what has developed to all of the progress that we've seen in the future. And what you see here on this slide is just a quote from Demis Hassabis, who is the CEO of DeepMind, Google's artificial intelligence arm. And he said that the goal ultimately of what he's doing is to first solve AI, to first solve intelligence, and then begin to use that to solve everything else, all the other problems. And I think that's the true promise of AI, that it will become this incredibly powerful tool for addressing almost all the problems that we face. And that's the reason that we should be enthusiastic about this technology. We should embrace it. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we really do have that positive outcome and that this technology benefits everyone in our society. Thank you very much.
Martin, thank you very much for your presence here and your presentation. First of all, you predict in 2009 that AI will be the next big things and AI will be a killer app. So right now, in this respect, what is the question? What are the questions you have in mind and you don't have an answer?
Well, I think the real, definitely it is true that AI has become sort of our killer app. It's the biggest thing happening right now. Even I would have not predicted the progress that we've seen. I've been truly amazed with what's called the large language model technologies, which include ChatGPT over the last year or two. And actually, there's going to be a new generation of these technologies coming out, probably in the next few months. And from what I've heard, it's going to represent a dramatic acceleration in the capability of these technologies. And so I think the biggest question for all of us is, how far will this go? Is this really the path to building true artificial general intelligence, or AGI, or human-level intelligence? Are we at a place now where that's something that we could see relatively soon? And that's the biggest, it's the biggest question for the technology, but it's also the biggest question in terms of the impact on our lives. I mean, everything that I spoke about today, most of those things don't even assume a machine that can think at human level. But if that actually happens and we achieve AGI, in the relatively near future, that's just going to be extraordinarily disruptive, I hope in a positive way, but definitely there are going to be, unprecedented disruptions to our society and our economy.
I understand and I see day by day that AI and ChatGPT replace our job as a journalist. Right now, ChatGPT can write an article about Martin Ford, okay? Instead an article written by a journalist. So, in this respect, do you think AI will replace their job?
It depends on the job, but what I would say is, as you said, if your job is to look at some data, some existing information, something that can be found on the internet, for example, and then write a report or a journal article or a newspaper article about that, then yeah, I would think that there's a very high probability that your job could be replaced by AI. On the other hand, if you're an investigative reporter, say, and your job is to go and interview many people, go to different places, try to convince people to tell you the truth when maybe they're reluctant to do that, and then generate an article, then I think your job is more safe, but I think it's very possible that you're going to use a technology like ChatGPT to actually write the article. Maybe you're just going to do the investigative part, interviewing the people and gathering the information, and then ChatGPT will create the actual article or report for you. So I think you could see that kind of an evolution. And of course, nothing is forever. I can't say that eventually maybe ChatGPT is capable of going and talking to many people and having those conversations and convincing them to tell the truth and finding the hidden story. But I think it's going to be a while before that'll happen.
What kind of problems AI cannot solve right now?
Right now, it can't solve the problems that really require human-level ability to reason and extrapolate and create counterfactuals and do that very kind of sophisticated reasoning that people can do. So right now, AI remains a tool, but definitely people are working very hard. The very smartest people in the world are working very hard in order to expand the capabilities of AI so that it can begin to reason like people and get closer and closer to true human intelligence.
With this new disruptive trend, what country will be richer, can benefit, and what country will be poor?
Did you say which country?
Will be richer.
You know, many countries are concerned, I think, overly about the fact that most of the AI development is happening in the United States and, of course, in China. But the point I made throughout, I think, this presentation is that AI is like the new electricity. AI is going to be everywhere. It's going to impact everything. Every country is going to have access to artificial intelligence. Every country already has access to it because, as I said, it's built into cloud computing, and every country has access to cloud computing. So it's certainly true that the tech companies like Google and Amazon and in China, you know, Baidu and Tencent are going to become very powerful as they create this technology and leverage it. I think that most of the value from using artificial intelligence is going to accrue to the organizations and the people that actually deploy it to solve their specific problems rather than, you know, to Google. So, and those people are going to be distributed across all countries, right? So think about the example of electricity. Who gets rich because of electricity? You know, every organization, every industry in Romania uses electricity. The richest companies are not the electric utilities that generate the electricity, right? The richest companies and industries are those that utilize the electricity to create value in another area. And I think the same is going to be true of AI. So I think that the benefits of this technology and the wealth that comes from it are going to be very widely distributed, and it's going to matter how you use it and whether you can use it in an intelligent way, an effective way in your own country or in your own industry. That's really going to matter.
Sorin, my colleague, put this question. Right now, what is the most important, the natural resources or the technology or the AI?
Sorry, I didn't quite...
One of my colleagues, a journalist, Sorin, put this question. What is more important, the natural resources, I mean, gold, copper...
Oh, okay, I understand.
Okay, or technology?
I mean, ultimately, I suppose natural resources are what allow us to stay alive. I mean, if we don't have water and we don't have a source of energy, then, of course, you know, we can't survive. The hope is that technology can solve the problem of resource scarcity as well as resource overuse. Now, one of the concerns with AI is that it utilizes enormous amounts of energy, right? So we need much more sustainable green energy in order to support artificial intelligence. But with this technology, I think we can solve a lot of the problems of resource constraints. Just to give one specific example, there are a number of startup companies now that are working on nuclear fusion technology. In other words, the idea to create fusion power plants, which in theory could solve all our energy problems with a very clean, sustainable energy. And every one of those startups in their development is heavily utilizing AI in order to make those breakthroughs. So I think that AI is going to, you know, be a big part of the solution to solve the problems that we face in terms of natural resource scarcity.
You mentioned that AI will solve aging.
Solve
aging.
AGI?
Aging. The people...
aging.
Yeah. Do you think we want to live forever?
I honestly don't think we have to worry too much about that. There are some people, like Ray Kurzweil is the most famous advocate of this idea, who think that once we have computers that are more intelligent than people, that leads to something he calls the singularity, and there's going to be this rapid advance, and part of that advance will be in the field of aging and medicine, and will ultimately allow people to live forever. I actually, for one of my books, interviewed Ray Kurzweil, and he takes hundreds of medicines and vitamins every day, and he genuinely believes that he's never going to die. I'm not that confident. I don't think I have to worry too much about living forever. I think that probably that's a problem that's so difficult to solve that even artificial intelligence won't be able to take it on.
You mentioned that the AI will come with a lot of stress in society because it will affect the job market, the economy, and so on. Do you think this will come also with conflict, the people in the street, the war?
It's quite possible. I mean, if you look at history, you know, we generally, especially in democratic societies, we don't make enormous changes to the way society works without some sort of a crisis unfolding, right? If you look at the United States, it was the Great Depression, right, in the 1930s that led to old age pension programs like what we call Social Security, unemployment insurance, all of these programs that we now rely on to have a kind of a safety net in our society came about as a result of that massive economic crisis. And so my guess is that if we're going to need a new paradigm in the future, something, as I said, like a universal basic income, I'd be surprised if that happens smoothly, right? I think that there will be a lot of social disruption, perhaps social unrest, maybe conflict, before we have sufficient motivation to make the changes that need to be made. Obviously, we hope that that won't be the case, but I think that if you look at history and what's happened in the past, it's probably quite likely.
If the AI will move very fast, do you think the government will slow down the impact of AI in the society because they don't have solution for the people who will be affected by AI?
I think there will be some calls for that, and some governments might try to do that. And there certainly will be political parties, within countries that will want that. That will be against the progress. There will be, for example, unions that represent workers that don't want to see this progress. I hope that that's not what happens. I don't think that that's an effective way to address the problem, because if one country does that and other countries don't do that, then the country that tries to slow down progress is just going to fall behind and end up worse off. So the hope is that we can come up with policies, programs to address these issues in a way that solve the problems, solve the inequality or the lack of income, the lack of jobs. We got to find ways to address that without slowing down AI. We need to address those concerns while allowing this progress so that we can take advantage of that progress.
AI is based by the past data. And do you think can predict the future? I mean, let's say in financial market, analyze the past data to predict the black swan, when the black swan will come, the next black swan?
Yeah, as you say, in financial markets, all the data is past data, and people are always trying to predict the future, but you really, to some extent, it's impossible to predict the future, because it's not just a question of whether the data reflects what's in the past. It's a question that once you make a prediction and begin to act on that prediction, you influence what other people do, right? So that, if you believe that there's going to be a market downturn 1 week from now, then you will sell all your stocks today, right? And as you do that, you will impact what's happening in the market, and other people will react to that. So I think that to some extent, the problem of predicting the future is really impossible in most contexts.
And the last question, when will be the end of AI?
When will be the end of AI? I hope it doesn't end because it destroys us and itself. I don't think there's going to be any end. I think that, again, this is going to become a systemic technology like electricity. So when will be the end of electricity? I mean, only if something really, really bad happens, right? So I think the same will be true for artificial intelligence, except that unlike electricity, artificial intelligence is getting better and better and better, more and more powerful. So it's going to lead to some very dynamic and unpredictable outcomes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's applaud him, Martin Ford.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Cristi, for the insightful questions. We couldn't have an end without Adi Codirlasu making a summary of what we discussed today, so I invite Adi on stage.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all for this participation at our conference today. And in the end, I want to highlight some key points that were discussed today. Basically, looking at the CE as a whole, we saw in the last 10 years, as the title of the conference mentioned, that we had a very, very good growth, a growth above for example, the developed EU region. And also, looking at the stock exchanges in the region, it was mentioned the fact that the stock exchanges was very, very resilient in spite of all shocks that came to the market, namely coronavirus, invasion of Ukraine by Russia, energy crisis, and so on. Looking at the ways to finance the economy, of course, the banking system remained the most important provider of financing for the economy. And again, due to the catching up process of the banking system of CE countries to the one of the CE countries, there is tremendous potential in developing and in profits for the banking sector in the CE region. Also, it was mentioned the fact that the private pension system is already a very important player in financing the economy. For example, in Romania is #1 institutional investor on the Bucharest Stock Exchange and #2 as a holder of govies. Also, very good prospects are for the alternative investments. All the members of the alternative investment panel are very positive on the opportunities on the rate of returns that can generate this kind of asset class. And in the end, just to mention a few trends that came out from this conference. First one is deglobalization and also geopolitical risk. We see the situation in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, and also looking at the results of the survey, we saw that most important risks are the geopolitical ones, and among these geopolitical risks, a war in the sea was #1. So in this regard, I will also mention the fact that the panelists said that support for Ukraine is essential because situation worsening in Ukraine will have very negative consequences on the rest of the CE economies. Other trend that need to be mentioned is ESG trends, which of course is costly and will put also a price and that price needs to be paid and will generate further inflation. Is another trend, and also was mentioned in the survey, is the inflation. Inflation was #1 risk in the economic, among the economic risks, and basically inflation, although it will be declining, is here to stay, and also this means that there is the end of cheap money. The interest rates will be much higher than it was till the corona crisis for much longer time. And the last one is the AI. We see the spectacular evolution in the last couple of years of AI. So AI and automation are, I would say, are just beginning. And here, I think for all of us to remain relevant on the job market, I think it is essential to scale up. So in this regard, I'll also mention that one of the newest CFA Institute certificates is on data science and AI. So this was my points. Thank you very much again, and looking forward to meet again at another such conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi. And with this, we close the conference. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you to the organizing team, my fellow board members. There was a lot of effort put into the organization of this conference, but nothing is too much when we have so many people in the audience. I would like to thank all our guest speakers, and special thanks to all our colleagues in the region that flew to Bucharest for this conference, and looking forward for the next one.